How deep? Never seen it. Yeah, it's 100 deer. And then, like, as you get to colder and colder weather, you get bigger and bigger animals. There's some sort of a weird. There's actual science to it. It's like to keep their body temperature higher. Like, so deer that live in Mexico are deer live like Saskatchewan. The deer get big, start getting loose. And those motherfuckers are big. I saw one at Banff. I couldn't fucking. I was like, it almost didn't compute. I thought, man, that looks fake. It looks fake. It's so fucking people driving on the highway and it's on the median. Have you ever seen that? Not the one where it gets hit. So we watched that. One of the first times I did the show, we watched that fucking thing. It makes me laugh every time. No, this is a recent one someone posted because he was a metal moose and he's along the median. By the way, if you're ever in the wild, then if you see an elk, don't get close, but don't worry about it. If you see a moose, run. Throwing snowballs at them. They might associate people with being a get out. That's the one deer that'll kill you. They'll stomp you. What a shit. Anyway, it's fucking gigantic. 1,800-pound thing just stomping you out. Now get up there. Jimmy, see if you can find that one where the giant moose is walking along the median. Bro, it's so nuts because these people were in their car. It's on the highway. Maybe say, oh, that's pretty cool though. The size of that. Eating a tree. It's so huge. Look at the people behind that car. Look at the size difference. I'd take a picture behind his car. By the way, those people. And the average moose is 1,400 pounds. If you see them, that is unbelievable. If you see that, don't go toward it. Yeah, I saw one at Banff. I went to Banff. Beautiful. We see people getting out of their cars. I'm like, oh shit, something bad happened. I'm thinking it's an accident or something. Dude, that's a big moose. Look at how much antler. It's an old moose. What do you think, though? I don't know age-wise. Like, what is that? It's probably a 10-year-old moose. Ass in his upper body. Like a. Tough to say. He's like right on the peak of his prime. It's a disc, and he's probably the size of that. He's probably 8 or 9 years old. They only live from 12, 13. So yes, they're super lucky. Wow, that was hard. They have freeze-offs, like freeze-off in Utah, where a buddy of mine, their deer died. 87%. They froze to death. 87%. Deer are just they're very hot blooded. Like if you have deer hunting and you get a deer found frozen in place. Average weekly temperature was minus 35 degrees. So could they reanimate it or warmed up? Frank's here comes back. It's what's his face too? I did. I had a vision. Idea. Only monsters play God. Seeking life. I created death. Yo. Okay, that's not killing Murphy. Yeah, I was thinking correct. I thought it was Killian Murphy. Someone told me that. And then I spouted out. That's how misinformation gets spread. It goes, and they should have only for that. And I'm going to say that to the FCC now. Pull this show off the air, FCC. Get on it, man. Yeah, they try to do that too, even though it's on the internet. But the point is, with this Jimmy Kimmel thing, if you let this happen, it's going to be able to happen with something that you agree with. Everything you're pushing for. Yeah, if you're a person who's on the right who's happy that he's getting pulled, vote for him. Like, if his show goes away because of bad ratings, that's one thing. And you want to celebrate it, go ahead. But you don't want it to happen this way, kids. You don't want to give that kind of power away all of a sudden. You know, and people can say, well, they've always had that power, and and look, the FCC fined Howard Stern a fucking preposterous amount of money. You know, Stern was doing shit on the radio that no one had ever even thought about doing. Like, you want to talk about like a real pioneer? That motherfucker went from when he was on the radio. He's a little woke now, and he likes to wear a mask. He's a different guy than he was. He's a different guy. He's making girls ride Sibians live. I get it, but I just still respect the guy who did it in the beginning. And the point is, without that guy, we would money. They find him during the people forget. So that was the right at the time was going after local. So they're pressing local. Exactly. Well, take this down. Exactly. Do it without obscenity or indecency. I think indecency is right. But 80 in 94 it was 600 grand in 94. And yeah, in decency cases, so they hit him for 1.7 million. In 90, is that in today's dollars? I'm saying 10. No, 3 and some change, maybe 95 $5. I'm saying 7. 3 and change. I said 4 roof. You said roof. I'm thinking about it. I'm doing that. They printed money the entire time. It caused inflation. That's why everything's so expensive. I'm going through my head, I'm like, I see that map. I feel like it's about 7. Jamie, what is it then and now? That's inflation. That's the one I use all the time. I do this. What is that now? What is that today's dollar? Yeah, shut the fuck up. 1.7. It's got to be like 7 million. Jamie, fuck on Jamie. What run through AI? You don't have crypto, do you, dude? I got a little, but not much. I think it's mostly nonsense. I'm gonna run it through ChatGPT. See what chat says. She's transcribing 3.7. Yep, 3.6 according to ChatGPT. Okay, you nailed it. Damn, dude. Inflation was that bad, dude. Because everyone a poach. You had a second family, 2 towns over, 50 grand. You were killing it. I think someone said, and I was making, I want to say it was right around that, like 30 or 40 grand or something like that. Your house is worth 20 grand or whatever. We're very reasonable. Yeah. Now, we're fucked. Now, young kids right now are really fucked because another thing is houses, so they can just rent them. Yeah, well, the rental future is real. Right? They say they know. That's going to be not for everybody, but like it's like they're like Frankenstein. Frankenstein eventually kills the doctor. Spoiler. My daughter actually told me this. That's the Mary Shelley tale. Yeah. Tell me if that's true, Jay. I'm pretty sure that's how it all went down. Do you think they talked about this? And when they're like, there's an interview where Dylan's like, they're like, could you write that song today? Bob Dylan? Yeah. And he was like, 1816. Mary Shelley, Percy, and Claire took a visit to Claire's lover, Lord Byron. My lover, Lord Byron. Please come with me by horseback. Visit my lover. Come to Geneva. Poor weather condition. Winter forced Byron and the visiting indoors. To help pass, imagine you get all the way out the house in Geneva. Can't even go out. You just have to hoe by the fire to stay alive. To help pass the time, there's no electricity. Byron suggests marry Percy and Byron's physician. Have a couple machine. Go up to the top real fast. So they didn't know a Lord. It was someone Lord Abba. She was at the they have giving birth. Or her father married a neighbor, Mary Jane Claremont, with whom married a couple relationship. But of course, step see you. She left. She and Percy left for France and traveled to Europe. On the return to England, Mary was pregnant with Percy. Over the next 2 years, she and Percy's born daughter. Oh my God! They married late 1860 after the suicide. Was in jail? That's a good question. That's a good question. No forensics in 1860. So who did a rifle and a incredible amount of time, and then screw it back to the cops. What happened? Oh, she took her own life. The Shelleys left Britain in 1880. Her children died before Shelley gave birth to her last only surviving child. Oh my God, times were so hard back then, dude. That was normal that you know. No, she reminded me of the space. This girl who's like, okay, I'll remember her name. It looks just like. Well, I hate that when they show people from, like what they call the or they're both redheads. They both have the same crazy name. They both have the same surgery, and they're not related to each Bible. That guy came back to his place. He didn't know I did. Pictures that are mirror image identical twins. Do you know about this? It's another way of saying identical twins. Birds are in the reverse, right? When my right side is your. Oh, really? Yes. And these two guys have it, and it's super rare. And it's when the split happens, it's either a millisecond away from creating conjoint or this. It's like within a second, if it doesn't split at that very moment, yeah, these guys. after conception. This delays when those embryos become active, causing to develop image. Is that fucking wild? The psychology of twinning is kind of crazy. I was dancing place, and they'll dance identical in place. They don't like their brother. They just don't connect. How about that? I got that shit. Enemy. Your enemy? That is so cringe. Everything is you. It looks like you. It's like, oh, that's what I look like. Fuck that guy. Especially if one of them doesn't get jacked. It's very rare that they do. Well, they usually kind of stay the same. They copy each other, same things a lot. Imagine if your brother starts a marathon running with like, no, I'm not doing that. I want to be able to change a tire. We can't like. Can't do that, bro. I'm not fucking getting skinny. He just did it by not eating a lot, working out all day. But ask him working out. Yeah. Just eating like it was. You don't see any jack dudes. Well, you do see Goggins. He's pretty athletic. He's not like a like rock. But if you're not some condition yourself with that body, like that wall, you're gonna break something. Designed for destroying, designed for running through walls and shit. It's not designed for long ass. You never got into long run. I used to run in the mountains while I used to take him when I lived in always working. Because I have a cool man, dude. Yeah, wow, how'd it turn out? The show's not gonna go on. But no way. But you carry a gun down one place. Not like you're right? Like, no, it's not ever. Probably not gonna yeah, killing their cats. You know, in Hollywood, on those mountains, kids have gone missing from backyard. I put down the piece, the one that the perfect 150-pound monster wandering through the woods. Just like put a collar around its neck so I know where it is when I'm killing shit. This is like, it's very weird. The photo, you see the photo we have out there? do remember that photo. Yeah. See, the Hollywood sign, right? Yeah. That photo to me is LA. Like, when I point to people like this is LA. This Hollywood sign, you have a monster. Everybody knows just put a collar and a snap. So, and she had an alpaca farm, and this mountain lion was fucking up her alpaca. So if a mountain lion, oh my god! So this lady got her, right? Just they should definitely be around. But when they kill 12 alpacas, you gotta send a message. An alpaca, though. Well, not in Malibu. Another major mountain lion attack on an alpaca farm occurred in Lake County, California, over the course of several days. Holy shit, man! The attack prompted authorities to issue a lethal depredation permit and reiterated that when interkill of multiple animals. We need them. They're an important part of our ecosystem. That is LA. That's LA. Yeah. Attached to a ridiculous ideology. Well, I'm on the mountain lion team. Yeah, get that thing out of here. You just can't have cocky animals. What is that? What is an alpaca good for? Why do people breed them? What's the deal? Probably the fur. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. I think alpacas, they make socks out of them. I'm pretty sure. Like wool. Like people think, oh, wool's not necessary. You can have one of the reasons why wool is necessary. The reason why people use it in the first place is because you can be wet with wool on and you stay warm. If you're wet with cotton on, you're fucked. Sure. Yeah, you know. Yeah, but it's the wool stays. Wool stays warm. It's really amazing. You've been in it for days. And you don't stink. Like if I wear like a synthetic undergarment thing or if I'm in the woods for a couple days, if you have anything on like kind of a synthetic like undergarment, they stink. They smell so bad. They smell so bad. You want to just peel them off you when you get it. You take it. You smell wool. You can wear it for days, so you don't stick in it. Fine wool that's like it feels like cotton. It feels like this. It's like a player, and if you sweat, you're okay. If you sweat with hot on you, look, Marino knows. The point is, it's fucking mountain lions. You gotta let them know who's. And you hear, and your kids, the bats catch running over a fence with them, and you turn around, your kid's gone. Like, yeah, that's a cat. It's a giant cat that you can't control, and if it decides to kill you, your house, shut the fuck up. All this Narnia nonsense. Shut up. You gotta kill them. Oh, they're camping in front of my house. Yeah, they're waiting for your kid to go get his ball. They fucking crazy. They just ate your neighbor's dog. Now they're waiting for your kid to get his ball. Authorities killed mountain lion after 11-year-old girl attacked in California. People, you're out of your mind. Yeah, we are. It's great. It's like these people are. They think they're living movies. They don't. With the Charlie Kirk thing, they don't know what an assassination is. You're cheering that someone got killed with gun violence. You're supposed to be the anti-gun violence people. Right. You're cheering for gun violence. Do you know how fucking crazy this makes you look? You're against a guy who deplored violence. Yeah, Adam, it was pretty loud. It's so stupid. Well, the disconnect, that's the really sad thing, is that the death doesn't even. When people die, it doesn't even feel like it anymore. Exactly. They're like, whatever. They don't feel like it's a real person. Talking about people and talking. In a digital form of like no consequences of these are voters and these are young people and they have been indoctrinated in a certain way of thinking and they probably never encountered anybody who can articulate conservative perspective is like what they think, the way they think you should approach life, the way they. You don't get to hear that at universities. You get to only hear one side of things. So on that side on it, but it's also like dunking on these young kids. So they should know that they don't know because their ideas suck. Right? Yeah. Yeah. But the fact that that was enough to make people happy. Died because he was effective in what he was doing. That's what it was. for some weird kink. It's like a thing. It's really that matters. That it's like a fight. People fight about it. You're like, how is that? Probably not. Yeah, probably bullshit. Yeah, but it's not. It's not. That's probably. And then, by the way, actual drag queens, like I've never read the kids, pick up a couple $100. Ghost Son, who may or may not, like, okay. Yeah, Ghostface Killer's son, Infinite Coles, airs out family issues on 2 new songs. Okay, I don't like hearing people air out their family beefs live. Yeah, but put that aside and listen to the flow. This fucking dude can rap hard. This dude can rap, man. But it just makes it and then edit it out. Yeah, we'll edit it out. Not fucking bad, bro. Not fucking bad. Bro, that was good. I mean, I don't know what kind of a cry for help that is, but well, it's clear they don't get along. Yeah, it seems like I'm mad at you, but fucking what a flow. Like super talented. Isn't that crazy how like that kind of who feel like their dad was like a really good singer, then you hear them singing like, how are you doing that? Oh yeah. Where's that coming from? Oh, you gotta like not at this. Not at this. Oh, it's not this. That's right. Not at this. Thank you so much. It sounded even better. It sounded like that sold it. They got people to look at. Oh my god. It's like, you know who L.C. Cook is? No. Sam Cooke's brother? Rumored, I don't know how much of this is true, but L.C. wrote a lot of, co-wrote, helped a lot of stuff with Sam. But you listen to that record right there, which that Put Me Down Easy, that record is one of my favorite fucking songs. Listen a little this out too. Sorry, folks. And you L.C. Put Me Down Easy. But it sounds like Sam reimagined. It's almost like AI Sam. Because I love Sam Cooke, but that sounds exactly like him. There's a bunch of those guys from back in the day that kind of said they never got the thing. It's just some of them, like they had some great ass songs. Who's that Fields guy? I think Gillis told us about it. The kid that plays. Amy, do you remember that song? It's on the Spotify. Let me see if I can find it because it's on my Spotify playlist. ChatGPT rather still listening to that bitch. She's asking, turn that shit off. She wants to know, where are you getting your information from? You ever feel bad about what you say? Did you say that? That's so funny. No, that's funny. Joe Rogan, your perspective is just yours. Strawberry Letter 23 by Shucky Otis. Is it? It's by the Brothers Johnson. Cover song? Yeah, I heard this today. Here's my favorite. Like, that's such a good song. I heard in the background of another song. Did you guys hear that? Is anyone hearing that? No. Baked out of your head. You know, this is the number one most ridiculous song. For some reason or another, guy didn't become famous. This is a song called I'm Alive. And Brian Simpson brought it to the green room with other shit. He's like, this is going to be one of your new favorite songs. Like, you got to listen to the song. And I played it in the green room. And I was like, oh my God, I'm alive. And I'm looking at information online, couldn't figure out who this cat was. Apparently, he recorded this song. It was a cover of another song recorded by another artist. So good that you listen to this. Like, it's a good song. That's Elvis' song. Yeah, Elvis' song. Yeah, if you want to sue him, they'll record a deeper version. What is it? Deep Purple. That's it. Deep Purple was famous. God damn. Woo! That's a damn good song. I would bet everything I had in 1969. Like, Johnny, you're going to be huge. You're going to be huge. I can see it right now. Madison Square Garden. Johnny Thunders. There's so my God. I always said that feels like a Tarantino movie. You know, like that. Because that good. Just write them songs, you fucking asshole. Get Johnny a nice apartment. Johnny, we got.
Listen.
Wow. He died last year. Wow. That might have been when Brian Simpson wrote that song. No, we were talking about it more than a year. That's right. So we started talking into commercials. Like they started using it for like cheap commercials or some shit. I don't know. It was cheap. Well, yeah. Choose that year, but there's people like that that just sort of slip through the cracks of history, and for whatever reason, we don't never hear about it. But that guy. That's like platinum selling album good. Like and you just fucking start doing arenas. Let's go. Let's go. There's certain guys like that. You're like, he got in the way, or he was making more money working on other people's shifts. Excited about them out there in the world, and they get most. But like Stanhope said this famous fun. time. Santino sat right behind me while the fights are going on. You know, he comes out and has to, he starts it up. Yeah. No, he's the best. That club's got a great vibe, man. On the outside, you look at it, you go, that's a completely normal way to react. It's completely normal. Yeah. But we're not saying fuck you. Just relax. Come give me a hug. Come give me a hug. We're all okay. We should not be worried about this stupid shit. And this is one of the things that I always happens when there's a tragedy like this. People just start have a little grace. Just give people a little grace. Just because regardless of who shot that guy was shot, and then the reaction was horrible, and then everyone's horrible, right? We're a community. We're supposed to be a community. You know, it's not supposed to be right versus left. That's stupid. We don't want to do World War, Civil War. That's crazy. Just called it. You did. Called it. You know, teacher, I thought it was going to do was get into different media now, like Conan with the pod. It's like you can't. It's the Streisand effect. You can't do that. You can't in ratings, right? So as the ratings go down, then people get more and more sensitive about subject matter, more and more sensitive about advertising, or whatever narrative they can say. Right? And there's advertisers that get upset because they said we have spent the last days having thought the show on Tuesday. Good. So in my mind, he wins, right? He wins. But everybody, like we don't want more killings. We want to figure out what's the right thing for everybody. And classifying someone like say the worst shit about Charlie Kirk post his death. And like I said, I wasn't too aware of, like, why did you say that? Like, that you're just even if you it's possible. So to celebrate the murder of a person that had debated, but not always even totally accurate. There's been some critiques of some of the debates that he had with college kids that are online where he's like, no, he's not correct with what he said. Like, one of the things is about George Floyd. And he kept saying that like a debate in a public place where people are cheering and screaming, and your argument, you're not even good at doing it, and you're doing it to a guy who's a professional at doing this. And it's like, it's a stupid way to have conversations, but better than no way at all. right? And with those colleges, you don't get any of those kind of conversations with your professors. That's what I was really. So I think a lot of people say we targeted young people. Well, there's two ways to look at that. One, is with these people, I think, was to have actual discourse and to start discourse on campus. He was a father and he's got two very young children. He's got his wife who loves him, and to cheer that he got shot in the head. Adults that are cheering, and then older adults too, who are cheering. And this lady was beside him on a Zoom call, and this is like right after Charlie. Well, I had an unexpected. She goes, "You girls," and they were like, "Today, amazing," and they weren't really saying why today was amazing. It was very clear that they were selling. That's not the way to do it. You may not like what the guy says, for God's sake. I didn't like it. The guy said, all day long, like reading the comments and the normal way to think. Go outside. Yeah, you need more than that. You need tide of electronics is leading us in that direction, separated from the norm of human interaction. Like the warmth of it doesn't happen that way. It doesn't even happen sometimes with people you know. Like I was in the woods in Utah out there elk hunting, and there's no service up there. There's like a little bit of service in like one peak you get at. You can make a few phone calls and check text messages. And so I was getting some text messages that were showing me that Kimmel got fired. They're like, "Oh, look at this. Jesus Christ, this is crazy." And my thought was, what did he say? Oh my God, what did he say? He said something about Charlie Kirk after he got killed. That's great. And I saw what he said. I'm like, that's not that. No, that's not accurate. But it's like, freak out about this one. And then I thought, okay, was I looking at it wrong? Okay, it is kind of misleading because he's kind of saying they're trying to label this person as anyone other than themselves, which is like a little weird. Political finger pointing. Yeah. So that's inaccurate. I didn't get upset. I didn't understand. And then I was in sport a bit. I was like, I'll show you a picture where I am right now. Yeah, hunting elephant. Yeah, like literally. This is a picture where I was. Yeah, I was up in the mountains. But again, like you don't get to tell people what they should and shouldn't comment on while you're silent about Gaza. Okay? If I go through your social media and there's no organized outrage about what's happening right now in Gaza, and you're at that there's a comedian that got for a few days his show got stopped because he said mean things about the president. Like that might be more important than this, and you might need medication. You might be a fucking crazy shut-in. You might be a person that's addicted to your phone. Get the fuck outside. It don't require, if you have a big platform and you're not commenting, all I can see is how much you love the taste of boot leather. Like, settle down. Or I'm with my family. Having a meal. This is one of the reasons why I've been off social like last 7-8 months mostly. Like I'll but I don't read anything about it at all. I know guys that have lost their minds. They're in your life. This is nuts. Everybody raised a lot of these people that were like boycott by silence Jimmy at the government or merger, and he doesn't like Jimmy Kimmel, so they try. Like, yeah, that should be exposed. That's fucked up. I'm gonna need to see some emails. I want to see them emails. I want to see some emails. This is one of the reasons why you need that. Is we'll find out. It'll get exposed. Jamie, tell me if this is true. That there is a this is something that someone sent me, that every Samsung phone from 2022 old in it called App Cloud. App Cloud. Yeah, and it's a backdoor, and it allows you. Here, I'll send you this thing, Jim. I do not know if this is true. It sounds ridiculous. It allows someone to potentially get into your phone. But I asked a friend of mine who's a legit expert in this kind of shit. I said, "Oh, we use your phone number." All that stuff is nonsense. I go, really? He goes, yeah. He saw this thing of like backdoor apps, like, so what? They need your phone. Yeah. That's how the Israelis them do. The pagers, like, that was why genius shit. One of the most genius fucking operations I've ever heard a government pull off. Send people pagers before they blow them up. And how long did they have those pagers before they detonated them, Jimmy? I want to say it was over a year. It was like a government-sponsored program they gave it to these people. Is that what it was? Well, the thing is, they were using pagers because the phones that the Israelis had electronics that could read everything. They order a bunch of pagers. They get a hold of it, rig it with detonations, rig it with send it to thing for I think a year or so. 5 months. Oh, no, actually, it was. Where your legs used to be wild. and they planned it out months and months in advance. That they had this thing. They made a phone from. They're real good at it. They're real good at it. Yeah, they're real good at it. It's so comfortable. It's crazy. You know, if I was Jewish, I'd be like, yeah, we're the best. Bro, we rule. Have you seen this shit? Have you seen what we do? Yeah, they're getting everybody to come over here. Did you see that bench right now? Like 2 minutes. You start saying, yeah, and then feeding the false narrative. Becomes a real narrative. He goes, see? Well, it could be that he got like he did it. Really need to tell people that we didn't do it. He goes out a bunch of people in Israel trying to get rid of him too. Oh yeah. Like the day thousands of people in the streets protesting him. Right, they don't like him. He's the shit. They love it. They're like tired. They're tired of littles. They're tired of people with blue hair screaming their face. They're tired. And there's people that don't give a fuck, but they're like, that's fine. I don't care. They screeching and telling people what to have to say. Like, you know, you do what I tell you to. You take that post down. Like, you do it. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Take that post down. You take that post down. They want control over you. Expressing your device. As an app recommendation and installation tool that suggests and promotes third how to take it off, how to disable it. So it's easily uninstalled and notifications are non-dismissible. Oh, that's gross. It's not essential for core, so it's not a Samsung issue. It's someone else puts it on a Samsung phone. There's no verified evidence supporting claims of data being sent to external entities like intelligence firms. These appear to stem from misinformation on social media or sorry. Israeli software company, now part of Unit form for the app economy was on the side. What did you just say? What did you say? What did you just say, man? What are you talking about? Is ready? Like, what is it? And so you check out some X article that I sent you, but as you're clicking on it, it puts an exploit into your phone. So now dick pics, all your photos, all your dirty little text messages, all my dick pics are from Jamie. But now with Pegasus 2, all you need is your phone number. Fuck. Just your phone number. Fuck. Yeah. It's so dark. It's nuts. How can they protect it? You can't protect it. Yeah. It's really hard. And then you think, well, I'll just use encrypted apps like, well, WhatsApp does that, right? WhatsApp, yeah. And then there's also Signal and Telegram and a few other ones. But they can get those too if they want to. They did it with Carlson. Tucker Carlson is the one who's going to Russia to talk to, see, those are 40 and found out, and they contacted him. They said, we read your signal. He's like, what? I didn't even know you could do that. What did he say? Setting up a meeting with Putin. And so the State Department, or whoever it was in the Biden administration, made the call to spend an extraordinary amount of money to unencrypt his signal. Yeah, read his messages. Because, you're not supposed to be talking to people who don't like. Grossly. The amount of work that it's going to take to stop this. He was running, he was saying that one day, no, there's no deal. There's no deal. And the thing is the deal, and like things can get real squirrely because of that. Because you can't, that's a former KGB guy who is running Russia since I can remember. You can't out for that guy. No, he's the sort of deal can be made. But if you think you're going to be able to say, I'll have a deal tomorrow, he's like, yeah. The bear would know people think he might be one of the richest men alive. Well, they don't disclose. So who knows? He has no idea. No one has. And just listen. You're poor. Yeah, you mean Trump's only got like a couple billion? Like, shut up. A couple billion of them? I have both your sites. Oligarchs. And I was always like, where do those yachts go? He's got no. They stole it from the Russian. The international. every couple of years, you gotta pull it out of the fucking water and they gotta clean it. You know how much money that costs? Yeah. You have to be so rich just to make. How many Russian oligarch yachts were captured? How many? I wanted to say something. The number of like a lot of people have multiple yachts. I bet they got a yacht for a yacht. You got a yacht for the house. Yeah. A yacht for your other family. They have. Just for cocaine. Yeah. This is all black. Get it? It's all black. It's not white. This is the table. Let's go give it a run. You lose the owner of this guy's yacht that wants it back. No. He's gonna. Just let you have it. So, it was worth $300 million when it was seized in 2020. 16.4 billion, according to Forbes, and ties to President Vladimir Putin of Russia. Isn't that funny? All you have to do is have ties. Well, that's what's weird. It's like ties to him. Like, what is the extent of those ties? Or how do they know each other? Edward Kudain. You got it, Top. Kudainatov. Kudainatov. One-time pig breeder, Jesus Christ, who has not been sanctioned by the United States. Mr. Kudaiнаtov's claim on the Amadea began a legal battle that has delayed the yacht's sale and could pose problems for its eventual owner. Well, if they just stole it from the pig farmer, then what the fuck? U.S. Yeah, what are we doing? I'm the first guy to get it. This is obviously bought in some way. This barn, they asked me to. When you're that rich, bro, it's a flag. Let me take that down. Hold the bar, I have to take it. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Shoot him in the head if you don't like the way you're thinking. No, respect me. What? At least 6 or 7 other guys. Diseased. That's how they're all 41 meters. That's slightly bigger. And you wonder why Nancy keeps embezzling money like this. Smart. She's not a guy. She's insider trading. Yeah, it's she's doing it legally though. Yeah. Wow. Whoa! See, when you're around all this, you're like, why does the fraction get all the yellow? Oh, man, these fucking look at the Giants. System. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I like it.
Hello.
Like we're not doing
What
it.
up? How are you?
Hello.
We're not doing it. Sorry.
Sunday
Then I started
only.
watching some documentaries.
All right,
about,
well,
Hungry.
go back to.
It's not cool. The guy takes his help. You judo throw him. 100% is a bounce. Yeah, that's not good. It's a good throw. That's a good thing. If you can teach like a judo or Cuba, teach a guy like that how to fight, rotate your weight, transfer your weight into the split. The Russians have that like a hockey a hockey fight thing. Russians have people fighting in cars. Yeah, do you see the car fight? There's just ice. Oh my god, this is so crazy. So they have MMA gloves on and fight on ice. This is nuts, dude. This spot. Back, but I'll pop them. And you won't do anything about it. You can keep it together and just like gently pop. Ice fight, baby. It is weird though. That hockey allows fights. It's a tradition. It's weird, but I do think also because the brutality of the fights wouldn't be as gruesome as that NBA, NFL, you know. Right. So I think they factor in that it's like these fights don't last long. They get a couple shots, it's usually over. Nobody gets hurt, and they usually break it up pretty quickly. Yeah. When the refs can sneak in, they will. Yeah. I love it. I think it's such a cool part of the sport. It's a great part of the sport. Without that, you're gonna hate it. Very Of course they did. What the hell? What's up there? Hell, they're smart. Because when you get KO'd, and you're living in some weird times, my friend. Really do. I think things are going to even out a little bit, get a little bit calmer. I think people have a bright future for themselves. And this is also part of the problem with the narratives that we're being fed on social media. Is that there's like finding some people, there's people that have all this money, like that they have to be really careful because it does happen. Like we're going to come for them. But in Nepal, they took over the whole government. But they overthrew it. They overthrew the government, and they voted in a new leader on Discord. That's how they voted in that new leader. Wow. They took over. The government was trying to impose rules on what they could post online, what they could see online, and the young people had enough. And they're like, fucking enough. And then it was an actual overthrowing of the government, which I think was orchestrated by an intelligence agency. That's the problem. I used to think, what a great story. That's so cool. Then I met Mike Pence, and he's like, no, USA is these things for years. I was like, what? No. Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of the videos. There's like a guy, I think he was just random. Like, motorcycle. You think you can hang on to that without a strap? Zero. Yeah. Gen Z protest. The real story behind the upper dots. Look, they're all filmed. Everyone's got their camera out. Some people have masks on. Jesus Christ. We live in dumbest of times and wildest of times. The mask thing is like every time I see someone with a mask on, I'm like, you gotta stop! But it's like it's a green light for idiots to just also be able to commit crimes because you're allowing people to cover their face, which used to be a red light. Like if you go into a bank with a mask on in the past, it was like, hey, I've got a mask on. Everybody got their guns out. Now it's not. Wife comes out, he points the gun right at the wife. haven't seen the guy unload his car. They saw it allowed. I'm not saying that that's why they do it, but if I wanted to destroy society, combat all this inequality in this world, it's whenever it's not enough. Otherwise, you're racist. Like, oh, okay. Just let people have violent criminals back on the streets. No, like none of these people for how to make the places where these people grow up less violent. Thinking about it, no talk about it. They just think that there's systemic racism, and so that's why people get arrested. Like, trying to fix it. And then the way to gaslight other people's behavior in order to find some sort of a way of not giving the people on the other side a win. One of the craziest conversations I saw people have online, one of those cable talk shows, they were having a conversation about this guy would shoot Charlie Kirk. And they were the angle they were taking was that he was relationship. Very problematic. He was against. He's also. I mean, but it's like you have all these concepts so good out of context. And that's easy to do when a guy's 31 years old. If I had a podcast, way worse. Yeah, I would have said a lot of stupid shit. Oh, dude, I say dumb shit on our show every week. Well, that's the problem with having a comedy show too. That was like a comedy show, like especially when you're talking to comedians, we're so used to talking normal to each other. Just saying what's on our mind, how they feel. When you do that publicly, people talk like that. This is crazy. You guys just said you're trying to keep people calm and complacent because we had dealt with them. And so what they got is to broadcast things on TV. They just broadcast this bullshit version of the stupid commercials jammed in there every 15 minutes. Just keep shoving that down your throat. And we're kind of waking up that that's dumb. And I think that's part of what this but is that we live in a time where you can have no one's going to talk to us after. If they do, I don't listen. We just say what we think, and you put it out there. But imagine if the government had to get involved in and Joe Rogan's vile comments. We're going to remove them from the internet. Like, according to who? So the people go, who the fuck is that guy? Right. Conor million views, but this talk show that has good. No, the numbers were pretty low. Pretty low. All late night TV. All late night. Yeah, it's low because it's a 100%. Just especially now, which is probably one of the reasons why I wanted to bring him back. They're probably like, right now is a good time to keep this guy on our side. 100%. Yeah. Otherwise, he flies free. Because I think he only had until the end of the year. There's so much. Yeah, who knows what it is. I'm gonna need to see some. I'm gonna need to see some text messages from behind the scenes. Yeah. Or not. We put it back on the air. You guys shut the fuck up. Anybody that's like, it's like understand where and all these different things like settle down. It is so funny. Here, he's talented. That's not even. What is that? He's been on the radio and he's been on TV for like 100 years. Yeah, what are you talking quite down? He's my age. He's a dinosaur. And he's been on TV forever. Like, this is crazy. Yeah. And he's not Hitler of sharing information with Israel. And they gunned him down on the street. Horrific. They have these guys blindfolded. They kicked him in the back, face down. They just gunned him down in front of everybody. There's a large crowd of people watching, and they're all filming. Gross. And it's fucking horrific. Man, it's horrific. It's so rough to watch. There's so many things that are just absolutely insane in the world right now. And we're focused on this is the end of the world. There's a giant something headed our way. Many of these wacko conspiracy theories that I follow think is a UFO. There's a comment. I think it's a UFO. And he thinks it's some sort of an intergalactic spaceship that's traveling from somewhere else. Come on down. Near us. And then there's a bigger one behind it. There's a new one that they just discovered. alloy that's 3 times stronger than military grade aluminum. You know, it does look like coming out of that microchip, that picture, there's a little mushroom. So let's go back, go up a little, Jimmy, right here. The sample was treated CI, cleaned and burned at 900 degrees centigrade. Celsius. Graphite conversion measured by accelerator mass spectrometer compared against official oxalic acid standards, plus or minus 30 years uncertainty. So, I sent this to my friend Jess, Michael. YouTube channel. Check it out. It's called American Alchemy. And he is my go-to at anything that's really fucking screwy online. Like, is this real? The resin that they're examining. Carbon petrochemical resin, you might get an artificially old date. Okay, so they're trying to figure this out. When the Georgia team tested with modern petrochemical red, I'll send this to Jay. carbonated, sealed ampoules, the presence of CU reaction products, and catalytically converted to graphite using a method of get to the point. Sample years. I don't know what they said. You. BP, if that's what they're saying by BP, that's 12,000 BC, not this. It's quite a bit before that. It's like 2,000, because the Younger Dryas is somewhere around. What is that? And who's making something that's 3 times harder than modern aluminum? I like it a lot. Yeah, I know. It creeps me the fuck out. But it's coming. I'm telling you. Real simple. Everyone's gonna know you can do it with your mind. Everyone's gonna know how to move. Very good, very good. Some sort of sound vibrating when it's in the air. Who knows? And there was a few savages left. It took them about 5,000 years before they reappeared. Dots for the rest of Mexico's. Okay. And 100 years ago, and you stick it in old dirt, like 1 years old. Step right up. That's great to see it. Yeah. Why that looks like it's bleeding out, right? Look at that, looks shitty. That does way better. Seems like I want to see this angle of the thing in the left. The tip of the half moon on the top one, yeah. It's like when you're a kid, you get a coloring book, you go outside. Fucked up. Yeah, that's weird, dude. Weird. So look at that. Why does it have that fake Mona Lisa in that? Fake Mona Lisa. Also, do you know that one? You know, I drank three fucking cups of coffee and then this like an idiot. Oh, that's not good. Well, now, white noise on Hulu, it's hilarious. No, fuck. When we went to New York and Murrow was like, "Do you see this fucking shit?" Sebastian, nice. That's great. The being specials, the more competition, you know, it's better for all of us. Better for comics, yeah, for sure. And maybe he's coming soon, the Jimmy Kimmel Show. I made sure to get it. I'm going to remember you for the rest of my life, man. I met him at the bank. Is he a bank teller? No. Is he a security guard? Nope. What's his job? I don't know. Whatever they call, you walk in, you're like, "Do you work here?" He's like, "I think so." I go, "How you doing?" And he went, "I hear telling me that? He goes, you said, how you doing when you got here? I had to think about it. That's what I'm thinking. And also, not how that question works, but I think you can see it in face. Because out of nowhere, that's crazy. I gotta get in here, and we're gonna see some monuments. I go, I would love to hear about it, but I have to make a deposit. He goes, well, I'll be here when you walk out. I go, you motherfucker. Fuck that guy. Audacity to tell people how you're doing when they say how you doing. That shit is rude and selfish, alright? I'm serious. There are two acceptable answers to how you're doing. Fine and great. And if you're miserable, you say fine. You don't burden people with your real world problems. They're in a courteous exchange.
Somebody wants.
You gotta be 18 to there.
I don't respect. And nobody does that.
Somebody wants to.
Kid, you, your friend are gonna.
You want to take?
Yeah.
And they go, will you be eating in the car?
Experience.
Say my name, so I'll get one all day. So I've been here in the 5 years I've been. Oh, so it's been 5 years. It's been 5 years. That's pretty crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. I like it though. Thank you. That was so. Cement, and they glue the real bricks in place. Oh, okay. That's not really. Yeah, I have like a plastic brick wall. That's you going. Did you just leave the wall? Right. No. 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 But the to show that. To show it perspective. It's weird how that became. I want to start. Maybe it's not with Evening at the Improv. What was Evening at the Improv's backdrop? Was that a brick wall? It might have been that simple. Yeah. So back in the 1980s. Look at that. That's it. That's Ellen. Look at that picture of Ellen. That's crazy. That's great. Jesus Rock. Adam Sandler. Wow. When I started they had a brick wall too. To get on stage at the comedy strip, you got to come out. No idea. Yeah. With no idea even money. And then trying to get work. Trying to get work on the road. I just knew once I had the inclination to do it, the moment I had the inclination to do it, I said, oh, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. Like that. Once that moment hit. So then I just started just doing it. And just island. And then I remember seeing Eddie in the Improv and seeing Chappelle on. And I noticed that all the comics on Long Island that host the shows that I was doing the mics on and headline all weekend, all weekend in Long Island, none of those comics were on TV. So I had like, all the comics that were on TV were in Manhattan. I felt the exact same way. Funny, but none of them watched TV. Yeah. The thing is, like, I knew that the people that on TV, then they could go anywhere. Once you're on TV, then you could go to camp. Fucker. Like, we had some type of group because we see like some successful comics. But to go from like, so I can't get it. I'm 17 from Jamaica. So when I started watching TV, I did a requirement. I was always watching that. Now I finally can figure out how old you are. Just you lie. I don't lie. I don't know. It's two different things. Right past the question. I thought it was only on for 2 seasons. I got you. That's hilarious. Was Eddie Murphy on for 2 seasons or 1 season? I think he was on for guessing. Doesn't say. Was it really? No. You got a little room there. I got a room Come on, man. So that's 3 years. So you did the 84, like, the 81, 84? Oh, what's the name? Like, you're next. And then Cam was to the side. So then I knew he was next. It was like the unknown show. So then I bring him up and watch him. And then I had a tag for better than me. And you're going to get picked up. And then I could just tell. And I was angry. And I loved him at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Somebody just got it. And they got this guy. They got it. Yeah. You got to celebrate it. You got to celebrate it because we got into this as fans. You got into this as fans. And someone's out there who's funny. It'll inspire you to work. And you can be funnier than you are, but you can only be funny. Yeah, but this he's always working. He's always. You have to sit down and work on shit. You have to. I mean, the guys who excel at it, like Ari Matty, Hans Kim, him. I think he's the longest running guy ever. Maniac, he can get a minute out of anything. Right. You know, he can get a minute out of coffee. Right. Going against coffee. Like a big part of what his comedy is just his when he's on stage, kind of anything is funny. Yeah. And he, like you know, what makes me mad, like when what Will is, because it's obvious to see what Cat Williams is. Mm-hmm. Like, and it's a part of him, and it's his voice, and it's like I call it a comedy cheat because I don't have it. Right. But like they're gonna talk, it's gonna be funny. Then if they add some writing to it, then you don't stand a chance. Joey Diaz is on it. Yeah, there you go. Joey Diaz, the whole that motherfucker is funny. The moment he grabs the come on, God gave him that. Just look at everything about him. Everything about him. He's swarmy, calm. Yeah. And he's stage like, oh, it's over. Yeah, it's all right. It's like you talking about the area code for the valley. I was it Reseda? Yeah, of all places. It was so infectious. Yeah. Like his comedy was infuriating. Where I just treated like an open mic. At the spots, don't worry about it. Thank you, sir. Yeah, well, we were starting us like when I met you, we were just past the open mic, kind of like in the same thing. And that's such a weird stage because you kind of, no one knows what's going to happen. No one, like, there's a lot to it that when you sit to comedy with back then that I fucking vanished. Yeah, vanished. Went out, got regular jobs, and gave up. That's scary. Because I should say his name because I feel bad. So he like big movies. You know, he was never like a big star. These movies, TV shows. He was that generation. Like that's gonna have generations before us. And he's a regular. But I didn't say his last name. I don't even know. Please read it. So that's the story. And he found out, like the host was on, or the comment had been before, and then he walked out. Oh no. He walked out and said, I'm headline. So then the guy that runs, so I think it was Ryan in town, I was like, just go up and we'll be the headline. And I was like, all right, I'll feature. But with like that bitterness that, and I feel, yeah, I like that's yeah, I'm good. All right, I had a good time. Yeah, regular jobs, maybe they're better off than the guy. He might not have the juice left to like reignite what he like. I'm kind of want to get to that where you can just like go on stage to that. Yeah, where that comes from? Where massive stage time. Yeah, massive amount of stage time. The guys who have the best timing, or the best like David Tell, perfect example. That dude's got so much stage 6 sets a night. I forget who the record had. Who had the record of the most sets in a night? 12 sets a night. I don't even know how you manage. I'm like, I'm gonna get fired. They're not gonna book me again. I don't do this. This is too stressful. Like guys like Louis, that can just sort of show up and just do a set, and they just put him on anytime he shows up. Which bumps me, which beats me. Like, exactly. That's always why there's always there's always a guy or two around hoping somebody fucked up. Yeah, that happens to a lot of. I've had spots that way before. Yeah. But guys didn't show up. There's always that kind of situation. That's how I got into Stella the first time. Oh, really? Yeah, that's funny. Forgot his name. Something Schaefer. He used to wear blazers. And he used to bark for the bar. You might have been LA by then. Yeah. Okay. And so he used to get people into the bar. You started getting spots. You started getting a lot of gigs. Long Island, Jersey, Connecticut. I didn't want to go anywhere. I just wanted to do stuff, this trip once in a while, because then you could just hang out in one place after. It was a terrible weekend. I had to just just storm right back to the city and hang. The hang was everything. You remember Harris Peak? Yeah. So I did the New Year's Eve at the Improv, and I drove from the Improv on Melrose afterwards. And he goes, "That's the way to do it. You get your check somewhere else." Back. Not like that there. Like we were all hanging at the time. Right. So it's like the idea was like you gotta bring at least a little bit of that out on the road with you. Yeah. Going on the road by yourself sucks. Yeah. Starting to make it sucks. You might be doing combat comedy. Some dude might step on all of your premises. It's your middle act on purpose. Dudes did that too. Not just trying to come up in a dark way. Right. Guys would steal your bits and do it before you. Black that sold they do your bits on Friday. You gotta deal with that. Yeah, that's fucked up. Because they were in like some nowhere town and they real comedy community, and they just saw some guy coming in from Boston. Or now type of material he was doing. But we confronted him about that shit. Like, hey man, that shit is hacky. And he was just doing it for a minute. We tell each other shit. I remember I had too many black and white jokes. And we did it. People look like this, white people look like this. Because they were like, yeah, I love them. Black and white jokes. I was like, no, I don't. And then it's like, I never wanted to have black people this, white people that joke. You know, the real problem is if you do short sets, you got to piece it together into a long set. Yeah. I brought this one dude on the road with me once. And he had so many jokes. He was used to doing 5-minute sets, but we had to do 20. One thing I love about being Mexican, and then there's another one thing I love. That's how weird comedy is. It's like there's levels to it. Like first you gotta get your first 5 minutes. Right. You get your first 5 minutes, you feel like I can kill. I can go from beginning to end, you know. But then now you gotta get 10. You're watering down your solid 5. You know what I mean? You're watering, you're not getting that exhilaration that you work so for. Yeah. But my opener, the first joke, and people had been killed in a stadium full of people. Oh no! Which is my second strongest joke. That didn't work. I was like, I got 15 minutes. Close the third joke. And it was bad. But thank God they moved. The struggle. So they moved. Like, and I'm when I was 17, so I didn't have enough like American shit. Right. So like, I like the Jamaican shit about me running. Well, some shows like that are reportedly sucking fat dick. Yeah, and then I realized like, oh, you're only going to get in town. Now you got to like figure out like universe Well, that's why the real cheese travel good. Yeah, but it's not perfect. If you didn't get a logo, I got a logo. But no comedy now, though. I think because of YouTube, I think it kind of like all you need toward the whole world. Like James McCann, you know that dude from Australia? Australia convinced America. And then brought him to because you could have like have a put online, right? To catch people up with you, to create views, right? They probably forgot how it works too. But yeah, they work like that. But how do you retire without at least having like I know one thing record of it? Well, they have a weird system. It's like the festivals are kind of like the only thing. There's a few clubs. A bunch of different festivals that people go to. Fringe Festival, those guys create a new hour every year. Drama, we're talking about whatever, right? Right, whatever. Whatever stage you and I do it, or the way, you know, it's traditionally done. They're doing like a one-man showy, or one showy, so absolutely. There's cats of talking mind. Because like, it's just a different thing. You're doing a different thing. Like, and to also want to get you thinking that I'm saying things that I don't believe about. Like this is not. This the whole thing is supposed to be. It can be anything. It's like an educational experience or taking people on a journey through your life and how you come to this, to who you are right now. Okay. Yeah. You celebrate because you're not binary, whatever the fuck it is. Right. Like, or you just stupid shit that you probably shouldn't say. Because it's fun. I need to do more of that. to the last when you're on step on that plane a little bit. You have to see what it feels like. You do when we're hanging out. You talk bad shit when we're hanging out. I get it, but sticking that phone in, it's good for us because we get a chance to fuck around and stuff that like. There's a bunch of times you say something the first time you're like, well, that did not sound good. Right. I gotta figure out a softer way to say it. Yeah. I can feel people tighten down. I didn't mean it that way. It just it comes out bad. Right. Patrice had a great line about that. He's like, you gotta realize that a bad joke that offends everyone and a great joke both come from the same place. Right. I'm just trying to make it's not a TV. The longest time. Like he knew it was something in there, but it was just how long. He said it like a year. Oh, like a year. To a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, and it's another chance to cash in. Delivers the unmatched intensity of the NFL right to your fingertips. From the first touchdown score to any time, or the thrill of live in-game betting. Every snap is loaded with opportunity. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets instantly, plus NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season is heating up. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5. Over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877. Text open line 467. Excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday ticket terms at youtube.com/go/network. I don't mind doing that. Like, I do have bits. I have bits that offend people that shouldn't even offend people about offending me. You know what? Leave the trail back to me. Protagonist or killable antagonist. Yeah. You know, I do want to antagonize. I do want to say some shit. Wait, so you know, maybe I have to take more this guy got to figure this out. Like, you know how we talk about these actually, like, we talk about Joey, we talk about Cat, and all these. I feel like it's a gear that, right, yeah, that I'm used to. And I don't want to be like that, but I feel like there's in my version of me. Right, right, right. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying. Who's doing things I found love. But in that almost killing themselves when you recover for that week long. And so I think I was doing that, but like, which is like a flight camp. And then it was like my voice started going crazy. 6 hours of comedy is a lot, but there's some a freedom that like exploring thoughts. There's a lack of tension, which holds us back, and most things that people do that are different. You don't feel loose and relaxed, and you know you can feel loose and relaxed when you're frustrated. Right? Is that where is that loose thing? I know it's in there. I find it. You know, and it's nothing. Like, it was a real out of body experience. Like, I was watching the party, but I was on stage. And then when I was done, and the applause and the laughter, I threw it off. And then I realized it didn't work. And you don't get in the way. That other dude, he gets in the way. It's like if you're driving with someone, their backseat driver, like, there's a guy coming on the right. Shit. I'm like, I'm my blinker on. You know, there's people like that, and they make that person who makes you tense when you're driving, that fucking backseat driver, that is in your head. That fucks with you all the time. Like, you might think it doesn't, but it doesn't, because I don't even hear it or see it. I just know he's there. And something must be. Yeah, but if you get a backseat driver, if you can control that, then you're and you get to that zen place and you know you can't get there. Yeah, because that night without trying. Like, I walked on stage like that night, just like any other the night. So what difference with that night? That I had this. You recorded right back then? Nah. No. I got lucky that I met Boston, who's a big headliner in Boston Fair. You know, he even bring like a fucking shit. And he goes, you never know. He goes, say that is like the best thing you've ever said, and you'll forget it. Right. And it might be like the best part of a bit, but like a new, completely new tagline, a moment, and it kills, and it becomes like the main. You have to record those. If you don't record those, you never get those. I record all my sets now, and then I do have those moments when you're like, I didn't even remember saying that. This is the best thing I've said in months. Yeah, nobody wants to do that extra work. Sitting down and listening to yourself after you've already done stand up, like, ew, right? Yeah, I know. It's gross. It was tough for me to get myself to listen to myself. It's hard, but you know, this is like I think one of the things that we're dealing with, and this is what we try to address. That there's never been like a curriculum. Out in America today. The number one place is kill tone. Yeah. In 1 minute, you could change the course of your whole life. Yeah. Yeah, that gave me chills because I've seen that. I've seen that there on that show. Change. You're at that stage where you've been doing comedy 5-6 years. You don't know if you live in Seattle. Scene's not that good. And you say, fuck it, I'm gonna go to Austin. You scratch up some fucking money you made as a waiter, or you drive all the way to Texas, you put in for 1 minute, you don't get up. You stay there, I'm gonna stay on Monday, you come back next Monday, you run out of money. You start thinking I'm about to get a job, and then you get that 1 minute. Oh, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It's actually happening. And then next thing you know, you're a professional comedian. You can top it up one night or that one day. They should. Yeah, that's all they can do. And see if they can get up. If they don't get up, if you do get up, if you just do mediocre, that's not good either. That's not good either. That's a soul crusher. And you follow yeah. That's a soul crusher. show, kill Tony. You're on the bill. Dice tell her shut the fuck up. Oh, like, why would you do that? Fuck fights. Yeah, oh, I watch a lot. Yeah. Like, I forgot the one that I watched, but it's pretty popular. And yeah. Watch UFC because it's all about it. That I won't watch Division 2 soccer. I'll watch Premier League. Yes, I do. That's a good song. Like, do you watch the other professional leagues sometimes? You do? Yeah. But like soccer stuff. So like a lot of dudes that you just hear about, like this guy trained this guy, he tells me that, and he's fighting for LFA. This is like his debut fight. And I'm watching. Shit, here we go. Because there's guys out there that you never. Dagestan, these guys from all those fucking people from there. I want to ask you about this one guy. Now, I stumbled on, they say he's the best fighter in history. He looked kind of like a little slope, like bangs on the sides. Right? On the side. You're talking about Brett Shamrock. No, but this was, and it made me like when he's like, in ancient language. How do I not know who this guy is? You don't know? I know. Tell me who he fought. You pulled up with your shit. Just give me one fucking name. I tell you exactly. I can't give you one organization. Well, there's no way. Look there. Who's saying he's the best fighter? Video? Yeah, it's a YouTube video. They put the saw this compilation stuff before, and this is before you. Example, I have my eyes on Disney for years, right? Because in the okay. You don't remember his name? Is Mike? You think his name? Video you were watching? A YouTube video. Like, is it? Probably up to 15,000. Yeah. You know. Jamie can't even find. He's like, you put that in the chat. He was a cop. And he's married to like the type of stream of conscious type of comedy. He would do the the thunder kick on the regular. Okay. Thunder. Go to the UFC for a little bit towards it. He fought everything. words are kind of off. Jimmy brain. Jimmy usually is pretty psychic about this kind of shit. I figure out who the fuck it is. But your amount of information is like, I would think if you're as a suspect. Aside, I go, I think we got our guy. He's trying to throw us on the kids. I think he works for the other team. I should have bookmarked this guy. You should have bookmarked this guy because I was like, I need to know this guy. Really like this narrator is saying before you go to the gym. Are you sure that this was one real thing? Did you get some AI? He was flat top. How about that? Skin black. Most of the person's body, and the most effective way to do that is to separate them from their consciousness. You know, here, on the outside of the octagon, and they got together instructions, and they were in the locker room together. But right before the president is a ring, it's almost like a goodbye. I might not exit this ring, this yes, or exit at all. Like that's how dangerous it is. Like when you're like goodbye, well, it's the last thing you can do to support that person that you love. It's about that. Right. It's real hard when you. It's real hard. Especially the one with Steve McHale against the case. Just know him as human beings. You know, and that's devastating. It's like a loss. It's like you lost a family. Lost. So you see the fights, but 5XL fists. Bro, he's so big. Like in the Avengers, like he was, all the other people there, and then there's Shane Carwin. He's a freak. And he used to spar all the time, and he would get knocked out all the time. That's right. He would get concussions all the time. He got a concussion like days before he fought Ben Rothwell. He fought Nogueira. He was getting concussions all the time, like in the gym. That's crazy. So I knew about all that shit too, and I was seeing the effects, and I was like, you gotta get out now. and they took away his 3 years. And then he fought this dude, Jerry Clark, and it looked like he had been on the couch, right? Really tough brother, were like notorious CTE and dementia before he died, and so did his brother. And his brother only had a few professional fights. Like big time heavyweight power punching, dangerous punching. You couldn't let him hit you. Scoot along so you can see, like, because he cooks. Yes. Yes, quite a bit before he beat listed. Because he beat listed with the title. This is after that. After that. Yeah, look at that. Moving backwards with the 1-2. And it's so pretty. There's no wind up there. It's just, if people don't think boxing is beautiful, you gotta watch Ali, Cleveland, Big Cat Williams. And you should watch a little bit of Big Cat Williams before that. You see the slugfest. Like, yeah, the car, some women mixing it up and put a fight so you can go out afterwards. Like, he never wore the suit that he bought to go with that hairstyle for the after party. Of how many punches he's taken in his life, in his career, because you have to let this keep going. How he's feeling. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. See, this is the Ali that we're going to hit with this. God, Cleveland, Cat Williams, get back up all these times. Look how good Ali looks, man. He looks like a middleweight. It's like a middle fighting heavyweight. Hey, you know what? Cheating to keep it from happening. This guy Fraser, this guy in England. God, what was his name? Cooper had a killer left hook, right? Killer left hook, and he caught. Like I'm gonna tell. So it was like at the bell, they get him in the corner. To change gloves, but this guy Henry Cooper was tough as nails, man. And look at that left hook, man. It's nasty. Look at this right here. Bro, Ollie was fucked. He was fucked. So this is at the bell, right? So they get him in the corner. They gave him smelling salts. They cut his gloves off and changed his gloves. Give him some breathing room. Where they cut his gloves? I'm pretty sure that happened. I think that was an Angelo Dundee trick. Angelo Dundee, man. What a guy. What a quarterback. Might be the greatest quarterback. Yeah. What a kid. Didn't say that? Nah. Sugar runs out and stops him in the next round. Yeah. And that was a Hearns. That was Sugar Hearns. I remember all those fights. I remember the Hearns. That second round was like the first round was the war. Yep. This round right out of that there. Okay. No evidence Muhammad Ali had his gloves to recover. Rather, it's urban legend from his fight with Henry Cooper in 1963. Ali's trainer Angelo Dundee did believe Ali's torn gloves to referee's but the controversy only extended the round break by is that he had intentionally cut the glove respectfully. He probably did. All of a sudden was torn right after down. How many other times? How do you take it, Global? If he was in Henry Cooper's corner, he fought sometimes. Smart move. And 1 second, I used to watch all these fights for so long, I can't remember the full. Yeah, I forgot his name. Bob Foster last night. Watch this whole piece. Heavyweight champion when Ali was the heavyweight champion. And I believe he tried. I know he fought Ali at least once. He tried to go up to heavyweight. He just didn't highlight. I got a whole rabbit hole the other night because I watched this one Foster on how deceptive his punching power was. And I'm like, oh my God, I forgot. And I went down, bro. He had tremendous power, man. Like the whip in his punches. It's like very similar in a lot of ways. He's a lot bigger. He's 100. Yeah. You know, the arm that you know. Ali was a solid. Wait. God, I just showed you how many guys Corey fought. Fuck. Yeah. These guys didn't stop doing it. No. Well, Corey didn't die because of his luncher. It doesn't look like Corey. Is that what it says? Oh! He just went Foster versus Dick Tiger. This is a good one. Because he said about Dick Tiger, it's taking 1 or 2 rounds to hit him, though, and knock him out. Boom! He had this power. Like everybody who, like, is a young boxer, caliber of fighters. Legacy Benson, when he became the champ, the second time around he definitely did. When he got to like Joe Frazier and Foreman and Cat Williams, and he retired. I don't think they beat that version of Ali, and we don't get the Jerry Corey version if this Ali's not sitting on the couch for 3 years. But they don't rely on his chin, right? A tremendous chin. But it's just sees guys in their prime. Because I think, what year was Ali when they took his license away? How old was he? I want to say he was 27 back in 30. He was just near quick for a lot of fighters. Yeah, it gets near there. Yeah, it gets near quitting time. 3 years is, the thing is, like, he wasn't a guy that was like Bernard Hopkins who just stayed in the gym and kept running every day. He wasn't that guy, and he was always involved in a lot of political things because he was a very outspoken anti-war activist, and they took away his livelihood because of it. Very activists had the most. Which he was 25 when he retired. When they took it to the license. Vietnam, which is just crazy. So 5 centuries. So he comes out and he gets so it's almost 4 years. Okay. Prepare for Jerry Corey, but I would imagine it's not more than a few months. So you can imagine I remember one time he said, "I'm so fast, I'll turn off the light and get to bed before it gets dark." A Muhammad Ali talking compilation. That's how fucking entertaining this motherfucker was. Yeah, he represented a generation. He represented young people that were like, yeah, this is fucked. What are we doing? Yeah. You know, and people, a lot of people were mad at him, called him a traitor, but in the end, they all kind of realized, like, oh, he was right. He was right. History. Maybe he realized they're on the wrong side. Guys, we did our thing. We support our country, and that's why we're the greatest country in the world right now. You're not going to do your part, man. Fuck you. Yeah. And then during the Vietnam War, it was like, oh, wait a minute. This might be a drug running operation. we might be like fighting someone wants to control drugs. Is that what Vietnam War? Prices that they put in the OxyContin here. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's like it's all just heroin. It was at one point in time gaslighting addicts. We have to protect kind and protect them from these other people who are just terrorists who live here. We invaded this place to keep these people from stopping. We're the good guys. Like what? And especially the word Rambo 3, and then you watch the credits. Thank you to the brave fighters of Al Qaeda. Is that really? In the credits, you know, like we both have packages to like help us fight or give money and weapons to circumvented to Al Qaeda, so that we fought them back through Al Qaeda, and that's what's going on in Ukraine right now too. So what's the deal with the Ukraine? Because I kind of know what's going on, but I'm confused. Well, we funded, you know, and it's kind of the same thing. It's in similar ways. But this is what this enormous bounty of rare earth. They also have natural gas market for that, and he in that country, right? And the war is partly over that, right? Partly over the weapons, right? Next to Russia, exactly right. It's not the arms go to Russia; they just kept on. And you know, that if they wouldn't do that, they would probably take over everything, go through Poland, like you need now. So I see both arguments. Yeah, I do. And obviously, the person who invaded a 10 years later, somebody writes a book. Right. It was that. Right. Like you guys just wanted. You guys just wanted to control oil. You guys just wanted to make sure they stayed on the U.S. dollar. You guys just wanted to do this. You were pretending that there was this noble cause. Yeah, they made up an attack. Right. And then everybody's like, oh my God, they attacked us. They fucked around, and now they're going to find out. And how many hundreds of thousands of people died, and how many hundreds of thousands more lives were ruined. How many guys came back just with the horrific memories that they could never shake out of their head. And they wake up in the middle of the line screaming. Yeah, you see people die. You see their friends die. They maybe have to kill people. Yeah. Trauma. And then Ali said, fuck you. Yeah. And in the newspapers, in real life, there was always some kind of cat. But if somebody talks shit about that guy, people talking that shit too, they're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right. That's Larry Bird, son of a bitch. Yeah, how dare you? How dare you? Yeah. Because now, being in high school, let it go. They're like, encouraging it. Right. They want it. They want more of it. Yeah. Fucking weird, man. It's social media. It's given voices to people that may be rich. Not that it's bad. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's good. And I think that even the people that love attention, disrupted this is your friend and like a lot of white people die or the FBI all the time or pharmaceutical drug homicide or yeah, they will shipment of in your neighborhood. Yeah, and fuck it up and ruin most time. Right? For the United States, they were funding the Contras versus the Sandinistas, Nicaragua. I don't know which side we were funding, but we were funding one of them. Played war games, and they lied. And then, they're like, just tell them this. There's a comedian, joke about Ronald Reagan. refrigerator. But that's her, literally was falling apart that time though. That was your defense. Because he got Alzheimer's like 20 years later. Could be wrong. I don't remember years no more. And if you're Reagan, do you want to remember everything that you did to be Catholic? So, trick people into going in around 9/11 by someone who's funded by the Saudis. Like, what? Why are we in Iraq? I was like, we gotta go. They got weapons of mass destruction. We gotta go stop them. Like, it was like the only way for people to find out how dumb they don't know you. They don't get to hang out with you. They don't know exactly how dumb you are. They don't want to Ivy League schools. Now, the way to find out how dumb you are is put a dumb guy. we all felt duped by that one. We all felt duped by a bunch of the CEOs. That's right. What? Wait a minute. You guys, what is this logic? Right. The thing I don't understand about 2008 is where did the money go? So, listen. So, these bunch of people had money. They do. Why did nobody have money? See, this is where you and I are regular people, and we're not financially minded at all. Not at all, right? So we're not the kind of market people that would see an opportunity and take advantage of it, right? So what was the biggest transfer of wealth in modern history? Don't they say that's kind of happening now? So, biggest transfer of wealth that allowed to stay open, right? And also, first, well, where you only look, if you have to look at it like a psychopath. Like, they told you had to stay home. They told you to do this. And why did they extend it for so long to crush the economy? Because it didn't crush the economy for them. In my head, 20 years ago, because I noticed about greed, right? And I was like, 20 years ago, I was like, how much money do people like that money want? And then now, I still have that same question because I feel like those people should have had enough 20 years ago when I asked to be like, set of people who like they were 20 years ago, but like how much money do people want? And if you get all the money and no make money. Elon's thing is to make things, right? Like he's there to make Starlink. He's there to give internet access to people all over the world. He's there to make electric cars. By the way, public, that's different than the real world, right? Like the real world, it might be Putin, it might be some king person in the world. In America, at least, the way we Force 500 guy is the guy who makes the most stuff. It's Elon, right? You know, and then you have the guys that are just trying to make money. That's difficult because they're just people. They're number people. And so they're thinking about numbers all the time. They don't give a fuck about you. They're just trying to, and you get more and more sociopathic as down that road. Right. But, so my question is that operate can't do it, but could somebody do something because it's the easiest way to do it. The easiest way to do it is more because you trick people into doing it and you can control the entire country. And you know, it's like you're not going to make the same. Like there's groups of people that will make the most amount of money for sure. Military contractors, they make the most. We're talking shit. Talk shit, bro. It's just around 5 seconds. We walk by here, they barking and yapping, but that's always making these jets. Like, what are they doing to blow up? They kind of have to like go launch some missiles. They have these extra missiles from like that they never let anybody with. Right? Just sitting around, they're gonna go bad. Stop it! This man. It's like the Nicolas Cage movie. Was it Nicolas Cage movie? The guy who sold arms, selling weapons. You want a war? You know, getting the gigantic contracts. Then some guy comes in and he's like, I pledge to double defense spending and make America stronger than it's ever been. And, yeah, and those guys are running the stock market. Buy, Raytheon, buy. Boeing. We as people, why would we buy it? You know the deal, but we're only learning the deal now, right? Like as a culture, I think it's only been like 10 years where people are like, what the fuck is going on? I think 10 years ago, most people think Lee Harvey Oswald, even I had my doubts. Like the most gullible motherfucker. You had your doubts? Good. Yeah. I knew something up some time ago because I read a book. But if you're the average ago, you're not gonna buy these wacky conspiracy theories. If you were the crazy person, stop talking. Exactly. You got exiled. Exactly. Now, someone that you're close with sends you a video, and oh my God, they killed Kennedy. Oh my God. And you watch, and you're like, what? And some guy comes on a podcast like, oh my God, they framed Nixon. What? Oh my God. Did I ever tell you what Bill Murray said? No. Bill Murray came in here, and the same guy, Bob Woodward, who was part of Woodward and Bernstein, Nixon. He on John Belushi. So was he a good guy? Buying everything. Nixon was not a good guy. Nixon also passed an act that made everything illegal. The anti-war movement, the civil rights movement, they want to put him in jail. Right. And the best way to do it, they changed the direction of the civilization. Because who knows where we would be as a culture if psychedelics were legal this entire time, from 1974. So should we thank him? No, we don't know the bad shit that he did. Bob Woodward was an intelligence agency officer, and his first project as a reporter was Watergate. That's crazy. Why would they give that to a guy where his major story is the biggest story in the history of the world? It's like senior reporters. And try to get to the bottom of it. In a previous election, right? And he knew that guy, and he knew who killed him. Get rid of him. I never know popular president of all time. Like he won with the most amount of votes of anybody ever. Now we look at him like, of course, at least he did cover up that crime. He didn't say what they did. What? No, we're gonna make a press conference, and we're gonna fucking find who did it, and we're gonna come clean about Watergate, whatever. Remember, it wasn't really that big of a deal. It's so sensationalized. Right? What was the real crime? Like, what was somebody broke in somewhere, and they installed recording equipment so they could listen in on people. Right? Who are they listening to? As they're getting ready to campaign against them. So, it's definitely illegal. it's not that big. Dick pics. Those are others. And that is something that we had to find out from it. When that was exposed. Probably all listen to each other now. Right. They probably all hack into each other. Like you said, if I know you, my phone is hacked. Or just is it the NSA? Yeah, and you need intelligence agencies because the world is a dirty, dark place filled with monsters. And a lot of I don't know. What does it mean? Executive order came out. Rededication. I think of what NASA is officially. That's still called NASA, as far as I know. But yeah, here. The order stipulates the agency will now have as a primary counterintelligence, investigative, or national security work. What? Why would the major departure focused on the space? I wonder if this is of private space do a better job of space anyway. And then turn NASA into this. When you turn something to a spy agency, it already was. Right? And you're just like, let's just make it official. Right? They put satellites in over there. They're giving away kind of what's really happening. Oh, for sure. So it is basically a spy, organization. Well, if they're launching spy satellites, they're a spy organization, right? Right? If NASA's launching satellites, that's mostly what they're launching. Then anybody, I mean, I'm just alien. I don't really got a lot of proof. Denial of it is my proof. Back in the day, if you didn't like the guy that everybody liked, believed it, they ostracized. Oh yeah, and everything that was good for you, we find out is bad. Also comes around again because the real milk is because there's not all the enzymes and kill living organisms in it. It's just this weird protein liquid that I'm drinking. It makes you fart. You drink real milk, like raw milk. I had raw milk the other day. I drank it. I was like, oh, this is what milk's supposed to taste like. This is so. It's way better. It's illegal. Meanwhile, why is it illegal? Glyphosate's legal. It's illegal, but Roundup, what the fuck is glyphosate? That's nuts. Isn't that nuts? That's wild. And they spray that shit on everything. Not only do they spray that shit on everything, they make certain plants, they're genetically resistant to Roundup. So you can spray more of it on the corn. At the end of the growing cycle to dry it out, apparently. That's like a lot of the glyphosate you get in your system is completely unnecessary to just the process. That's my thing. It's like, why? Like, this is so gross. It's gross. Right? Like, right? Right. When you always want to make more money, you figure out bullshit your way. More money. Because you're a piece of shit and you don't care. But say you that you spent could have spent to make a good healthy product. So you would need depends on what you're talking about. Because if they like to make, you gotta do shenanigans. You gotta do some shenanigans. You gotta mandate medications, and you gotta brainwash people into thinking that they should be on your side, and then it could be literally the end of civilization. Like whatever it is, like you come up with whatever fucking people are gonna die, your kids are gonna die, everyone's gonna be born retarded. You just find a way to get people to believe, and they'll just all climb on board. They'll all climb on board. That's what happens in this world, and that's where it gets really weird because then they have an enormous influence, and then they start paying for the ads on all the TV shows. Brought to you by Pfizer. Distort the truth. It's crazy. Because, I got I see it first, open his mouth, and you don't buy it, then the next person comes won't buy it because it won't be new. We gave him $100 down on the bus, didn't even have a car. You pay for it and free. But that $100 saved me so much. Yes. Because I always, like, I was just always looking out for, like, where is the trick? But do something. If I didn't even see the trick, because I like, there's something here. But then the Iraq War was like my version of PCR. They sold me PCR though. You were in New York. That's the thing. I was living in Jersey City, and I used to live in that apartment. So that he's like, took no tricks at a train. And it's funny because living here, going to New York around, I miss this place. I mean, there's so much shit that I didn't pay attention to before. And so I didn't even notice how great this, how much detail they put into shit. And I got on the train when that ain't the right plane. And then far away were you miles wise? I was in Long Island, so 50, like an hour drive. Yeah. But I just coming from, and I don't normally feel like those is that type of ride. I'm worried. The danger of that is obviously, it could be horrific if something does happen, terrorist attack does happen. But the one thing have a strong force of good, but that good has to be participating in evil. In 1933, this guy Smedley Butler, Major General Smedley Butler, he wrote a book how he thought he was over here to for bankers or whatever the fuck he had to do, control oil, control whatever minerals or gold or whatever wars or three. They tried to get him to overthrow the American government. They tried to get him to participate in a military coup against the government. Who was in charge back then? We just went over our time, right? Jamie will pull it up. This was before our time. So this is, I think this happened prior to that. So 32 maybe, something like that. Some what Joe Wilson said. Some old timey shit. They just got away with things back then. And now they have to hide it on layers and layers. NGOs, money float around. It's all bullshit. And that bullshit is all over the news. And everyone's confused. And everyone thinks it's the good guys versus the bad guys. And the more people get scared, the more white hats and black hats. Confusion is the greatest weapon. B3. United States. Okay. The business plot on the Wall Street. Is that push? Push. You said it right, because it's a German word. They have pushes in German. So it was conspiracy in 33, the United States to overthrow the government. President Franklin D. Roosevelt installed Smedley Butler as dictator. A retired military corps major general testified under oath that wealthy businessmen were plotting to create a fascist organization with him as its leader and use it to overthrow Roosevelt. Imagine if he went along with that. In 34, Butler testified under oath before the United States House of Representatives Special Committee on Un-American Activities on these revelations. Although no one was prosecuted, the Congression was prosecuted. That's wild. Even back then, they were bullshit. That was 90 years ago. The Congressional Committee, no question, these attempts were discussed, were planned, and might have been deemed expedient. Motherfuckers. These motherfuckers have been dirty from the day one. I mean, dirty from day one. Especially, God bless him with that base. I wouldn't trust him, but he's more trustworthy in the space. Yeah. Tell when you're more believable, when you're not telling the truth, and you the promise of something better from either, and you can only switch parties once. Yeah. Oh, what? Back and forth all you want. You can be a fucking complete schizophrenic. You switch sides, you can only switch sides once. Because they don't just switch sides with like who they voted for. They switch their whole exactly. You go overboard. You gotta go hard. You gotta go hard. Like, so it's like, well, you gotta wild out now. Right. And so it just, I've never heard of it. It's tough now. Some good rappers came out of one of these too. Well, Staten Island, the birthplace of the greatest rapper, has the credit of being a borough. Like Long Island, that's true. That's Queens, Brooklyn, Bronx, have a Long Island, what are suburb? You're the suburb. Suburb. So they're like, no, we get down, they got this pizza. Shut up. No, it's not. Like, outside of Boston, that felt left out of the notoriety street cred. They had zero street cred, right? You know, over. So, exactly. Yeah, that's why they go for it. Unless you say, okay, yeah, that's real. There's no second question once you say point. Yeah. You know what? If you're trying to lie, from like where you from? But in New York, right? That's when shit is suspect. Sarasota, right? I used to think it was all one place. Hilarious. We were living in Boston. I didn't know. I was like, what is the difference in these boroughs? Like, no, you want a 212 area code, you too. Like, why? Why do you care? I remember that was a big thing about LA. Like, that was one of the things about Brody Stevens. 818 till I die. Like, when you lived in the valley, you had an 818 area code, people looked down at you. Yeah. People would make jokes. I don't date people that are 31013. Yeah. And that's why Brody was funny. Because he stood on 818. He stood on the valley. He stood on the valley. Nobody, I'm from LA. He didn't say I'm from LA. He said I'm from Reseda. He had the area code of his phone number and like stood on that shit. Like, for sure, you know. Dude, I never even tried to live in LA. Yeah. With the moment I moved there, I was like, get outside of this fellow living that day. Because I had friends that like lived like in West Hollywood. Like my friend Eddie lived like in West Hollywood, like right at the heat of everything. I was like, damn, dude. Being like right where everything is. Like, yeah, but this is also right where everything is. Like, how do you sleep? That's what it felt like. That's what you moved to Hollywood. To that was the thing. Yeah. Like I know you. Even you take a breath. Like I never like just felt like I can run out of there. Right. Get me out of here. I was like, I have to live outside of this thing and then go visit. Yeah, I lived in Hollywood, but it was in the cut. It was like bar, you go buy some pretty, and then you come out. Right. But it was, I was like, oh, I like this. But wanting to be near it. And I thought about it for a while, but I need downtime. I go hard. When I go hard, I need like off time. I need like completely off, sit down, relax, and think about shit. I need just like go on. Right, it's taking like get away from everybody. Right, go quiet. Go like I don't feel noise. Right, this is a place you meet very often. No, that's what I mentioned. Yeah, no, I still did some of them. Right, but most of the road. Right, so I did a lot of gigs in Long Island. I did a lot of gigs in New Jersey because that paid real money, and I could do an 5 and 10 minute spots. Like I need time. I need like real time to put together an act. Because when you're in Boston, you always went on the road. Everybody did the road, right? So it didn't make sense to me just doing one 10 minute spot, another 10 minute spot. Like I thought the opposite. This is why. So I was doing all those shows that you were doing, like for the hour of the feature. First, I started hosting it on TV so that I can get on. Yeah, and then people book me, so they ask, let me go to Manhattan, which takes me out of the hour situation. But it needs so I went that route. And that was my mentality probably way after the shit changed. So it kept me hung on to it too long. Yeah, even living in LA. I was with Kevin Martin, right? He just moved to LA. He's a good actor. Like when he walks, like I've helped him, really helped him audition. He'd just be like, blah 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 blah. He's like, you don't have to remember everything. And it's like it was an eye opener. And then but then he said, I'm on the road like Capri. I was like, why do you want to do that? Get another TV show and then so we'll get you on the road. Thank God that nigga did this. He went on the road. He was like, story about someone wanted access to a so different deal. Like you got one deal, you got Kevin Hart's acting movie. Another deal, you get access to Kevin Hart's Instagram. Like I built this. Right. This is my business. If you want to do that, because they did that to a lot of people. They did that to all our city. And this is a long time afterwards, like months and months and months afterwards. We were hanging out at the ice house. It's like I can't get my social distance. Also, from being on the original show, which was an iconic show. He did everything. He did stand up. I've seen him almost in movies. Right. And they took his fucking social media. That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy. But they were trying to make deals like that. When I was doing that show, Joe Rogan Questions and Everything, they wanted me to do that. That was going to be a part of the deal. They take over my social media. What year was that? I mean, it wasn't a big effect. No, but it was a big. And then, it was pretty big, but it was my one person social. Why would I do that? Why would I let you have access to it? And they wanted to be able to promote shows. And they just diluted it into something that they wanted to. Whatever and they said other artists aren't having a problem with us doing it. It was like their argument. It was like a hang up. And I was like, absolutely not. Whether you like it, know that it came from me. And when they did that, I was like, oh, so how many people been doing this? They actually here it is. See? Year commitment. Which are to varying lengths. Sometimes short term, just 2.5 years, but potentially extended. Years or more in these agreements. The Sea Org, if I think you could off on that contract. If you get done, you're part of the Sea Org. I'm going to be in the Sea Org. That's wild. Wild. Billion-year contract. Yeah, that's wild. Well, they people have been doing that, taking advantage of young artists in particular for ever. Like, that's why Prince had to change his name to a symbol. Right. They've been doing that forever. Jared Leto's going through that shit right. He went through that shit with his band. It's just, there's always going to be a business that takes advantage of you and makes it's not a big deal. Like I know this is Spotify, but there's a lot of people on Spotify right now. What's the big beef? They're the people that own the records, unfortunately. Okay. That's the if you own your label or you own your catalog, then you get paid. It's just what contracts did you sign? That's the thing set by records. Right? How do you get your shit played outside of like it's easy to avoid a label. Right? But how do you get your shit heard? Like it has to go viral. Right? It has to be undeniable. Is anything really going viral or is it artificial viral? Like what's both are happening. Artificial viral, and that's what a record company can do for you. Right. They can make you go artificial viral. Right. And it will go viral if you're good, but it's like they can juice it up to a point, but what's the cost? They want like 50%. want some insane amount of money from your tour. Yeah, you're touring. And that's like performances. They don't even sing a word and they get paid. Where, like, artists used to get ripped off in their deals, but they used to make money touring. Right. But then they cut into the touring now. Well, because they weren't making money selling records anymore. Because who was making money selling? Well, the thing is, like, nobody was right. For a long time. Right? It was just streaming. But then there was, like, Apple streaming and Apple, what happened to $1. Spotify ate a lot of people. Yeah, they just, nobody buys more. I mean, I used to listen to, before I signed my Spotify deal, everything was Apple Music. Yeah. For the longest time, I wasn't even using Spotify. And then once I started using it, I was like, and that was it. I get it if you're an artist, you know, like you're not getting paid, like, I get it. I don't know what to say. I don't know why you signed that deal. I don't know what the circumstances were. I don't know how those deals are even legal. Yeah, I don't know how, like, I got, like, my special is coming out on YouTube, so I got, there's a way for comics to do it without signing a big deal, yes, or signing everything away, giving it over to somebody for less than you should, or even if you pay an amount, you know, it's not for you. Right. I don't know. And Partnership. He's like, this is gonna be like one of your favorite songs. You gotta listen to this. And we played it in the green like a year later, so he might have died knowing that his had started becoming big again. Because then it started appearing in commercials. Video commercials. I think so. He was only doing it this way. That's why I was looking at him yesterday. He actually had a billboard hit before that. Was it good? I didn't say it was a big one. Let's say but the point is like he should stop. Like, oh, I love that dude. Your second album's amazing. You know, yeah. Jelly Little Twist. Chubby Checker got so much mileage off of Twist. I've never seen somebody get that much of this song all the time. This is on regular playback. Woo! You know, first of all, he looks like a Def Jam comic. That's number one. Performing with the Drifters. This is the backup vocals, I think, like Dionne Warwick or something. See, that song to me is just actors involved in making it. Because that guy should have been a fucking superstar. That is a superstar song. Yeah, because I'm listening to just the opening. Yeah. I was like, let's stop there. Let's stop there and take that in for a second. Yeah, switch. I was ready for the switch. I was like, let me go with this. And so good. Then I could see it like beginning. was when I was in high school. How weird that. I know. Can you imagine? Like that's what y'all like. You know what I mean? I'm alive. This is. They were still Father Knows Best. They're all Father Knows Best. Leave it to Beaver. They were good people with internet mind, internet mentality. How did they mask in society? Yeah, they had a fine crew. They went to see TV. They had to find places where they could fit in well. Right. That was society back then. Turn you into a worker drone. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, because school already trains us. Yep. With the bell ring. It's designed for that. Yeah. It's not the best way to teach kids. And guys like you and I, they label you as like different labels. Get labeled. I don't know why. I kind of. I guess in good grades, I can follow you. You realize it's going to be your whole day. Right? That's how you learn. Yeah, but for college is just like, well, if I get a job, I'm fucked. Right. I knew that. I always wanted to like how that was the. I was like, so you go to college, right? That's the way we were programmed, right? But comedy came into my mind. Like I was never risking that stability for the gamble of comedy. What did it feel like instead of a risk? The only thing, yeah, I know what you mean. Like there was a switch, and when you turn it on, there's people that were able to turn this switch back. Mine is still like they're not even dark demons. They're like energy, right? You don't have the energy to perform. You don't have the and they also don't have support. Listen, and I feel I feel bad. Clearly, like I've seen people with something, and I remember all doing my whatever grind it will block. It was like that every time. And we hung out with him, and it was, he just disappeared. Yeah. But it wasn't the same like the Muhammad Ali thing. Some people get to those balls and they just drink a big one. That's a big one. That's one of the big distractions people do. Yeah, you should together and make it way worse. Right. And you both said that. But that's when it's working. Like, even when you're talking about bad relationships. You know? That's true. So comics complain about, hey, something's down about this. How many times has someone told you a crazy story like in the green room or something like that? You're like, have you said that on stage yet? Yeah. He just broke up with his girl. He's sad. He's talking about it. You don't know how much. Alright, like, so I can't say. I was married twice. This whole thing. Yeah. This whole thing was like, just one of his bits was he sat at the piano and sang a love song to his ex. it's like we all got family taking control. They want to take control of you. I mean, John L. Rollins got his start as a heckler. John L. Rollins, that's a proud. It's like, I'm a proud heckler, son. And it's also a battle of your own. It's a battle inside of you to try to, like, we're going to get to that flow state. Yeah. Like, what is that battle? Yeah. Like, some nights I you're shaking this disrespectful to me. You gotta eat if you want to get back to your time. I gotta get it's good. If you want to keep going, the thing is, it's like, you know, like if you're 58, start working out now. That's hard. If you're 58, you've been working out for me, 40, more than that, 15. So, yeah, more than that. We started working out. I started wrestling. That was like 14. Yeah. Karate was around the same time. Then Taekwondo from 15 on. So I always so my body does. If I don't work out for a day, my body's like, what's going on? Like I'm just trying to get. I don't want tension. I want to blow it out. You probably like sleepwalk into it. You probably like wake up sometimes like shit. I worked out. Yeah. Like I didn't. You press the button for the code and you did. Well, that's why I like things that you can't sleepwalk through. Like if you do like heavy rounds in the back, like you can't sleep. Walk 10 rounds in the back. That's 7 round. You look at the time. I mean, what am I doing with my life? I should have went to school. God bless them. And they have to be all in too. When you're all in with comedy, you always have guaranteed because hey, like I don't know much about fighting. And she's still fighting. She's like, there's other things to lie. I'm gonna blah 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 blah. And then when she said there's other things to lie, and I said, just in my head, you're fine. Just the way she said it and some other things, I was like, she should probably know me. And I watched all her fights after that, and she might have won one, but she didn't cheat. And she was, I can't remember, but I just remember her saying that you're the king of that. Not the even some mysteries. I come up with that. Yeah, it's a thing that you have to either want to be a world champion, you have to want to be the best in the world, or accept that you're a drink. And if your parents accept that you're just doing it for a paycheck, it's a crazy way to make a living. But there are a lot of guys out there that they get to a point where they don't have to fight any world champions. These successful 60% of the time, maybe 7, if you're lucky. I'm hard with those checks work, right? But you can get rich. You get where he said he's got about $4 million in the bank. That's good. I'm like, that's amazing. Yeah, and he's one of the best in the world in this division, and he's got money set aside. Like, that's a smart dude. You got to kind of be able to do that, because if you don't do that, and then you run out of fighting, and you run out of money, and you run out of do what we do. Dom Herrera said this once. He was like, sit off stage, you fucking murdered. He goes, Joey, he goes, one of the things I love about Heather, he's like, I'm still getting better. Right. And it was beautiful to watch, because it's true. Like, Rodney Dangerfield, deep into his 70s, killing. George Carlin, deep into his late 80s before he died, you can still do it. Yeah. And with fighting, there's a time where fails you, right? All the shoulders fail, the back fails, the neck fails, the wheels fall off, and then
Experience.
Say my name, Joe Rogan Podcast. My name all day. How is it possible that you haven't been here since? I like it though. Thank you. It's like, it's very close to what the old one was instead of brick. What was wood? Brick in the old place. It was fake brick. It wasn't fake brick. It was real brick. But what they do is they take like a mesh. And then they take real brick and they slice them thin. Shit. I mean, it's have like a plastic brick wall. That's you're going to. Did you just leave the fake brick in the studio? What kind of bullshit here? Some comedy clubs or somebody fake a comedy spot that have it's just a sheet. Yeah, it might have been that simple. Yeah. So back in the 1980s, was it? Ah, look at that. That's it. Ellen? It makes me wonder if that quality. That's Ellen. Look at that picture of Ellen. That's okay. comedy. I used to go to the comic strip. Please don't find none of those photos. Yeah. It's crazy when I like how, not how, but we just had no how all this shit would turn out. No idea. Even how it all worked. Right. You just taking chances on stage, trying to figure out what's funny, trying to get work on the road. Once I had the inclination to do it, like that, once that moment hit, so then that's on everything else was off. And I just started and just doing it globally in Long Island, and then I remember seeing Eddie now, and I that were on TV were in Manhattan. That's funny, but none of them were on TV. Yeah. But the thing is, like, I knew that the people that were on TV, then they could go anywhere. Come pay to see, it was a risk. Yeah. Your wife, you got a date night, like, take a chance on this motherfucker. It's weird, though, right? Like, nobody knew. So comics. Yeah, but go from, like, so, and I came here, moved to America when I was 17 from Jamaica. So when I started watching TV, I didn't know anybody on TV. Oh, what? Shows you saw? Well, they have American. Seasons or one season? I think he was on. Sorry? Oh, okay. Okay. So 4 seasons. So he put in this, I was saying about Cam Patterson getting on now. Right. He might be the first, and they kind of did it to themselves and all that woke bullshit. Yeah. Like, they killed comedy movies. Or they just talking to shit about Cam. That's not Cam number one. Okay. I remember the first time I saw Cam. And I saw Cam spoken, and then they don't, and you're next, and then Cam was to the side, so then it was like an unknown show. So then I bring him up, had a tag. I said, I'm gonna give you this tag. I think I was we'll give you this tag, but it's only gonna make you. You gotta celebrate it. You gotta celebrate it because this as fans, you gotta as fans. If someone's funny. That's a motherfucker's funny. Look, he works hard, and he works hard. He's always working. He's always on. He's very hard. Like you have to sit down and work on him. Those guys, like they fucking work hard. Yeah. You know, and a bunch of people did it for years and years and years. Like William Montgomery is probably he's been I think one guy ever. Right. But he's such a maniac. He can get a minute out of anything. Right. You know, he can get a minute out of coffee. Going to get some coffee. It's like a big part of what his comedy is just his personality. Right. You know, because he's kind of they're gonna talk. Then if they add some writing to it, then you don't stand a chance. Joey Diaz is all on it. And so he looks like that, he talks like that, he gets on stage. Like, oh, it's over. It's like you're really like to think for me. Let me have that. Theo's got that too. Yeah, and we saw Theo develop that. Yeah, like through the years, and then he just started like he just drifting off and just getting to that place where you just constantly just saying shit, and it kind of doesn't right, and it resonates. Like Brody, yeah, that's a good example. Yeah. Brody was just funny. He went 818 till I die. He'll die and laughing. No one even knows why they're laughing. Right. You know, of mediocrity in second place. Man. And was he Racina? Yeah. He was the best at that. Yeah, I would play this game with Brody where I just treat him like an open micer. And he would just play along. I said, keep going up, kid, man. You're going to get better. You're going to get better spots. Don't worry about it. When I make the work stage, we're both kind of like in the same. That's such a weird stage because you know what's going to happen. No one like there's a lot to it that I thought were really good. And yeah, just vanished. Yeah, vanished. Went out, got regular jobs, and gave up. And that's scary to me because I never want that to happen. It's happened. It's never happened. Yeah. The guys that I know that do that, they always get weird, like sinister. Yeah, I want you.
Okay,
Not want you to take it. Yeah, I don't want that to happen. We had an incident during the Russian. He was all these movies, like big movies. You know, he was never like a big star of these movies, TV shows. He was that generations before us. And he's a regular at the store. And the first time Tommy sent me to La Jolla, I used to feature on and told. And I don't know if this guy knew he was supposed to feature, but when he got to the club, like when I first of all, I brought a date. So you're supposed to get you're staying in the condo. You're supposed to get it was in. You know, so I had to take the. You said. You feel me? Yeah. A lot of people just like, oh man, they just lose their enthusiasm. I think, and he's also from an era where they don't write material. You know what I mean? Do a lot of cocaine. There's an era where those dudes cook their brains. Yeah. So yeah, there are things you buy and you don't keep up. Yeah. That's you buy. You say, okay, I'm good. Right. I had a good time. Yeah. A lot of fun. Yeah. You can do that. Thing is, like those guys that don't get regular jobs, maybe they're better who's outbidding for you. Right. You know, and throwing it in for a decade and a half. He might not have the juice left. But yeah, that's what I think. I want to have get to that. And where that comes from? Where I mean, but that's like David Tell, perfect example. That dude's got so place in New York thing where you get in a cab, you go from one club to another club. So you're like 5, 6 cents a night. One point in time, I forget who the record had, who had the record for the most cents in a night. The dudes were up to like 11, 12 cents a night. I don't even know how you manage. I did 7 one time in the city, and I barely made any of them. And I'm like, I'm gonna get fired. They're not gonna book me again. I was like, I don't want to do this. This is too stressful. Well, I think the guys who could do it are guys like Louis that can just sort of show up. Me, which means me, like That was the good thing about New York was that there was a ton of spots. Right. You could get in spots and you start getting a name, and people knew that you were an up and coming comic, and you get some work. And then you get work on the road. You get Long Island, there's a lot of gigs in Long Island, New Jersey, Connecticut. Everything's kind of close. But here's the thing, once I just hang out in one place, sometimes I have like a college that pays way more money, and I ain't gonna be in the city. That's a terrible. Right. Sometimes I just do the improv on the roads after the show to hang out at the comedy store afterwards. And he goes, "That's the way to do it. You get your check somewhere else, you come back home." And he's just like, not like that there. Like, we're all hanging. It's fun. I had a great fun because I bring guys like you, Joey, or Ari. We're all together having a good time. Right. So it's like to bring at least a little bit of that out on the road with you. Yeah. Going on the road by yourself sucks. Yeah. Starting to make it sucks. Because you can't afford to bring who you want with you yet. And you're away from comedy family. Yes. And so you're making a little a hang. It's the opposite of camaraderie. You might be doing combat comedy. Some people might step on all of your premises. It's your middle act on purpose. How dudes did that. It was different. It's like, oh, it's not at all. Like, you're trying to come up to not just trying to come up, but trying to come up. There was a lot of needs back then. Guys they didn't have a real comedy community, and they just saw Boston. They just honest, word to each other. Yeah. So we confronted him about that shit. Like, hey, man, that shit is tacky. And he wouldn't for a minute, just fucking around. Probably just trying to get some dirt about it. Just trying to get something special. Yeah, just trying. Yeah. But he didn't get upset on us. And then we black comics come back in the band, and they were killer. Because they were like, you got a lot of black and white. And they started naming them. I never wanted to have a black people this, white people that. So, the real problem is if you do short sets, and then you got to piece it together into a long set. Yeah. One dude on the road, and he has so many jokes. Weird comedy is it's like there's levels. Like And if I tell you get to 15, you can like post somewhere on the road, and then you might go out of your state, 2 miles out of your state, and realize, oh shit, oh, where I live. Yep. They do not work here. Yep. I went to had all these Jamaican jokes about me Jamaican. I went with some comics to do temple. And it was it might have been where they play basketball. Like Terry Comics. A bunch of strong black comics and Jamaicans about the joke about being Jamaican my clothes and killed in New York. Killed in New York. And I did the first joke. And people had been killing before me, then I went on and I did the first joke. More 5 minutes. In a stadium full of people, which definitely should close the furniture. Oh no. That bomb. And it was bad. But thank God they moved. I didn't have to move. I was the only one that bombed that night. You know? DC. And I should work in New York. And maybe one other place where there's a concentration of like Jamaicans or West Indian people. And American people that I was saying these 2000. Yeah, they moved. And these assholes was like, yo, we're going to the after party. You want to go? But I stayed in the hotel room. I had a great night. I watched Dumb and Dumber for the first time and laughed my ass off. Some shows like General Report, they suck a fat dick. Yeah. Now you're like Universal. Yeah, that's why the real G's travel all over the world. You know, with Jimmy Cars. That guy goes everywhere. Yeah. Like there's something to that. There's something going everywhere. Because I've done comedy. Places this big, and then on not use that, you're in Europe, and their English is pretty good. So very funny Tony. If you know, like this was probably. But if you know comedy now, Australia. Very, I see him on my microphone. Very funny. Very funny. So funny that Shane Gillis worked with him in Australia because I've seen him. Very fucking funny. And really nice guy. Like super, super nice guy. He's one of those guys who's like, if Shane didn't find him, right. Shane found him in Australia. He was like ready to quit comedy. Shit, it's crazy. It's like, what am I doing? I can't do anything here. It's like, it's hard. You have to be part of these hear the artist write hour, you know, like about a subject, right? Have a backlog of shit to like put on. To create views, right? They probably what is that club called? The Comics Lounge in Melbourne. Is that the name of it? I worked there with all Maddie, crazy enough. And Hitchcock and I did that like 9 years with me. But I did one instance. When you're traveling, you're doing like these concours, and just whole big stuff. Like there's a bunch of different festivals. Like that's one of the things about like Scotland. They do that in Edinburgh. Those guys, the festival, those guys, they create a new hour every year. So you got to come back in. Whatever stage of politics they're in. And that's what people expect, which is interesting. Because it's not really American style stand up the way you and I do it, or the way, you know, it's traditionally done. They're doing like story based stand up. Which is a gaps of talking, and then which is great, but which is fine. Different thing. Like when I'll say things that I don't believe at all, just because it's funny. It's like good to say. And also, I want to get you thinking that I'm saying things that I don't believe at all. Like this is just for fun. Like, right. The whole thing is supposed to be for fun. The idea that comedy is supposed to be life and how you come to this, to who you are right now. Let's have fun. Right. Silly. Let's say some shit that you probably shouldn't say because it's fun. I need to do more of that. I hold back from that because you live in LA. Nah. I think it's just me. You know what I mean? Like I see you say something. I see other people say some stuff, and I'm like, I'm like. I don't even know you do when we're hanging out. No, we're just taking it down a notch when you get on stage. Treat those people the same way you treat your best friend. Yes. I don't trust people like that. But that's why I take their phones away. That's why they're all their phones in the underbag. But also the phones in the underbag said, I want to check my phone. I want to like see if anybody texts me for 3 seconds. I'm like, look, 3 seconds. I get it, but sticking that phone in a bag is good for everybody. It's good for us as we get a chance to fuck around. We get a chance to come up with new stuff that, like, there's a bunch of times to say something that does not sound good. Right. I gotta figure out a softer way to say it. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out the right way to say it. That's just the way it came out. It comes out bad. Right. Patrice had a great line about that. He's like, you guys, that a bad joke that offends everyone because sometimes people think something's going to be funny and it's fucking, you can give up on it, or you can figure out a way to make it work. Like there's been like Chris Rock had that iconic bit. People I hate. He takes that bit and he said, "Wrong." Like the longest time, he could not get it to work. Like, right. And I asked him how long. He said, like a year, and then it became iconic. Get it out. And sometimes there's bits like that that just like you gotta take the chance at offending people. You don't mean to offend them. Your season, your shot. The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you to the NFL. Every game is another chance to cash in. Don't just watch the action, win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook delivers the unmatched intensity of the NFL right to your fingertips. From the first touchdown game, every snap is low. New customers, this one is for you. Bet your season is heating up. Down the code ROGUE and you get $200 in bonus when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the 1-800-GAMBLER in New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467 is available for problem gambling. Call 877-77 or visit cbg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 22 eligibility varies by jurisdiction in Ontario. Bonus bets expires issuance. See sportsbook.draft.com/promos. NFL Sunday ticket offer for new subscribers only in auto use until canceled. Digital games and commercial use exclude YouTube.com/go/ tickets/terms. strong. And so I think that I was good at that for about 3 months, which is like a flight camp. And then it was like, we started going, and I was like, this is kind of crazy. 6 hours of comedy is a lot. But there's some of freedom here. It's like you're tight. You don't feel loose. You relax. And you know you can feel loose. Very frustrating. Like, time. Yeah, I didn't really kill. It's okay. But time, like struggling, you barely got that work. Yeah. And I went on that night. Just hit, but not only did it just everything just it was a real out of body experience. Like I was watching the audience, but I was on stage. And then when I was laughing, I floated on. And then I was really into it. That's what I got. Because I got high on stage. Right. I never even done drugs then, but like, addicted to that. You got into the passenger ride. Almost feel like you're a passenger of your own ass. So in it, you're like the other party. You're like, we got this. Let me take care of this. Like, shit, I'm like, oh, I'm on blinker on. You know, there's people like that, and they make you tense. Yes. Right. That guy is in your head. That person who makes you tense when you're driving. Yeah, but if you get a backseat driver, if you can, and you get to that Zen place, and you know you can get to that Zen place, and you've done it a bunch of times, then it's the most frustrating when you can't get there. Yeah, without trying. Right. Like I walked on stage just like that night, just like any other night. So what was the difference with that? I had this. Were you recording back then? Nah. No. I got lucky that comic in Boston, who's a big headliner, recorded all his sets. You know, he would bring like a fucking tape player, right? Yeah, press and shit. And he goes, you never know. He goes, it comes off the top of your head, and you'll forget it. Right. And it might be like the best part of a bit. It might have a new, completely new tagline that comes in your head in a moment, and it kills, and it becomes like the main punchline of the recording. I record all my sets now to get myself to listen to myself. It's hard. This is what we try to direct the club. Is that there's did it and what we did wrong and why we think we did that, why it comes out clunky, and then more people who are real comics who audition for the job with their act. So Adam has to watch their act and say, X amount of years, you got real potential. And it's like you get to watch Colin Quinn, you get a chance to watch Ian Edwards, you get a chance to watch Shane Gillar, all these great comedians, and they're all the time. It's like the greatest education. And stay around. Everyone's going to answer questions. Everyone's going to, and then you got Kill Tony, which is the number one place where a comedian can break out in America. Yeah. If you have one good fucking minute and you could just rock the house for 1 minute, you can change the course of your whole life. Yeah, that gave me chills because I've seen that. Mm-hmm. I've seen that there on that show. Changes the course of your whole life. Forever, and all the scenes not that good, and you say, fuck it, I'm gonna go to Austin. You scrap all the way to Texas, you put in for 1 minute, you don't get up. You stay there, I'm gonna stay on Monday, you come back next Monday, you don't get up. Like, oh my god, I'm running out of money. You start thinking I'm up, and then you get that 1 minute. Boom, you fucking do it. It's actually happening, and then next thing you know, you're a professional comedian, you're touring all over the world. In their life, in massive regard to a sold-out show. Lace up the gloves like Mason when he was 20. They deserve that. They fucking deserve that. Oh my god! If you say you lace up the gloves, you take one practice, and your first opponent is Mike Tyson in his prime. After he just carved a bourbon. Right. Good luck. Or even before he beat Trevor, Madison Square Garden, Colorado was live. Madison Square Garden sold out show. Kill Tony. You're on the bill. Dice Clay is big. Okerson, David Tell, they're shut the out cold backyard fights. Yeah, I watched one. Yeah. Like, I forgot the one that I watched. And, like a cage, like that's around there. Yeah. They try to make it official, right? But I'm watching this more than I watch UFC. Because it's soft. I won't watch Division 2 soccer. I'll watch it right now. You feel me? Yes, I do. That's a good point. Like, do you watch the other professional below UFC leagues sometimes? You do? Yeah, I do. But, like, for me, I'm a soccer snob, so I want to watch. There's too many of the best guys all week. Soccer is a different thing. Right. I think it's a more gradual acceleration of progress. And then there's a thing about fighting which is out there. So it's like a lot of dudes that are great fine, like this guy trained this guy have to pay attention to as many organizations as possible. a lot of Russia. A lot of Pakistan, these guys from all those fucking people from that part of the world are hard out. They say he's the best fighter. He was in the UFC loop, so he started this thing where it's like um, it's like black, but kind of like a little slope, like banked on the sides. Oh, on the side. You're talking about Frank Shamrock. No, but this company had a kid that became a cop, and then maybe 30 got back. He did, but it's like translating an ancient language. I know. It's a YouTube video. They put the compilation together, but with you, and I've watched a little this nigga with us. I'm sure. Like I remember, like the first time I saw it. See, he's a perfect example. I had my eyes on Disney. Let's try myself and Junior. That's all I got. How long ago was it? Was it a YouTube video you were watching? It was a YouTube video. Right, is it, how long ago? It's probably like 6 months. Shit! It's probably gone through 50,000. Yeah. Jamie can't even find. He's like, that's why I got the chat GPT. He was a cop, and he's married. Married to like a fighter now, like the type of this is driving trees of consciousness type of comedy. He would do the kick on the regular. That was just like standard. Like his feet were his hands, and his hands were like feet too. And he was just very explosive. And he did one time, a few times, like 2 guys beat him because UFC for a little bit. I'm trying to figure out through this puzzle. This is like high. I think there's too many keywords. You're a witness. The way I can describe it. I don't like it. I go, this guy. I should have looked, but he forced it. Are you sure that this was one real person that just put together a bunch of stuff? Did you get by some AI? He was born. How about that? Well, boy. Had a low flat top. How about that? Light skinned black guy. Lanky. Like, how long ago? I guess not. Yeah. What year? I would say he might have ended his career like it's just that the game is the most brutal sport ever. You're there until they can't walk anymore. I remember one time we went to a fight, and then I said, "Hey, Joe," and they got to get the other instruction, whatever. But right before the person enters the ring, it's almost like a goodbye because I might not exit this ring the same way I entered. Yes. Or exit at all. Yes. You know, so that's what fighting is to me. It's like that's how dangerous it is. Like when you're like, yeah, goodbye. Well, it's the last thing you can do to go do that. Right. It's real hard when you watch your friends. It's real hard when you watch your friends. Real hard. Yeah. You know, it was real hard me watching Cormier when Joe beat him up. Right. That was hard, especially when Steve killed him. It's just hard. Because you know them. You know them as human beings. You know what that's going to do. It's fucking devastating. It's like a loss. It's like you lost a family member. You lost a dog. Carwin, man. Shane Carwin was the interim heavyweight champion of the business. Bro, he's so big, it was ridiculous. He looked like in the Avengers, like he would be like all the other people are there, and then there's Shane Carwin. He's like, he's a freak. And Brian John hears this spot all the time, and you get nothing all the time. He got it like days before he fought Ben Rockwell. He got a concussion days before he fought Nogueira. Like he was getting concussions all the time, like in the gym. That's crazy. So I knew about all that shit too, and I was seeing the effects, and I was like, you gotta get out now. What? You don't get out now. There's no happy ending to the guy who gets knocked out a lot. Videos I sent it to brain damage is real fellas. It's just unfortunate. But if you watch a guy talk, you know, yep, all the greats. He pushed him away, trying to get after him, but bro, Eddie's got some movement. He headbutted him there. But Tyson looked phenomenal after that. Like physically phenomenal. Well, look how good he looked. He just took him apart. That knockout alone. How's the rest of your life? Because he's not even. Did his corner jump in? Yeah. That's enough. We know where this fucking story ends. Right. That's a good corner. Derek Corey was the guy who fought Muhammad Ali when Muhammad Ali had just gotten his license back. So it took 3 years. He wouldn't fight Vietnam, and they took away his championship. They took away his license to live for 3 years. And then he fought this dude, Jerry Clark, and it looked like he had been on the couch. Right. Ali didn't look like Ali anymore. Didn't physically look like Ali. It wasn't ripped. He didn't look fat. He looked kind of like. He wasn't physique. He wasn't a cold Ali. He changed the way he fought. Like, look at big gym fights. He was a good fighter. He died young and he had died. And so his brother only had a few professionals. See, Corey had a fun and but the big thing, man. But now I want to show you something. Different though, because we're seeing this Ali. But first, we take care of those strands of this Ali, who was different than anybody who had ever boxed before. Anybody. So this time, like, look at the difference right away in the movement, right? He was boxing them and looking good, but this Ali is like, good luck hitting him. Good luck, dude. Look at that guy like, this is awkward. Like, how do I stop this thing from moving? So I no. Excuse me. I was thinking of listen. It was the black and white too. So this was right before they made him retire. So this is like a bit of big Cat Williams before that. You see the slug fest that he was in, where he was fucking people up, and you know, it's beautiful, man. Ali took it to his world. Putting each other and just have a slug fest. The first guy. Ever move like this. He moved like this back. Look at that combination. Woo! And then he stands over with his hands up. You have your hair done, bro? Like you have to call, can it just for the fight so you can go out afterwards? Like he never wore the suit that he bought to go with that hairstyle for the after party. Wait, did this keep going after that knockdown? Yeah? Oh, that's crazy. Let that guy fight another round? Oh my god, it was the end of the round, so he was saved by the bell. They used to have Saved by the Bell back then. Oh, shit. I feel like it was up his reputation and how many punches he's taken in his life, in his career. Before this, you have to let this keep going. Look at this. My goodness. Oh my goodness. See, this is the Ali that we're going to hit. God, the guy got back again. Cleveland Big Cat Williams was a stud. To get back up all these times from that, look how good Ali looks, man. Oh my goodness. I mean, he looks like a middleweight. It's like a middleweight fighting heavyweights. And you know what was unfair about Ali? Because, all the champions. So you feel like somebody with Ali's style would not have a chance. And he wouldn't let you hit it. Yeah, and then you did get catch him against the slug no. This guy in England. God, it's nasty. Oh, shit. Damn. Bro, Ollie was fucked. He was fucked. So this is at the bell, right? So they get him in the corner, they give him smelling salts, they cut his gloves off and change him breathing. Hard out where they cut his gloves. I'm pretty sure that Angelo Dundee trick. Dundee, man. Yeah. What a guy. What a quarterback. Might be the greatest quarterback. Yeah. Think about the one with Sugar Ray Tommy Hearns. You're blowing it, kid. You ever see him say that? No. Sugar Ray runs out and stops him in the next round. Yeah. That was Sugar Ray versus who? Hearns. Yeah. I remember all those fights. I remember the Hearns Hagler fight. That second round was like the first round was the greatest round. Was it the first round? Was the war? Yep. The first round. Okay. No evidence of Muhammad Ali had his glove, but they didn't let him change the gloves. He showed a torn glove, and it just happened to be right after the knockdown. And this is an urban legend. Respectfully, he had intentionally cut the glove. Respectfully, he probably did. Right. Because if the glove all of a sudden was torn. Right after a knockdown, how many other times in his career? How do you tear your glove when you're getting? If he was in Henry Cooper's corner, you think he would tell the referee? No, he wouldn't say a fucking thing. Right. Like it's bullshit. But I get it. He bought some time. Smart move. And 1 second in boxing. Bro, look at that face. Wow. That face was busting him up. I think he stopped him by cuts. If I remember correctly. I used to watch all these old fights, but it's so long, I can't remember the full details. Like, give me a Bob Foster KO high. Oh my god, I forgot. Down a Bob Foster rabbit hole. It is also the confidence in this video. He's talking rounds and I'm gonna just knock him out. Is he the black guy or the white guy? Black guy. Bro. Look at this, bro. This is like a mother being child. Bro, he had tremendous power, man. Like the whip in his punches, it's like very six in Tommy Hearns, but a lot bigger. You know, he's a 175 pounder, but it's that whip to the punches that Foster had. Like, look at the turn, like the amount of torque that he gets. And Bob Foster, he fucking flatlined a lot of dudes, man. He took a lot of dudes out of this dimension. That left hook. Oh!
See the arm.
Fuck.
Yeah. These guys can stop you when they die.
No. Well, Corey died because of it much earlier. Like, that was. He had this power that was just undeniable, man. There's some dudes who just look at that when he throws it. Like everybody who like is a young boxer learn from this guy.
This is unfair too. The reach. Reach is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's all Mike Tyson's opponents who got online.
I know. But that's why I like Mike Tyson. Like,
Wasn't even 6 feet tall, like a tornado.
yeah. And sometimes he'd stay real hard above his head, and then he'd come up.
Yeah. Oh, he would have fun. He was playing with his food back. Fun with guys. He was having fun. It was a different thing. We'd never seen a heavyweight move like that before, right? So there was Ali. Never seen a heavyweight so agile, so fluid on his feet. He looked like a Ray Robinson at heavyweight, right? Like you can believe it, right? Which is crazy. But also, he wasn't fighting caliber of fighters. I guess he was. That's the point. And you add 3 more years, because I think Frazier became the champ after he retired. I don't think they beat that version of Ali, and we don't get the Jerry Ali. Ali's not on the couch for 3 years.
But it also saved the brain damage way later than it would have happened.
Maybe he did, because maybe he wasn't agile anymore, so he took more brain on his chin,
Right.
you know, and he had a tremendous chin. But it's just, I always, as a person who sees guys in their prime, because I think, what year was Ali when they took his license away? How old was he? I want to say he was 27. And
Comes back at 30,
he comes back at 30.
which is near quickly.
For a lot of fighters.
Yeah, a lot.
It gets near there.
Yeah.
It gets near quitting time. 3 years is, the thing is, like, he wasn't a guy that was like Bernard Hopkins who just stayed in the gym, kept running every day. He wasn't that guy. And he was always
And he came back at 28.
Cleveland. Big Cat Williams is the last fight that he has before they strip him of his title, because they want him to fight in Vietnam, which is just crazy. So fight the century is so, right? Okay. 3 years and a few months. Like Cleveland Big Cat Williams, that was 66. So those are prime years.
He got layoff.
That's the big thing.
I know how I feel after not doing stand up for 1 week.
Yeah, but you don't know what it's like to have your muscles deteriorate. Like your muscles will go away.
Right. And your reflexes.
All of it will go away.
Have all the twitching.
It might take years to go back.
Right.
And in his case, he never really did. He never built it back to the Cleveland.
So that was it. But then it was a heavier ship to move around too, because he was heavier.
Yep.
You get
Like, I don't know how much time he had to prepare for Jerry Quarry, but I mean, I would imagine it's not more than a few months. So you can imagine you're saying, hey, Muhammad, we gotta get ready. Like, you're like, the greatest of all time. I am the greatest. Cell said, you sound very truculent, champ. He goes, whatever truculent means, it's good. I'm that. I'm that. Yeah. And he said, what, zero? Nobody had been like that. Nobody talked like that. Nobody moved like that. He was a totally different thing. He vomited. Funny. Yep. He was that like when I watch his old videos, like normally you just watch a fight. Yeah. I could watch a Muhammad Ali talking college. Yeah. That's how fucking entertaining this motherfucker was. Yeah, he was so because of his refusal to fight the Vietnam War, he represented a generation. Yeah. He represented young people that were like, yeah, this is fucked. Like, what are we doing? Yeah. You know, and a lot of people were mad at him, called him a traitor, but in the end, they all kind of realized, like, oh, he was right. Yeah, no more. It was like, oh, wait a minute. This might be a jungle because someone wants to control drugs. Is that what Vietnam War was? A drug thing? Control of the opium trade. That is what. Well, I mean, I want to say that about Afghanistan as well. Yeah. The production of heroin out of Afghanistan ramped, and we were guarding the poppy fields. And it was the opiate crisis that they put in the Oxycontin air. Exactly. For the same thing. It's the same thing. It's like, it's all heroin. It was at one point in time, I think it was 90-something% of the world's heroin supply was coming out of Afghanistan. And that's why we were over there. We were over there guarding those fields. I say we, not me. Not you. Yeah, we weren't there. Yeah. But Americans were. And Geraldo Rivera fucking went over there to visit them and talk to a guy, this military guy, who explained why they have to guard the poppy field. And what did the guy say? It's like basically saying from Al Qaeda. Like, okay, listen, Al Qaeda, we started. Do you know how we have to protect these kind and humble heroin growers? We have to protect the pretty fighters. Okay. Is that really? It's in the credits. Rambo 3 was him helping Afghanistan fight the Russians. That's right. So then we were funding Al Qaeda. You ever seen the movie Charlie Wilson? Senator that figured out a way to funnel money. He knew Congress was going to give, like we vote to have a package for Israel. So he voted to give a package to, like, help us fight or give money and weapons to Al Qaeda fight the Russians during their war. So then in Vietnam, and it's kind of the same thing. It's over is the resources. There's a soil, ordinary amount of soil, but the real thing is the amount of enormous bounty of rare earth minerals. They also have natural gas. So this was part of the real concept why Hunter Biden was running Burisma Energy Company. Like, why is he doing that? What is the deal there? Well, it's like what they're trying to do is control energy for that, and he had access, but there's enormous resources there. The war is partly over that, right? Partly over nuclear weapons right next to Russia. Exactly right. It's not we obviously aware of part of NATO and NATO comments at the end of the Soviet Union. Make sure they stayed on the U.S. dollar. You guys just tending that there was this noble cause. The Vietnam War is a perfect example. The Gulf of Tonkin incident. You can put that boat. Yeah, they made up an attack, right? And then everybody's like, "Oh my God, they attacked us. They fucked around, and now they're gonna find out. We're gonna send our boys." And how many thousands more lives were ruined forever? How many beats that they could never shake out of their head? They wake up in the middle of the night screaming. Yeah. They see people die. They see their friends die. They maybe have to kill people. Yeah. Trauma. And then Muhammad Ali said, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, he's a traitor." Right. Who are not supporting America, and like half, anybody. Half the country's mad at you, and half the country loves you. Right. Is there ever going to be a point where there'll be one person that the whole country loves? Jesus. like shit about right. People always talk shit. They just didn't have public. But it's somebody. It's given voices to people that have. I don't think it's bad. I think it's good. And I think even the chaos of that, these people that shouldn't get all that attention, getting attention, it's like bad for them. It's bad for everybody. But look at like the overall amount of good it does. It's way better than it is bad. But it's just a thing that everybody has to deal with. And one of the things is the impulse to be right. But also, just as a black person growing up and watching the news, right, it always felt slanted and against us anyway. And then somebody, either Neil Brennan said this or Chris Rock said this. Neil Brennan, like a lot of white people are finding out now that shit that black people always do. About like not trusting the cops all the time or the
pharmaceutical drug companies all the time, or yeah, they will drop a shipment of drugs and guns off in your neighborhood, yeah, and fuck it up and ruin on purpose, yeah, because shit, they got in poppy fields on another continent.
That dude freeway Ricky Ross on a bunch of times, right? And he didn't even know who he was selling coke. He was selling coke for the United States. I had no idea. And they were letting him.
And he was going to put Iran Contra.
Yeah. It was the Contra was Iran Contra, but it was they were funding the Contras versus the Sandinistas, right? Nicaragua. Which side we were funding, but we were funding one of them.
Yeah, the guerrillas, those who are fighting against the communists. Government baby.
There is a bunch of those dudes that are just playing war games. They're playing war games, and they get to do it back in the 80s. Back then, they got to do it with that. I mean, over something. Right. They just played war games, and they lied. And then, did you ever sell arms to Iran? He's like, I don't recall. And he goes, Mr. President, he goes, next time you sell arms to people who hate us, shut it down. CIA recovers the Contras. Okay, the CIA recruited. I don't know because he did get dementia.
He did get dementia.
He got Alzheimer's real bad at the end of his life.
I feel like he got the Alzheimer's like 20 years later. I could be wrong. I don't remember years no more. But I don't remember either. I feel like towards function was declining. Yeah. But like that's how it goes with guys in their 70s, right? Especially if they don't take vitamins. Right. And if you did, definitely not. So yeah, definitely not. Alzheimer's is almost like a blessing. Yeah, all those guys, like George W. Like, you don't want to remember nothing. Yeah, for the Iraq War, we tricked people into going to Iraq because we got attacked on the south. What? Why are we? Yeah, I feel angry every time I think about that one because I was. I wanted war. Weapons of mass destruction. We had to go stop them like they ran on the news. Worked on them. And but I did have a bit about it. Yeah. Where I was like, there was like the only way for people to find out how dumb is put a dumb guy as president and see to Iraq, started and then he got reelected. And he was right. They went dumber. And we all felt duped by that one. You know, we all felt duped by a bunch of different ones. One was the financial collapse, when the housing market collapsed, and then the guys started getting bonuses. They have to get their bonuses. The CEOs have to get their bonuses. What? Wait a minute, you guys. Your bank collapsed and you get a bonus, our money, and you're helping save these banks, and then the CEOs get bonuses because if we don't give them a bonus, they'll leave and go somewhere else. Like, what is this logic? Right. The thing I don't understand about 2008 is where did the money go? Exactly. Wait, so listen, these bunch of people had the money, right? And they lost it. But when they lost it, it didn't get burned. Somebody else got the money. this is where you and I are regular people, and we're not financially minded at all. Not at all, right? So we're not the kind of devious people that would see an opportunity and take advantage of it, right? So what was the biggest transfer of wealth? They say that's kind of happening now. COVID. COVID. Biggest transfer of wealth ever. Elaborate. So what happened was all these mom and pop places shuttered, right? And you can't go there. You don't have it's pandemic. Okay, you can only go to pandemic. You can can't go there. It's a pandemic. You can restaurant dying. The opposite goes to all the other businesses that can stay open. Psychopath, like a complete sociopath who really understand how the system works, and they'll explain it to you. You go, oh, so that's what they can keep you from spending money at those places. The more you had to spend money at market now. So let me ask you, like, how much? This question in my head 20 years ago. I noticed about greed. 20 years ago, I was like, how much money do the people that got money want? Those people should have had enough 20 years ago when I asked. All right, let me just chill. It's probably a different set of people who are like they were 20 years ago, but like, how much money do we want? And if you get all the money and nobody has anything, do you really have money? Because how are you going to get more money from people that don't have no money? Because you simply don't. Well, no one's going to get that rich. That's a funny way of looking at it. But there's different kinds of money. Elon's thing is to make things, right? Like he's to make Starlink. He's there to give internet access to people all over the world. He's there to make electric cars. He's there to make electric roofs. He's there to make spaceships that go up the richest guy on Earth. Right. By the way, he's the public. That's different. Something in the Middle East. Federal Reserve runs that. Yeah, it's different too. It's not like individuals, but yeah, it's going. But it can just print. But the actual one richest person in the world in America, at least the way Forbes 500 guy, is the guy who makes the most stuff. It's Elon. Right. You know, and then you have the guys that are just trying to make money. That's a different kind of cat. So those guys who are just trying to make money, those are the weird ones because they're just number people. They're number people. And so they're thinking about numbers all the time. They don't give a fuck about you. They're just trying to make more. And then you get more. Yes, for sure. And why problem is in this equation? Because it's the easiest way to do it. of people that will make the most amount of money from war. For sure, defense contractors. They make the most amount from a war. That is their business. Like, involve them. That's what they do. You need them. Because you need them. They have a strong, they're not going to give up. They're like a pit bull that wants to convince you to let it off the leash. Fucking German Shepherd talking shit. Bro, this is over in 5 seconds. Every time we walk by here, they barking and yapping. Let's shut this down. Their business is to make shit, and not only just make shit, make better shit all the time. It's making new jets, like they do with the old jets. Right, kind of. Sitting around, they're gonna go with expiration dates. That's their business, man. It's like that Nicolas Cage movie. Was it Nicolas Cage movie about a guy who sold arms? That's right. Oh yeah, Lord of War. If you can make America stronger than it's ever been, yeah. And those guys are flooding the stock market. Buy, Raytheon, buy, Boeing. But we as people, why we buying this? Because we know we don't deal, but we're only learning the deal now. Right. Like, where people are like, wait, what the fuck is going on? I think 10 years ago, most people think Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK. Even I had my doubts. And I'm like the most gullible motherfucker in the world. You had your doubts? Good. Yeah. I knew there was something up with the story a long time ago because I read a book. But if you're the average person 20 years ago, you're not going to buy these wacky conspiracy theories. And you were the crazy person. People start talking. Exactly. You got exiled from society. Exactly. Now, someone that you're close with sends you a video, and you just watch this. You're like, what? Yeah. Oh my God, they killed Ken. Oh my God. Took down Nixon. He wrote Nixon. No, the book was so full of shit. It was so made up. Like, it was this made up character from John Belushi, who he was with all the time. Right. John Belushi died of a drug overdose. He crazy, wild thing. He called it Wired. And he said, read 5 pages of it. Oh my God, they framed Nixon. One of the most disrespected race presidents of all time framed. So was he a good guy? Because he got rid of the gold standard. He was not a good guy. Right. Listen, this is not a binary thing. Nixon was not an act that made everything illegal. And he did that specifically to target the anti-war movement and the civil rights movement. Specifically. They wanted to take those people who were involved in the anti-war movement and the civil rights movement, they want to put them in jail. Right. And the best way to do it, they were all smoking grass, they were all mushrooms, and they changed the entire, it was catastrophic to the human civilization as a culture if psychedelics were legal this entire time from 1974. So should we thank them? No, we don't know bad shit that he did. Bob Woodward was intelligence. Right. Agency guy. He was a naval intelligence officer. And his first project as a reporter was Watergate. That's crazy. It's the biggest story in the history, and he just happens to be a naval intelligence agent. What? These people that on the street, they're out there every day. Yeah, they must. And the guys who broke the Watergate, they're all FBI. So here's Gerald Ford was in the Warren Committee. Nixon couldn't shut the fuck up about knowing who killed Kennedy and trying to get to the bottom of it. And he knew that guy, and he knew who killed him. And he started talking about just amount of votes of anybody ever. Now we look at him like a crook. Right. He was a he was. At the very least, he did cover up that crime. He didn't say what? They did what? No, we're gonna like when I think about Watergate, when I remember. Wasn't really that big of a deal. Like it's so sensationalized. Somebody broke it somewhere, and they installed recording equipment so they could listen to people. And who are they listening to? The Democrats. So the Republicans were listening to the Democrats as they're getting ready to campaign against. It's definitely illegal, but it's not that big of a deal because they're doing that to you right now. Right. Like if you have your phone and you're you know me. If you know me, your phone. Ah, shit. Good luck. Sit down. Those are all on the either side. And that find out from Edward Snowden. Okay. When they do that, man. That's just it's a dirty game. I mean, they turn that dirty political game into like you said, if I know you, my phone is hacked, or just there's probably organizations that are doing it. Like too many people know about this. Let's branch out. Yeah. Like, let's go. Yeah, and you need intelligence agencies because the world is a dirty, dark place filled with monsters, and a lot of them we put there. But they're still monsters. Like, look, I'm sorry we got monsters, but we have to fucking have a wall and armed deterrence. Trump executive order quietly declared that NASA is now a spy agency. What? How? What? Yeah, it's happened. The name of it now have as a primary function intelligence, counterintelligence, investigating over its 67-year lifespan. Not to mention that, and the agency now closely follows its internal and external crimes and Trump's intentions behind the order were at least partially related to labor concerns rather than spies. The order all added that NASA to the Federal Service Labor Management Relations, excluding it from collective bargaining representation. The news that NASA will now be a spy agency was seemingly overshadowed in the media by the president's elimination of union rights for thousands of federal employees mere days before Labor Day, despite multiple lawsuits challenging the change, is because of private space. because they're so far ahead. No, but I feel like when you turn something to a spy agency, it already was. Right. It's in overhead. Right. And when we watch movies and they track down the villain in the movie, right? They're using, they're giving away kind of what's really happening. Oh, for sure. So it is a spy, organization. Launching spy satellites. They're a spy organization. Launching. They're not putting anybody on other planets anymore, allegedly. And they're not doing anything with the space shuttle anymore. So what are they doing? Why not be a spy agency? Because stay open. Yeah, they're gonna move around, boys. Can't be blockbuster forever. Yeah, exactly. I think they took them into a room. They said, "Listen, aliens are real. These spaceships we have are all bullshit. We have a couple of years left, so use it for something else. We're not going to try." Settle down. I mean, I'm just, it's my crew. Right. You know what I'm saying? Right. The harsh denial, just like how we talked about back in the day. You didn't like the guy that everybody liked. They built past a certain amount of time. You keep drinking it, it's bad. Because everything was good for you, you find out it's bad. Also comes around again because the real milk that you're supposed to be drinking is raw milk. Right. The reason why milk is not so good for you, it's milk, is because your body's like, what is this? Right. Like you boiled out all the enzymes and killed all the living organisms in it. It's just like this weird protein liquid part. You feel weird. And you drink real milk, like raw milk. I had raw milk the other day, and I drank it. I was like, oh, this is what milk's supposed to taste like. This is so much better. It's way better. And it's illegal. Meanwhile, glyphosate's legal. There's also shit that's legal. Like Roundup. What the fuck is glyphosate? Oh, Roundup. That's the spray on plants. That or so. Glyphosate was Monsanto before they sold the company to German company. Exactly. So then Monsanto, maybe Monsanto bought Bayer, or not? They sold Monsanto. Bayer bought it. They spray it on it at the end of the growing out, apparently. That's like a lot of the glyphosate thing. It's like, our growth is times, right? The money they spend to lie, right? You could have put that money into making healthy and good. Yeah, you can't though. The problem is corporations as a entity, the way it's been established, the way it's sectioned as running. And if you can bullshit your way into making more money at other people's expense, that's what you do. And then you justify it. You have lawyers, you fucking keep people in court, and you drag it out, and you accept a small check. Product, and you keep moving because you're a piece of saying the pharmaceutical drug companies? No. Way to make them get them scared. Die, your kids are gonna die, everybody born retarded. You just find a way to get people to believe, and they'll just all climb on board. They'll all climb on board because a lot of people are cowards, and that's what happens in this world. Money and an enormous amount of influence, and then they start paying for the ads on other TV shows. Brought to you by Make them look legit. It makes the TV show look legit, and you're watching publicly an evil union. It's an evil union between the truth and money, where money and they're allowed to do that. It's crazy because when I was growing up in New York, I got bamboozled once for $100. Big hard money? What was it? Nah, I was at the Rothschild Mall, and I was leaving. Dude, and he's like $100. I was like, hey man, could I before I give you the $100? He's like, no, if I rip away the plastic, open this box, and you don't. It was like, Frank, I gave him $100 plus. Didn't even have a car. I got one of them. Drove home, open. Like, where is the trick here? But then the Iraq War was like the version of the VCR, like when September 11th happened. Yeah, I was in New York. Yeah. I saw it on TV from the West Coast. But the people that, yeah, it has to. You know, if I felt it when I went back there, which was like a few months later. I felt it. Yeah. I felt different. Yeah, that shit. Like I was living in LA, but I was, and then the night before the Trade Center went down, Will Sylvans, he was living in Jersey City, and I used to live in that. So I got to look around, like I missed this place. Like, I didn't even notice how great this ceiling was and how much detail they put into it. And I got on the train, went to work. So next morning, my sister woke me up. And I'm like, watching fear of that is obviously people are going to die. Obviously, it can be horrific if something does happen, if a terrorist attack does happen. But the one thing evil in the world, even God, but evil actions are documented throughout history, and you have to have a strong force to actually be good. And if it's pretending to be good, it's actually not it. Like, well, what the fuck? This was like in 19. This guy Smedley wrote a book called War is a Way. 1933. Yeah, that's early. 1933. It's pretty early. And he broke down how he thought he was over here to protect people, but he would, make it safe for bankers or do whatever the fuck he had to do. Control oil, control whatever minerals, gold, or whatever the hell they were doing. And he realized at the end of his career, war is a racket. Yeah. They tried to get him to overthrow the government. Trying to get prior to that, so 32, and now they have to hide it on layers and layers. Especially group, and everyone's confused, and everyone thinks it's because okay. The business plot called the Wall Street Putsch was the White House put. Is that push? Putsch. You said it right because it push. You said German because they had putches in Germany. So it was a conspiracy dictator, military corps major general, testified under oath of wealth to create a fascist veterans organization with him as its leader, and they almost overthrew. Imagine if he went along with that. In 34, Butler testified under oath before the United States House of Representatives Special on these revelations. Although one was prosecuted, the Congress was prosecuted. That's wild. Even back then, they were full shit. That's 9 years ago. The Congressional Committee final report said there is no question that these attempts were discussed, were planned, and might have been placed in execution if the financial backers deemed expedient. Motherfucker. Yeah. You realize how deep the web runs. Back and forth, back and forth. Nobody has. have switched. They've gone from Democrat to Republican. And I think Republican to Democrat, I believe so. If you're a no, as I said, go back and forth all you want. You can be a fucking I mean, I don't even like someone who does that, because if you're a public person, though, like you switch sides, you can only switch sides with like who they vote for. They switch their whole ideology, right? And it's usually like what I see recently. It's from liberal to they get rid. But then they go all they might well, why? Suburbs. You're the suburbs. So they're like, no, down. They got good pizza. They're like, shut up. Not the same. You're not, bro. It's not, yeah, it's true. It's different, right? I think it is different. Is it considered a borough officially? No, it's not. It's not. Like, you grew up busting that dope. That's down up to notoriety. Right. Like they were getting street cred. They had zero street cred. Right. You know, Uber, outside of Boston. Yeah. Like if they go somewhere, yeah, they would say Uber. Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about? New York is like that too. Like Queens. Right. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's real. There's no second question. Just say Queens. Yeah. Say New York, right? That's what shit is suspect. So what is the difference in these boroughs? Like, oh, you want a 212 area code 2? Like, why? Why do you care? I remember that was a big thing about LA. Like, that was one of the things about Bernie Stevens. 818 till I die. Like, you 818 area code, people are counting you. Yeah. People make jokes to people that are 310, 213. Yeah. I mean, that's why, because he stood on it. He stood on 818. He stood on the back. I said, I'm from New York. I'm from LA. He didn't say I'm from LA. He said I'm from Reseda. He named the town, named the area code of his phone number, and like stood on that shit. Like, for sure, you know. Dude, I never even tried to live in LA. Yeah. Like, with the moment I moved there, I was like, I'm not doing that. I gotta get outside of this thing. And then go in and visit. Okay? I don't want to live in that thing. Because I had friends that like lived like in West Hollywood. Like my the time I was in LA. Yeah. Yeah, I bought a house out there in 97. Wow. Yeah. Like when I first started making money, I'm like, I gotta get away from all these people. I wanted to be in like every time I go, I feel like Ivar, you go Ivar, yeah. You have to bottom of the hill. Right. But it was, I sounded like, oh, I like this. But on the flats, like, just, like, in Hollywood, like, I get what you're saying. I get the wanting to be near it. And I thought about it for a while, but I need that. Right. I go hard. And when I go hard, I need, like, completely off, sit down, relax, and think about shit. Right. Because I need to know the only way I know what I think is there's not a lot of noise going on. I can't just operate on momentum. Right. I feel like when you operate on momentum all the time, you make shit decisions. Right. You know, you start like going down roads you shouldn't be going down. You're like, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing with my life? So did you plot your life out a lot? No. In a sense? No. Just like core instinct. My instinct was like, get away from everybody. Right. Like, go quiet. I want to just wake up in the morning and have coffee on the porch. Just hear birds chirping and see a fucking deer bounce by. Like, that's what I like. I like to relax. That's some cool shit. Yeah. If I'm in Manhattan, man, fuck you. Like, I don't give a fuck. Right. This is a place you like, whatever it is. Even when I lived in New York, but most of the road is mostly New Jersey because that's money and I could do an hour. You know, I was like, I can get better in the city, but I'm getting better in these 5 and 10 minute spots. Like, I need time. I need like real time to put together an act. Because when you're in Boston, you always went on the road. Everybody did the road, right? So it didn't make sense to me. Like, just doing one 10 minute spot, another 10. Yeah, and then people book me to come see me. I was at least 15 minutes, put you on this TV show, put you on that TV show, and like the improv or whatever, like stand-up show that have an entry. Because back then it's like a few people probably way after the shit changed. So you kept hung up to it too long. Yeah, even living in LA. Yeah. I remember I was with Kevin Hart, right? He just moved to LA. And I wrote on his sitcom, The Big House. And then he's booking. He's a good actor. Like, when he walks, like I've helped him audition before, but I didn't really help him audition. He'd just be like, blah, 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 blah. And he wouldn't say all the words, it's like it was an eye-opening experience. And then on the road like cat with. I was like, why you want to do that? Get it and collecting emails. Yep, the complete opposite. And are you Kevin Hart? Kevin Hart? Yeah, well, he was always very smart about the social media thing. Yeah, he did like a separate business. Because like someone wanted access to social media to promote a project they were doing. He was like, no, totally different deal. Like you got one deal, you got Kevin Hart to act out. Like I built this. Right. This is my business. If you want to do that, we can talk, but this is nothing to it. I was like, oh, okay. That because they did that to Arsenio. I remember Arsenio Hall was at the Ice House, and you remember he had the Arsenio Hall show came back, yeah, right. So when it came back, they took over his social media. That was part of the deal, and then they didn't give it back to him. What? Years. It is a long time afterwards, like months and months. Months afterwards, hanging out at his house. He's like, I can't get my social media back. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. But that was they were trying to make deals like that. That was. Yeah, you got strong. It was okay. It was big for then. For then, I think it was pretty big. But it was, my point is, like, for me, you have a network. Your network social media is not nearly as big as my one person social. Why would I do that? Why would I let you have access to it? And they wanted to be able to promote their other shows. Oh, fuck that. You could write on it whenever they wanted to. Whenever they, and they said other artists aren't having a problem with us doing this. It was like their argument. It was like, if I post something, even if it sucks, I want people to know that came out of my fat little thumb. Like I wrote that, whether you like it or you hate it, know that it came from me. And when they did that, I was like, oh, so how many people have been doing this? There was a bunch of my friends had to sign off deals like that. Right. It was part of the deal. If you wanted to do this new show, you had to give them access to your social media. Not just access, control of your social media. That is wild. Wild. That's that intuitive type shit that you put in contracts when you do like a stand-up set on something. Yeah. Like, what do you plan on doing this? And then they say, they actually, and then you're like, whoa, what the fuck do you know that I don't know? I read about a contract, I don't know if this is true, that infinity, like to the end of the universe. Year commitment, which functions as a perpetual contract. Sometimes short term is just 2.5 years, but potentially extending to 5 years or more, and these agreements may be disguised as volunteer or religious worker contracts to avoid labor laws. So the Sea Org, you click on Sea Org, I think how much would it have you a week? Nothing. Just to sign off on that. You get nothing. You just can't believe you're a part of Sea Org. Oh, I'm going to be in the Sea Org. That's wild. Wild. Bill taking advantage of young artists in particular for never. Like that's why Prince had to change his name to a symbol. Right. You know, they've been doing that to people forever. Jared Leto's going through that shit. Right. You know, he went through that shit with his band. It's just there's there's always going to be a business that takes advantage of you and makes it, it's not a big deal. Spotify, like, I know this is a lot of people. The big beef. Of an upcoming artist today, and you're listening to me, right? How do you get your side of is it artificial viral? Artificial. That's what a record company can do for you. Right. They can make you go artificial viral. Right. And it will go viral if you're good, but it's like they can juice it up to a point. But it's the cost. They want like 50%. Touring. And then doing live performances, they don't even sing a word, and they get like artists used to get in their deals. They used to make money touring, but then they cut to the touring now. Well, because they weren't making any money selling records anymore. Because who was making the money? Well, the thing is, like, nobody does. Right. For a long time, streaming and Apple, you want to pay $1. Spotify ate them up. Yeah, nobody buys music on Apple anymore. I mean, I used to listen to, before I signed my Spotify deal, everything was Apple Music. Yeah. For the longest time, I wasn't even using Spotify. And then once I started using it, I was like, oh, listen to that. So I got, because there's a way for signing a big deal, yeah, or signing everything away, giving it over to somebody for less than you should, a legit amount. You know, it's not for $1 billion, right? You can keep it, but I don't know your position, like what way you can get your shit from to put it out on social media. Someone has to retweet it. Someone has to hear about it, talk about it on a podcast. You can get it out. You know, we were talking about, it's a little late, we were talking about that Johnny Thunder song, I'm Alive. We played it yesterday, and then Jamie brought up that after we first started playing it on the podcast like 2 years ago, it's a song from 1969, it was like a lost song. And Brian Simpson brought it to the mothership. He's like, this is going to be like one of your favorite songs. You got to listen to this. And we played it in the green room. And I was like, holy shit. And we then started appearing. Samsung, Lincoln. He was only had this one song that was amazing. Well, that's why I was looking at him yesterday. He actually had a billboard hit before that. What was that one? Was it good? I did not know I was going to play it. But I say Luke was it good? But the point is, like, he should have been a star. I say Johnny Thunder, and you're like, oh, I love that dude. Freaking album's amazing. You know, should have been at least Chubby Checker. Chubby Little Twist. Chubby Checker got so much mileage on Twist. I've never seen somebody get that much mileage. I have to edit this out. Yeah, we'll edit it out. All right, kill this. Yeah, this is terrible. Now play He looked like the dude that was fighting Muhammad Ali. And his car, oh, that's what happened. The analogy show me I'm alive. Now this is the fucking jam, son. This song, I listen to this song way back. Woo! So, first of all, he looks like a Def Jam comic. That's number one. Like an Arsenio Hall, like back in the day. Like so what year was this, Jerry? It was 69. Wow. And then I also read that he had been performing with the Drifters and did the backup vocals and things like Dionne Warwick or something. See, that song to me is just proof that there's a lot, because that guy should have been a fucking superstar. That is a superstar song. Yeah, because I'm listening to just the opening. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, let's stop there. Let's stop there and take that in for a second. Yeah. And then it switched. I wasn't even ready for the switch. I was like, let me go with this. And so good. Then I could see like the beginning or the end of the song that what's his face? Guy with the hair. Billy Idol came out. Wow. Got y'all like Luke Tickle? Y'all ain't heard a lot. People just put it all together for one song. I mean, that's about songs, right? Like the one hit thing. Yeah. Different times, the early 60s are coming out. It's before the drugs. Radio, you know. In the early 60s, people were still naive. They were goofy. Yeah. They were still Father Knows Best. You know, they're all Father Knows Best. Leave it to Beaver. Yeah. By 69, they got wild. It was real quick. I wonder what people would into their minds back then. Drugs, internet mentality. How did they mask in society? How did they comic books in society? They read a lot of comic books. Yeah, they went to comic book shops. They went to like punk rock concerts. Yeah. Yeah. They had like fine group. They went to CBGBs. Yeah. They had to find places where they could fit in. There's no online forum. For that. A factory for turning phones. Right. That was society back then. It was like ADHD or something. Yeah, yeah. Did you get labeled? I didn't get labeled because I don't know why. I kind of like my father and them was like, you know, they're immigrants. They work hard. You know what I mean? So you gotta like apply yourself. This is they went out of their way to provide this opportunity. So I didn't want to go in for certain comments, which was something that they didn't expect or would have wanted to do. But high unless like college. It's my mind. It was never a risk. Like I was never risking that state, the gamble of coming. And this is what we was doing. Yeah, if you want to do it. I think that's the same with music. I think that's the same with literature. You want to write books. I feel lucky about it, though. Yeah, for sure. Because there's people that were able to turn this switch back on. Mine is still. That's because you're doing the right thing. You're doing the thing that you're supposed to be doing. Well, there's people that turn that switch off because there's something else that you're beat their demons. Right. You know, there's a lot of people that. There's a lot of different. There's some. They're not even dark demons. They don't have the energy to eat healthy. They don't have the energy to stay in life because they can't beat those demons. And they also don't have to get real dark because they don't have support. Clearly has something. I've seen people with something that would grind with vomit. This guy comes and says, he knows my name. He's on where like, wow. Hey man, hey, his name might come to me. We hung out with him, and it was just. He's like, please, permanent. And then he just disappeared. Yeah. Then I ran into him in Queens, and he was kind of doing it, but it wasn't the same. Like the Muhammad Ali thing, he stopped training for enough years to like lose it all. To not be as good as the first time we saw it, which was his first time. Doing this now, I gotta figure out how to do this. Some people just get to those pitfalls and never recover. Do a bad bump, they lose some money, they get into a toxic relationship. That's a big one. That's a big one. That's one of the distractions people do. They don't even realize they're distracting yourself from having success in life by being addicted to this relationship that you're in this person where you yell at each other and you know, who knows? Who knows what your particular brand of chaos is, but one thing that has in common is a gigantic distraction from you doing what you want to do in life. And you don't have your shit together, so you find someone else who doesn't have your shit together, and you pile all your shit together and make it way worse. Right. And you both fuck each other's lives up. And at the end of it, maybe you want to get a write a song about it. Congress complain about hearings. That's some shit you could bring to the state, right? Like, why are you down about this? How many times does someone tell this? Like, sometimes my friend, he just broke up with his he's crying. He's crying. Some of the greatest comedy came out of broken hearts. Yeah. Look at Kinnison. I was married twice. Getting his heart broken. Right. One of his best bits was he sat at the piano and sang a love song to his ex. Truck and taste your own blood. I want my fucking records back. It was like, you believed it all. Because, like, of course, he's a little fat guy with no hair. Yeah. People were gonna dump out. Even if you're famous and you look like that, he's gonna cloud lips. They can talk about this on stage. Yeah, that's a part of it. So that's how. And I'm just realizing it now as I talk to you. That's funny. Yeah. That's how. That's like. It's like you're trying to think of like what that is going on stage, or just anything. Yeah. And sometimes I don't have that many civilian friends anymore, but sometimes I used to just complain on the phone about an interaction. Like military people, like I was talking about, not convenient civilians. We have war, baby. I know. I can military people. I get that. Yeah, but that is the term we have used forever. Forever. Like the first time I said, I start as a heckler. No, wrong. That's what he's proud of. He's like, I'm a proud heckler, son. But it's like, so it is kind of, there's a battle to, and it's also a battle of your own self. It's a battle inside of you to try to, like what we were talking about before, to get to that flow state. Yeah. It doesn't come. Other night, it's right there. The moment I start talking, I'm smiling, and it's like, do you have an inkling so much that if I don't work out, I get a little, just a little tense? First of all, you're disrespectful. You're in shape as is disrespectful to me. You gotta it's good. Key, man, protein, whole protein. It's very important for you. If you want to keep going. The thing is, it's like way easier to keep going though than it is to get going. Like if you're 58, you start now, that's hard. So I'm like 40 years. Karate was around this time, then Taekwondo from 15 on. So I've always worked out. It's like, so my body just doesn't, if I don't work out every day, my body's like, what's going on? Like, I'm just trying to get rid of this stuff. Like, I don't want any anxiety. I don't want any tension. I want to blow it out. You wake up sometimes like, oh shit, I worked out. Yeah. Like, I didn't. You press the button and put the code and you was in there. You have no fucking idea. Well, that's why I like things that you can't sleepwalk through. Like, if you're doing like heavy rounds in the bag. And that seventh round comes around, you look at the timer. You're like, fuck, I got 3 more rounds. You can do it at my own pace. It's already 10 to fight. But it's, 10 where you're going at it. But that's the point. The point is that when it's done, I'm like, I fucking did it. And it's really 10. It's only 30 minutes of rounds when you're in the back. So like, think about the way you're all in with comedy, you always have been. They have to. Like I problem. Yeah. Like I say, I don't know much about banking, but I've learned a lot from you. And there was this email pilot, she came backstage. And she was up there. And she just had a kid. And she's still gonna fight, but she's like, there's other things to life. I'm gonna like raise my son and blah 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 blah. And then once she said there's other things to life, but I think in my head, you know, just the way she said it and some other things, I think she should fucking know more. And I watched all her fights after that, and she might have won one. But she was get to a point where they realize I'm never going to be champion, but I'm still going to make a lot. 60% of the time, maybe 7. I'm a hard way to live, though. It's a hard way to live. How much, like, what's the average, like, fighter like that you just described? It depends on how much they have crowd popularity, right? Like, if you're a Donald Cerrone, Cowboy Cerrone, who never won the title, but who's a guy who loves them, he would make some real good money. Real good money. I don't want to talk out of school how his checks work, right? But you can get rich. You can be a multi-millionaire. Like Sean Strickland, he was just talking about it one of his Instagram stories, so I can say this, where he said he's got about $4 million in the bank. That's good. I'm like, that's amazing. Yeah, and he's in his 30s. He's still top of the food chain, one of the best in the world. Murdered. And he goes, Joey, I love about this. as long as you're in it, you're still getting better. It's like there's a time where all this fails you. Right. All the shoulders fail, the back fails, the neck boxing, because that's about the combat sport that I've watched the most growing up. I can't remember. It was like a Mexican guy, but they're big guys. I know this. Boom. Yeah. They're the same after that. Oh, shit, yeah. He was winning the fight. Yep. Winning it. God, winning it. Chased him down. Yep. Got stopped in the last second of it. Never. All the skill. Yep. All the technique. Yep. And he was great. Great Olympic. He didn't let he was good enough. Was already sealed his fate for the rest of his life. Even if he gave him the decision, if they did that, he still is never the same. Chavez completely shut. They got bandages on their forehead. You see him get on a plane, you're like, whoa. They got sunglasses on and shit. And everyone's like, that's like that foul last night. He got knocked out. You see him walk. Oh, yeah. Oftentimes. But you would see those guys, that's and he has, the way he walked was, I ain't getting CT. Yeah, first of all, you may hit me, and if it is, you're going to hit me while I'm holding and say I'm a dirty fighter and let the motherfucker go. This is not a dance. Yeah. And it's like the electric slide or the two-step, no brain damage. Yep. Muhammad Ali used to move. Bernard would come to you, hug you. That was fucked up Felix Trinidad. He was 50 years old. That's old. I know. And the guy who fought Joe Smith Jr. is a murderous puncher. Just doing. First of all, it's too old to like. So also falling out of the ring and no one catches. Your head. That's crazy. It's almost crazy the rest of your life. Yeah. We're lucky. We picked a thing that doesn't give you brain damage, so I keep doing. I'm glad that too. Yeah. I'm glad we've been friends all this time too. Yeah. It's been fun. You've had a fun ride. Yeah, we had a fun ride. Let's keep this shit going. Tonight, you doing my show tonight? I'm leaving. Going to my Kelly. You ain't gonna like that answer. So I can ask. Well, do you have to go back? Can we change your flight? I gotta write. You gotta be there tomorrow? So I gotta be there tomorrow. Oh, okay. So it's right, that velvet print. I'm trying to break out. That's why I got this special and all the money from the views and the AdSense goes to the kids. I don't want no reason. Great, bro. Yeah. It's to prove you've got the takes. Purdue Global is here to support you every step of the way, so you can focus on what's next for your career, yourself, and your family. Start at PurdueGlobal.edu.
Did you have an experience?
I'm gonna train hop. I'm gonna hitchhike. Vice gave me like one of the first Vice shows was Thumbs Up. Gavin McInnes, Shane Smith, those guys. I've been writing and drawing. That's how I found out. Really? Yeah. From to place. Israel in a farm called Ramat HaKodesh, and it was a kibbutz. 18 years old. I've been hitchhiked 15, and I've seen the whole world. I've hitchhiked through Europe. I've hitchhiked through the U.S. back in. This is in 19. I'm like, what? You go to the Eiffel Tower, take that same like. We've been. It's all mapped out. We've been to everywhere. We've seen everything. We've done everything. I have a heart of an explorer. I want to find new things, you know. And so I'm living on this kibbutz. Most of the other people there are from Australia and South Africa. And what I love about them is they're so racist that they don't even know they're racist. Like I'm the only Asian guy there, and they're like Nintendo. And I'm like, I got a name. They're like, name's Nintendo. I'm like, okay. And so I'm working illegally in a casino and then working on this farm. So I have 3 jobs. I'm making like, you know, under the table, and there's like I was how old were you at the time? I was 18. You decided not to go there. How old were you when you went? 18 years old. No. And then Vice. I'll bring it back to how that turned into Vice. But so I get on a plane. Tons of lying in
manipulating to get the visa because it wasn't open to tourism. It was only open to the story that I'm a bodyguard to a toothpaste executive, and I work day and night to get a ticket to the Congo. And there's no tickets. It's this airline Aeroflot, and I'm in Israel, which is close to Africa, but because it's this Russian airline, I get on this flight that goes to Moscow, and then Malta, and then like 6 other African countries, and then it lands in Brazzaville. How long? Like 3 days. Almost like and like a shaky airplane, you know. And everyone in there is the ones that got to get out, right? The shit on the plane and smell like shit. And I don't know information on the Congo except for I heard that there's a dinosaur there. What year? 94. 94, 90. I lost track of time, but it was right after high school. No cell phone, nothing. And the second I get off the plane, it smells horrible because there's just burning trash everywhere. It's hot and it's oppressive. And I go, what the fuck am I doing here? Like, why am I here? And everyone there asks me, what are you doing here? They don't speak English. They speak French. I didn't know that. First breakout of Ebola. People go, why did you do that? It's not normal behavior. The LA riots happened in 1992. I watched civilization, normal civilized manners. This is how people are. You go to a store, I saw that crumble overnight. In one night, it went from fuck you, everything. I go, oh, it can happen that fast. And once again, that same kind of, oh, I think I'm accepted in this for me. And it's like, no, we don't want you. Get the fuck, go back to where you come from. So I think, and I could go on and on about all the traumas I've experienced in my life, but I hurt people. I was in a lot of pain. I was like, I didn't like Korean people. I didn't like myself. I'd experienced a lot of abuse from black people, and I just wanted to. I didn't know anything. There was no internet. I didn't like. I felt like an alien. Everyone goes, don't go to Bosnia. Don't go to the Congo. Don't go to the Gaza Strip. And I'm gonna go every. Right? Like I died then too. And I could go and tell a million stories about the Congo, but at some point, why you were looking for this brontosaurus, just wanted to go to the Congo as well. I know the kids like to say 100%. I've heard say it too. Yeah. Why not 99% just to leave 1% or 99% and dumb and stupid and ignorant, where I truly thought I was gonna find it. Like I didn't know enough of, but everything makes, because anyone listening to this right now, we're talking about a story from 20 years ago, right? I was a kid. I believe in Santa Claus very late, like on, and it's and then I meet the pygmies. I met a German guy there who was the same age as me, and he could. This is in the city, and then he could tell that I was lost. I didn't know who this guy was. He was being groomed to be like the next big politician in Frankfurt or something. I didn't get this until later, but he was here as his like sex to fuck as many black women. He was gonna fuck as many curb your limit, have as many intimate relations with women as possible. Is that better?
No, you're explaining what it was. It's not bad. That's bad thing to explain things.
You could use other words though.
Yeah, but that's what it is.
It is what it is, but I can come off. I can turn people off when I use that language. I want. Okay, so I'm with this. There was a real last spotting of it, right? And then I meet.
Is there any evidence at all?
Everyone I talk to, oh yeah, it's glass.
So is it one of those things where
Really been burned down and guns pointed, but I've never seen anyone hung. I've never in my life. I got attacked one time. So now I have to find this dinosaur. And I also know that there's a chance that at the airport before I got on the plane to the jungle. And I go into the jungle and we get lost immediately. When I landed in the jungle, there was a guy that I think I want to say his name is Chris, that was a Peace Corps guy. And he was there to help and I still wanted to believe. I was willing to risk my life for it. So we get to that and fucking lost in the jungle. We're lost in the jungle. So and he starts like telling me like that was a fake story, right? Like he's like, and there's no one around. For days. And he starts to
Senegalese jungle. Like, I don't know how to get out, and we've been lost for, I don't fucking know how to, like, this is it, you know? And on top of it, I have this fucking German asshole who's, like, talking down to me, making fun of ration. Before? No. Dude, tonight, the moon is like this fucking big. Like, it's humongous. And you hear the come alive. Like, fucking monkey things are bumping into the tent at night like sex, and like, I'm like, I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die here. So, the few times in my life where I've been in this kind of hopeless is if I can control my, because I'm like falling into despair, and in the daytime I'm doing stand up to the trees because we're just walking in like circles, and I'm like, you don't know where you are. I don't know what. I'm talking to the vegetation, and this guy riding my last nerve, and so I could safely say I lost my mind, and so we're down to our last food. And he did it again. And I said, bro, what the fuck did I tell you? We gotta make this last. I'm starving. He's like, and I'm just gonna fucking kill him. And if I have to eat him to survive, I guess I'll do that. He's got fucking crumbs on his face, the fucking juice from the food. And I pick up the tent, and I pick up a huge rock, like bigger than this, to kill this guy. I have officially lost my mind. Like, I can't. I'm barely gonna survive. I can't do it here with this. So he's out, and it's fucking looking at his face. And I think, I don't even have to apply any pressure. If I just drop it, he's done. Like, he'll be fucking dead. And I go, oh fuck, is there anything left? Common sense? Is there any light left in my? I gotta fucking kill this guy. He has to die. He does. His family know he's there. Your family. Nobody knows who you are. This guy Chris, the Peace Corps guy, he's not gonna kill him right now. He has a ton of cash that he hasn't been sharing with you. You can get out of here. You can fucking get some of your pride and your ego back. This fucking guy treating you like a fucking like do it. No one will ever know. No one will ever fucking find where you're probably gonna die too. Die like fucking catering. Just do it. And I'm sitting there, no, I don't want to. I'm not a murderer. And I didn't kill him. I woke up the next day and I'm just looking at him, motherfucker, you don't even know. You don't even know what almost happened last night. We're walking around. Hey, what's that? There's a fucking pygmy up one of those 200, 100-foot trees. He's just sitting there chilling. And I go, is that a person? I don't know. It's so hot. It's so hot. It was shaking a little. From the place he was to get in front of us was seconds. But this was also in the National Geographic why that the dinosaur would be here. Is because cameras can't see dense big forests, and there's things in there that are like moving, and you know, the tent. Oh my god, I'm freaking out over here. So the guy comes up. He's like tiny, and this is where my skill as an artist has got me out of so many situations, right? Because if you're so this guy doesn't speak English. We don't speak whatever language he speaks. Like, you know, and he's like, oh yeah, I got you. And he goes and he presses some all and I'm like, entire village of pygmies. They've never fucking seen an Asian person before. I'm C3PO and the Ewoks. The kid keeps doing this thing, like, you know, what are you saying? There was one old, so I'm like, we're saved. They bring us some honey. They bring us some fruit. I'm like just devouring. They're laughing at it. Okay, guys, he's an alien. He's an alien. I told you. 55. I was 19 years old. Yeah, 19 years old. And they put that. They put their clothes on for the picture. They were all naked when I got in there. Wow. Look at my Tivas. That's amazing. That picture's amazing. So now, had any of these people seen it? Did you ever describe it to them? Oh yeah. So I draw the dinosaur. I go, here's the dinosaur. What would they say? They go, oh yeah. There's never like no. It's always like, okay, there's the dinosaur. And they go, let's go. And I go, they go, it's through water. Little fucking parasites shoot off the snail. So they're explaining like all the way to go find this dinosaur, and I'm like, I went up into the leeches, and then when I came out with the leeches, I go, all right, like this is it, you know. I go, and then like, it took less than circles. I get back home. I'm 19 years old. I start writing for Vice. I start drawing pictures for them, like comics. I'm writing, and I was writing for a magazine called Giant Robot. Gavin and Shane with that magazine. They're like, they were ahead of the curve, right? Like when all print magazine, right, existed, they were like, we need to go to digital. Like they were, you know, Vice has always been free.
they said, Dave, that is the fucking, and I told you, enough time had passed. It was 10 years later, actually. That was 95, and then it was like 8 or 10 years later. And,
So that was the one that Mickey Mouse shirt.
That was from when I went with the film, like just my camera. So I go back and how do we even get to this?
They all see the same dinosaur?
Have you
shit, look at that.
There it is. Dude, you're fucking on fire, Jamie.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
That one number 3 is bonkers. What is that? Unless it's a log.
So on my second trip back, I met the doctor. There was a doctor that lived in the village close to that river.
Look at the track.
And he said he'd seen it. Really? And he's like not,
I wonder if any like real legitimate biologists have looked at those tracks. Maybe they can tell you by the way the footprint, like they can kind of tell whether things are fake or real or not based on like where the weight to really understand how these would walk. I think it would be really hard to fake dinosaur footprints, right? Because the weight would have to have like
the description I just read that said it wasn't, I shouldn't say not big, but like 30 feet, 35 feet.
it's pretty big.
It's like a big giant elephant.
Think about how big those fucking alligators were. We were just talking about.
Yeah, so it might be a turtle they were eating. That's what I don't know what they found.
A turtle.
Their dicks were so big. Like when we went to the river to bathe, they were like, okay, just take their clothes off. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to keep my clothes on. And they go, what? I go, dude, I have like a normal penis for, like, I proportion correctly. Like, your shit is down to your knees. And this was back in the city. When I got back to Rothschild, and they're like, bro. So when I texted you, like, Africa, man.
I'm hunting Africa.
So when I texted you the other day, I saw that the last time I texted you was 2018. I was like, dude, I'm going to Africa. I'll see you when I get back. And
This is
yes,
yeah.
please, in like the Arctic, Papua New Guinea, the Amazon, Africa, but very few. Like they're almost gone. There's very, very few people live off the land, and I just, whenever the podcast there, and I go, I just lost my mind. I hit my rock bottom, and a very similar pattern of what I always do when things get rough is I just go to Africa. I go. It's a weird thing to be. Like rich or be in a country that's rich or have advice. That was even crazier when the fucking chief tried to kill us. But so Congo is the heart of experiences out there because it's one of the fucking darkest countries I've ever been. So like, I don't want to go somewhere different this time.
Do you know the European settlers?
I met one.
Did you see houses that they left behind?
Dude, when I got to this Bantu village, and Chuck, his name was Chuck. Chuck, if you're listening, I know it's 20 years ago, long blonde hair, from Oregon, Peace Corps guy. He got malaria while we were there. And he goes, please contact Francois. And I go, who the fuck is Francois? He goes, he's in the jungle. And this isn't in the Congo village, it's the Bantu village. This tree, you go, so he's deep in the, but this is still near a village.
giant Victorian French European house in the middle of the fucking jungle. And I'm like, how did this happen? It's like fucking weird French dude that just said, I'm going to stay here. He had like 12 Bantu wives. There's all these like half black, half white babies crawling around. And he has a ham radio. He's like, what's going on? I'm like, Chuck, he said to come contact you. He's like, oh, okay, I'll contact the aircraft carrier and they'll send a chopper in for him. It's like, oh shit. But yeah, that's the one time I saw French Victorian, nondescript architecture. There's like a beautiful French home in the middle of the fucking Congo jungle. Now, there was a website dedicated to those people that tried to do that. And it just detail how it all went. Terrible. The jungle just overcame the house. Like, you can't. I just thought right now, every time in my health. The most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one stranger. Because we have professional grade supplies for every industry. Even hard to find products. And we have same-day pickup. Next day delivery on most. That's a bastard. Look at you. Looking good there. What year is that from? The enemy, we didn't know where they were, but we felt that they were going to close in. But it was too wet ultimately for them to close in. But they knew we were there. So we were praying the whole time. It was kind of nerve-wracking because
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Trying my day. Joe Rogan podcast. It's really good, man. It's gripping and the performances are fantastic. And the way The Rock did you is nuts. I can't explain it. I keep using the word surreal, but it doesn't describe it. Like I was saying, that my son, when he watched it, he just flipped into him like, oh, Dad, your mannerisms. He's like, your speech manner. But you imagine, like, I'm picturing my son. He's in New York when he watched that thing, right? And so I'm picturing him in the corner of the lobby of the theater, talking with his back to everybody, going, "Oh my God, Dad! Like, it's like a doppelganger. He's got all of it, you know, like full blown. Like, it was like the because a lot of my saying for myself is I can't see the forest through the trees. I'm in the middle of it. Am I looking at it objectively? Am I really looking at it? Or am I seeing something? He nailed it. Right. No, unbelievable. He really did nail it.
Yo.
People were saying, Bobby, like, I didn't know the blockbuster movie acting, which is, he's great at that, but it's like, you don't have to do this, and he would stop him. Right. What do you mean by you don't have to do this? So meaning that, like, he's at a place, like, where he can just keep doing. There's always going to be a place for blockbuster movies, and he needed to do something different. Well, it's a perfect role if you want to do something different for him, because it's a very complex role, and really, like, the perfect way. Because otherwise, if you're built like he is, it's very hard to get work as a singer to show people, like, hey, I can actually act. Yeah. I think he did it. He did an amazing job. I mean, it's amazing to the point where, like, Emma, unbelievable. She's great. She plays such a great role. She's so good. She's so good at playing crazy. So here's what was here. So I saw a 80% complete version. I'm just telling you, it was like, I see my part, how fucking that was on the people around me. You know, how just singularly driven I was to accomplish something at all costs. And the person that paid it the most was Dawn. She paid a heavy price, you know, and give me around me. And it was just a selfish endeavor, and I can see it in those moments. I can see it when DJ was, you know, Emily was, the intensity. I was like, fuck. Well, it's such a crazy task to be an elite MMA fighter at a time where there was no one even knew what it was. A photo of us together. I saw that. 97, that's like 30 years years ago almost. Isn't that nuts? So this is what's fucking crazy. So trying to describe what I did back then. Your jaws would hang over. Right. They would go, you do what? Why would you do that? Yeah. Fan of the sport, and what happened was camp, and they were just talking, and he said, "No, we need a guy to do backstage and post-fight interviews." Yes. And Joe really loves the sport. Like, really? He was like, "Oh yeah, he follows all the fights in Japan." And so for me, it was just fun. It was actually costing me money, which is why I wound up quitting. Because I quit. I did it for like a year and a half, 2 years maybe, and then it's just actually costing me money. And so then when you start doing Fear Factor, that's when Super Bowl. Yeah. But in those days, it was for me it was a dream, because as a lifelong martial artist, when I was a kid, there was always the big question: what was the best style? Yeah. And until Rory and Gracie put it all together, decided to create the UFC. Yeah. And then all of a sudden we get to see it. And then obviously you got Japan Valley Judo and then Pride and all these big events over in Japan. And that was so part of my first. Brainwashed by the idea. Same thing. Right. Where that first time I thought, I was still under the delusion that was. And so my trainer kept going, "Oh, trust me, you're gonna do fine. Trust me, you're gonna do fine." And it's just like he understood what I wasn't. The wrestler, that I can impose. Like I said, to tell you, that's definition. I want to hold him there, and he can't do a fucking thing about it. Exactly. Now, yeah. Then you say, no, but you can't take me down. Mm-hmm. So I'm just gonna beat the fuck out of you standing, and there's nothing you can do about it. Not a single thing. It's the most important skill. Oh. Oh my. Yeah. And how important it is when you have a high rate in succession. More time. And I. Like Kurt Angle. Watch him. They'll stream these movies. Shooting. Yeah. Get up, stand up, stay shooting up. And you can't keep up with it. Yep. You just inevitably you just make mistakes, or you just get into the exhaustion of the moment, right? Yeah. And it's just like, okay. Nothing those kind of skills. It is the toughest combination. Like Cain Velasquez in his prime. Oh my God. Insane cardio, elite wrestling, stand-up skills as well. Like, everything. Scary. The first scared to hit the gas. Like, 3 more minutes in the round. And you see Kane just fucking Bob having a, like, he's not even breathing heavy in between rounds. He's not even eating. He's 240. He's not even tired. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. It defies logic. But there's guys like that have that fucking insane cardio. know, I mean, I don't know how much you follow in the UFC, but this is kid Anthony Hernandez in the middle. It's nuts. And then you Rob dropped Willie, who's like the best example of it. Stop. So, this is kind of again. It was one of those things where I was like, you know, it's just that's what Scott got. And his name's Victor. Yeah. When he first came into the UFC, when his first fight, when he was fighting in Hawaii, it was Victor Grayson. And then I think he got sued or threatened. Changed it to Victor. And so he fought John Hess in Hawaii, beat the living shit. I don't know on the Rock stuff or whatever. I don't think it was Rumble on the Rock. That was BJ's promotion, and that was later. This was like really beyond. This was I don't know who the fuck was doing that event. And Vitor came out and blitzed him with punches, and nobody had seen anything like that before. Like this is because everybody thought Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Yeah. You think you're gonna have a guy with hands like that? Oh my god, his hands were unreal. He was unreal. And yeah. Like you can be fast, and that's one thing, but fast. 19 years old. Crazy. And went through, won the tournament at 19, which kind of he got off the sauce, and his body kind of faded out. Replacement. And then when testosterone replacement came in, all like 5 fights or whatever it was before they killed the TRT exceptions, and then it all went away for them. It is like that shit. Like if you did do something, it's like the saying. It's like how you're going to a gunfight with a knife, right? Mentality back then. It was also everyone was on it, and there was no testing. Yeah. Pride when Ensign was on the podcast, he told me that do not test for steroids. Yeah, oh my god, man. They're like, they would do this. They would hand you up and go, here. And you go, just look around and you just hand the cup and you literally walk back and go, here's the thing. Yeah, here. That's what it was. So your first fight was it in Brazil? In Brazil, yeah. And as they reproduced that arena, that yeah. Like, because I saw their first fight. I saw all those early fights. And then to see that in like the movie, I was like, oh, they did it. Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Go ahead. Just one moment.
I was asleep.
Oh, refreshing, and I'll be up all night.
Oh, where's the bowling? Where is it? Where? Oh, not yet. Okay, okay. Maybe it was hot.
What a strike. A beautiful strike.
Thank you, thank you. Come on.
Tried. Not good.
Oh, that wasn't good. It's okay. What is going on?
There we go. That's big time. Ooh. Almost. That's not good. Oh. You had some spin on that. Oh, and a spare. And gets a.
No, you're gonna pass me. What? Go ahead for the 5 now. Go ahead, Red. You got this. What?
Thank you, man.
Yay, you win, I win.
I win. You win.
Yeah.
Beautiful spare.
Come on, Rabbi.
No, no doubt.
Come on, Rabbi. That's this.
No doubt.
Okay. Yeah.
Not good.
Almost.
She takes a 10-pin lead, folks. Going for 11.
Hey!
Beautiful
that's
spare.
Got that. Look at me.
Look at you.
I
High
got
five.
that spare. Woo!
No one's touching you, girl.
Come around who wins? We both win.
I'm
See?
trying. I'm
You're
trying.
getting there. You're getting there. You're getting close.
I'm trying.
See? You got it.
It all comes down to this. Strike. You've got it. You just made it really difficult. Oh, she's gonna win, folks.
Let's see. Thor should not down.
Oh, what a comeback she had.
You got it.
Serious?
Oh, it should not down. See?
Get it.
It's there.
All right. What a comeback this would be. And he does it.
Yay. Okay. See? You
Undefeated in
Yeah,
bowling.
Yay!
Yay is right. Good job.
Okay. Let's see, lay here until I go to sleep, okay?
Sounds like a plan, ma'am.
Okay. Sit here and chill out. Yeah, this is a cute picture. I like this.
As well.
All right. See you in the morning, guys. Willing.
Okay, doke.
I've won every time. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing. I don't hear nothing.
But they reproduced it to the T. It was perfect. Oh my god, it was amazing. It was really great because in the movie they did one MMA fight, but in the movie he's fighting some Russian dude. But they just did Hollywood shenanigans. Yeah. So that. Like in the movie, he wants to play me in the PMFL. He goes, this. We had this beautiful conversation, and it was just you trust me. And it was like, dude, he's a fucking great dude. Oh my god, solid. He's, by the way, says, say hi. He left me a great message on the way over here. He's a rare human being. He is. I'm gonna call him after this just to tell him. Okay, so I watched it today. And I was like, God, how well he captured the chaos, the pride organization, all the weirdness of the contract negotiations, everything. So Benny said the only way we're going to be able to do this is have that authenticity to the point where I stand that literally going, holy fucking shit. Did he flashback? Oh my god, like you fucking on the wall, just pictures of me. How did I accurate? How did this? It was this. I mean, it really did because it's just it's hard when a guy's so famous to pretend that he's so has to like be really good to get you convinced. And I was all like, so first time I saw him in Vancouver, like nobody told me, nobody told me this. So I was up there for fight week, and they're getting ready to shoot the scene. They're introducing everybody to the finalists for the ring. I don't know who's behind me, and I turn, like I see him as me, like this is a joke. This is what I did. I'm like, fuck you, like you, like oh my god, it's moment where I'm looking at her, but I'm like looking at it like myself, and it's this experience where I'm like you're going, like this is you going to a place that nobody even thought you could get to. Right. Like it is incredible. Well, you're such an important part of the history of MMA. check. This episode is brought to you by Happy Dad Hard Sell. Can't decide on a flavor? Grab a variety. Happy Dad is now available nationwide in the USA and enjoy a cold Happy Dad. Must be 21 plus. Drink responsibly. Dad Hard Seltzer ND. Malt alcohol. Orange County, California. That was amazing. So maybe he signed it before he done his video channel. Oh wow! Right. Yeah. Wow. So it's one of those things where everything just kind of lined up and where you're like this is manifest destiny, right? This is like you know like like you're really tapping in. Oh my God, he did that spinning back. I'm like, he's a boxer. He's not supposed to be that. No, neither did I. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Well, I guess I got kind of thing. Yeah. Oh my God, he's you know how many rounds he drank prior to fighting Tyson Fury? No, 600 with 3 different training partners. So every know that he was doing 15 rounds a day, and himself with his back touch the ropes. He would have to do it like what he did to Dubois. I was because we see Dubois when Dubois knocked out Anthony Joshua. You're like, wow, this kid might be the future. Yeah, he destroyed, brutal power, giant guy, and Usyk just pieced him up, mantled him, and took him apart. And did it with all skill, like literally, like understanding. He's not the biggest dude in the world. No, he's big, but he's not like 6'9". Right? No, he's not Tyson Fury. No, he's not Dubois size. He's not Dubois. He's not Tyson. Right? Flipping skill level, or his endurance, or his discipline. Just well, also it's like he goes so agile, movement, and that makes sense. He's basically like a heavyweight, like my son actually birthday today. Happy birthday! Which one? Bryce. Happy birthday, Bryce. Yeah. A boxer, and I'm like, because I didn't get into that science of it and footwork and all that. No, it's almost impossible to pay attention to anything else. But the level that you were competing at, yeah, you have to. He made the 1980 Olympics, won the 1981 World Championships, voted best technician in the world, and then retires. And then decides he's gonna make the 1992 Olympic in Barcelona. So he's at 37 years. Show you, and they had a mentor, and they had a mentor. It's this lineage that's passed on. So I need him here. Wow.
Yeah.
One or two.
Yeah, of all time.
Yeah.
Anderson was.
Oh my God.
People, and then DJ Penn when he was in his prime. I feel like you really have exhibited a level of MMA that's
like John Jones, right? Like when he was, I don't know. Sometimes I get a little upset because I'm like, you know how many fights he fought?
guys. It's like the pressure of life. Sometimes,
You know how that feels.
yeah, I'm sure. Well, I remember I had no idea, and I don't think anybody had. This guy was like smashing everybody, and you just thought, oh, the making of the documentary, what they were essentially trying to capture was you at your prime.
Yeah.
And what they caught you was you where your life was falling apart.
Yeah.
It was just
Oh
kind
my
of
God.
random luck they caught you at that time.
So when John Greenhall, who's a producer, I went to Syracuse with him. We were on the wrestling team together. He's the one that called me today. I want to do a documentary. At that point, my vision of what it was a little Best Buy camera where there's like little flip screen and they show up and they go, okay, we're filming your documentary. I got you in stage, you know. And they show up in Japan for my full championship fight with two 10,000, 15,000 Sony cameras, a boom mic, and like 5 people. I'm like, oh fuck, you're really gonna make it. It's like you're gonna make a documentary. And so he was right from the get-go. John could see what was the contrast, like me as a fighter. That contrast. And so that's what I said.
That was what was weird about it. It was very weird because then you get into the cage and it's like, let's talk to that guy.
It really is like, the question I was in my head is going, okay, if someone's going to go here, me fuck is coming out. And I never really answered that question for myself. I know it's competitive, right? But I didn't know if I had that switch, that thing, and then start fighting and going, oh fuck, man, there's a switch in there. And I figured through that process, what I was really trying to get is your will. I was trying to take your fucking will. And most people don't want to give it.
Right.
Like when you get a high level fighter, it's like 5 degrees out. Didn't want to give me his will. Headbutted and dug in the cuts, did all this. And he didn't want to give me his will. He wouldn't give it. Take it from him. I'm out of hand.
Wait for him. Yeah, some people don't.
Was one of them. And it's still to this day. I mean, the next day, in his house. Wow. Which was crazy because my first fights don't know. Everybody in the audience was there for him. And when his wife calls me the next day, I knew that he'd come here. He's going to have all his boys over at the house. He's going to fucking get into, right? Like, because I didn't know. Right. And so I go, okay, what do I got to lose? And so I go up, sit down just like we're sitting here. His wife interprets the whole entire time. And it was actually beautiful. It was beautiful.
That's awesome.
Here's what it set for me. It set a standard of how I was going to carry myself as a fighter. What happened in the ring is in the ring.
Right.
The second you're out, that's different.
Well, it speaks to his character and why you couldn't break his will in the first place.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Because he's such just locked down.
Absolutely. It was for me. It was one of those like revelations of like, okay, this is how you do this
As a professional.
Yeah.
Well, also, Brazil had a much longer history of these kind of fights, like going way back to the Helio Gracie days.
Yeah.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. When you have a problem, when you're feeling down, it's nice having someone to turn to, like a partner who can cheer you up, a friend to vent to, a parent who can give you advice. Even having a nice conversation with a stranger can be uplifting. Whoever you do, though, probably won't have all
depression, a therapist can help you develop positive coping skills. Or if you're struggling with how to be kinder to yourself, therapy can help you take a step in the right direction. And thanks to BetterHelp, matching with a credentialed therapist is easier than ever. Just head online, fill out a short questionnaire, and BetterHelp will set you up with a therapist based on your needs. If for any reason it's not a good fit, you can switch to another therapist at no extra cost. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Find the one with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their month at betterhelp.com/he.com/JRE. I mean, I understand taking care of myself. Part of it was, I wanted to change the narrative of, like, when you look at the early UFC, like, some guys are just scraped off a bar stool and thrown into the octagon, right? And so when I came there, I was like, okay, I want to be considered professional, right? I want to carry myself as a professional. I'm going to be articulate. I'm going to dress as a professional. I'm going to do because I wanted to like raise the standard, right? Especially when I went to Japan, it's like, press conference, everybody's in sweatsuits. I'm in a, $1,000 Calvin Klein suit. Right? I wanted to be professional. If I was like professional, I get asked for pay, like fought in the UFC, and then did you have a contract that expired? Like, what happened? So I signed a 3-fight tournament deal with the UFC. I did 14 and 15, and I still had one tournament obligation on the contract. So after 15, the Japanese hadn't seen enough footage, and I got contacted by Pride. They're like, hey, we want to fly you over. We want to have you as a key piece to build this organization. So I'm like, okay. So they fly me first class over, first class hotel. I meet with a guy named Mr. Ishishaka, who his real name is Kim Duk-soo. He's a great guy. And Mr. Ishii, who owned K1. Wait a minute, the Korean dude was pretending to be Japanese? You had to have a Japanese name. Whoa. You couldn't do business in Japan without a Japanese name. That's crazy. So he signed all of his documents, legal documents, Kim Duk-soo. Wow. But every single person called him Mr. Ishishaka. Wow. Yeah. So you had to learn Japanese. Yeah. And it's still with an accent because he spoke Korean. So it's just one of those where understanding like the culture back then just was still stuck. It hadn't really progressed. Wow. So Mr. Ishii owned K1 and Mr. Ishishaka started Pride. And it was called KRS at the beginning before it turned into the main stage. And so here's where it gets sticky. So I go over there, I take for Pride 2, there's still fight posters that have signed of him and I facing off with each other, signed the contract to fight for way more money than most people probably paid for in the UFC. And when I get back to the States, I get served with papers to appear in court in New York City, and the UFC suing me. It's when Bob Ireland still owned it, and our Davis was involved. And so they were suing me for breach of contract. And it was like one of those things where I was like, okay, I did, like one of those experiences where fucking get a hold of you and fucking squeeze the life out of you in the first like couple minutes. I was fine.
Well, that was kind of the case with Coleman as well.
Yeah.
It was really, really good.
I was in the corner when I was cornering him when he lost to Murray Smith.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was there for that one. That was a real game changer.
Oh, they changed the narrative for everything.
Because what Maurice brought to the game was Maurice was trained with Frank Shamrock at the time, and so he had extreme cardio. He was doing a lot of swimming, he was running hills. I mean, he was really cardiovascularly at an elite level for an MMA fighter at the time.
Frank and I used to talk about heart rate training way back when. Like literally like functional training and going, okay, how do you approach something and come up with a formula where you can get through a training camp and still be viable at the end of the training camp when you have 5-minute rounds? Like, how do you do it? There wasn't a formula for it.
Right.
So Frank was like, I started doing this heart rate training and heart rate recovery and all this stuff, and I was like, oh shit. And then I run into these trainers when I was in California at Gold's Menace. There's a guy named T.R. Goodman, and he trained hockey players. And hockey players have to have that burst recovery. Wow, very similar cardiovascular system to fighters. So TR took over my training when I was in California, and that was a whole nother level because I had never really had the functional training implemented the way he did. And that's when my weight came down. It's like I really tried to fight between like 235 and 240 was ideal.
Yeah, that's much better. That seems like the ideal heavyweight. It's very weird that first of all, the heavyweight division has a weight limit.
My God.
Especially the UFC, because it doesn't really 294. But when he has this 265-pound weight division, it seems like the best elite guys like that 240 range.
That's for me. That was like I knew I had a good training camp. I came in 235, 240. If I didn't train hard enough, I was in 250. If I overtrained, I was under 230. You know, like for Pride Grand Prix, I think I weighed in at 229. Because right before that, I felt overtrained because in between when I fought Ensign in the Pride Grand Prix, I did Abu Dhabi. And so I won my weight class that year, and I won them all around.
So you got super conditioned.
Oh my God, super conditioned. But I lost a little bit of what I needed was that physical dominance. You know, I can have the endurance, but again, it's one of those where it's like going into it when I fought Fujita, there's so many factors that were just, that I didn't account for. And my calorie intake just wasn't where it needed to be. And like a lot of times leading up to a fight, like my appetite just diminishes as I get towards it, especially that fight. And
That's interesting. Why do you think that is?
Nerves. It gets to a point where it's like that morning, I know, like fight morning, I have a small little window where I can digest food.
Oh, wow.
It's not like you can eat all day.
But then nerves start kicking in.
Yeah, it just starts kicking in. Like literally, it's controlled focus, right? All my nerves running everywhere, but it's controlled focus. But that controlled focus, my body goes, I don't need digestion. But
So they bring them a first one field on. Just he didn't eat.
brutal. So that last heat against Fujita and saying there can't move my body. And if you watch the documentary, I need sugar. is really extraordinary. There's not another sport that has gone through that much of a metamorphosis. Right? He might be the only guy because he doesn't seem to get tired. Like the striker. Yeah, I just need to make you wrestle. To make you wrestle. Yeah, it's the specialist dominating everything. And like I was saying, that Russian, such a technical. You've already got 3 attacks on standby. Like, and then a lot of people thought it was boring because I mean, look that guy. Yeah, I don't think he's going to pretend stepping into the octagon that I will be able to get at least striking skills, right? You know. That's that conflict of match. Because he got better for the second fight. Better, but still, that was part of the problem. He's not stopping. God, how old is he? Rob? How old is Rob? Rob's watch that in 94 to 2025, it's almost unrecognizable. The difference in the gap. Like there's a period realizing the fighters today. Oh my God, the level. It's that mutation generation.
It's also you're really fighting three different sports. Yeah, which is really nuts. You're fighting grappling, you're fighting jiu-jitsu, and you're fighting striking. All together. Punch and elbows. It is, but without guys like you, would have never travel overseas, have these crazy. Without you guys, there is no UFC today. It's someone like being in the Hall of Fame and being in the Pioneer League and understanding that. Like I said to myself, even if I think sport, this much, it needed this much of to get where it is today. Right? Like cultivating sport like this. Yeah. Well, you guys brought in the new element. The new element was elite wrestling with enormous muscles. Yeah. So, real problem. Just headbutt the phone. Because headbutts were legal. Watch some of the guys do now. Well, it's different than any other sport you can even imagine. Well, you have to be a madman to do what he does. We became friends, and one of the ways in the first place. We would have conversations. I'd be like, you guys watch the fights, man. You watch all of that. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Eddie Bravo and I, when we were kids, we were hanging around working out. We would say to ourselves, they took a crazy chance. They were $40 million in the hole board with the Ultimate Fighter. That game changer. That was it. That was civilized. Yeah, that personalized. Well, and then it became the fights were so wild that people were calling their friends. Yeah. And they were saying, this is like before social media, all that. Yeah. So as the fight was on, the ratings kept going up and up and up and up. And it was like Spike TV, holy
holy shit, we got a fucking hit. We got a hit.
Yeah.
Won the 185-pound division, and then the fight between Stephen Bonner and Forrest Griffin.
That's the fight that changed everything.
Changed the game.
Because that's one of those, if you ask just a marginal, they'll refer to that.
Exactly.
They'll refer to that.
Because at the time, and here it is on TV, and these two guys were so evenly matched. That was the best part about it. They both had trained together in the house. Those fucking weeks,
Yes.
they'd all be talking shit. Dan, to his credit, gave both those guys the contract.
Yeah.
And it was all of a sudden the sport was hot, and then Chuck Liddell was the poster boy.
Yeah.
Because he was the perfect guy to be the most famous champion at the time. Because he was a destroyer.
Oh, God.
He just seeked and destroyed. And he had an iron chin, and he would just stare at you with a fucking serial killer's eyes, and just,
You know what? When you watched him, like me watching him, he was so awkward when he held his hand and punched. It was so, like you watch him now going, he was just hunting. He was just hunting.
yeah.
And
And he loaded up with everything. No,
it was every single
he
thing.
was showing to shut you off.
Oh,
And he could do it. He could do it for 5 fucking rounds too, which is crazy. In his prime, the thing about that style is it's unsustainable.
yeah.
He never ducked a punch in his life. He took a run and shoot from blasted right through, but he had a gun. It was fucking iron. But everybody's iron jaw gives out after a while. You can't, and you train that way.
You can't sustain it. It's just one word.
Yeah.
So when the I was living in California, and a friend of mine, told me, I said, hey, listen, they're up in Big Bear, big close to Keto, right? And it is a really cool conversation, really cool experience to be able to go, okay, maybe this has landed in the right spot.
Oh, they were the right guys. They were the right guys. Because they were like Frank and Lorenzo are rabid. Yeah. Yeah. Of the metamorphosis, or the evolution of how to do everything. He can submit you off his back. Like, remember when he fought Kevin Jackson? Yeah. Elite everywhere. And his cardio was on. Tito was much bigger than him.
Yeah.
Not just a little bit. Yeah. Bigger than him. Like, Frank's not overwhelmed him, beat him down with cardio, and then after that, everybody. Cardio is number one. It's number one.
Yeah.
He was teaching when he was coaching on the Ultimate Fighter. He told cardio was legendary too.
I mean, they say what fatigue makes cowards of us all.
Yeah,
Right?
it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
I mean, it's just one of those, and again, this goes back to what I'm saying about Frank and I having conversations back then about
but they don't highlight him anymore. They don't talk about him at all, and I think that's pivotal. I think you got to let that go, just for the honor of what happened. Like that he thought when he was fighting and striking. Look at BJ Penn when he fought Big Daddy Steve. That's one of the scariest fucking guys, who's ever stepped in an octagon at 155 pounds, period. I put him up, and Edson had this look in his eyes like, oh my god, I've got to get that. Austin, this fucking animal from Dagestan was on him, dragging him to the ground. I'll never forget, we had Michael Johnson down the ground. Speaking of beating Michael Johnson up, and he's like, quit. You know I need to shut his mind. You know, Frank got in the Toro in that. He's like, and again, to his credit, he didn't rip that arm apart. He let him tap. I think. Wow. So this is like he was a will taker. Like when he did Connor, when he got on top of Connor, it's like, let's talk now. Just beating his face in. Going, come on, you want to talk? Let's talk now. You talk about it. Yeah. Because that's at a level where, because you're a bad motherfucker to begin with, and somebody that, oh my god, just could kill you. Same size as you, and basically he could kill you. If you wanted to, you're dead. Yeah. You're not gonna live. He's gonna live. He just literally choked you unconscious. Yeah. Just keep choking him to you. He's gonna break his neck. He had him in that fulcrum choke. That's such a nasty choke. He's not going all through. No. If he puts that right hip down, pull that left arm up, and that thing. Like, it's you got an open wound, and it is like now when you look back, I've been removed for so long, you're like, you beat the fuck out of somebody. I remember when he took Dan Bovish for him. Why would it be illegal? Why is it down there? I don't know. You know, those are the headbutt days. It's not a guy if you wanted to. Yeah. So if you I mean, but the thing is, it's a real weapon. Yeah. It is real. It's very nice because but that is also obviously a real weapon. Like kung fu guys point out all the time. They go, look, these are the toughest fighters in the world. You poke them in the eye, and they're right. Yeah. Well, you have to be pretty fucking accurate. Yeah. I saw something. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. You shove your fucking shit right in his eyeball. He's just like, bro. So when I'm down there, I could hear it. Oh, like, fuck, that hurt. It was horrible. But again, it speaks to what we're talking about, the dominance of elite wrestling, and how elite wrestling, it surpasses all martial arts. Yeah. Number one, most, and then they'll grab arm chokes, triangles, all that. Yeah. That's not, you're already used to manipulating bodies. So part of patient ABCC was to at wrestling. Right? Yeah. Because the first year when I got a submission grappling, like keyless grappling, keyless jiu-jitsu, right? They're like, hey, let's see X, come over, and it wasn't a ton. It was like $15,000 to go over. And I was like, okay. I was like, all right. I don't know. But why? Fighting. I just go. He's only 6 feet tall. He's real tall and long and just elite striker. They fought this cat who is judo black belt, elite on the ground, super fucking strong, and he just
what up?
You know way to fucking make that up. There's not enough time. Yes. But we got to see that. Kamara was like 38 now, okay? And he dominated. Dominated. Luckily, it was this guy who was dominating everybody at 170. And then all of a sudden, 38-year-old Kamaru Usman shows how fucking important wrestling is. You build off of not only the opponent, right? It's like this, because I have seen it like Kurt when he was on your shows talking about, yeah, I trained till exhaustion, and compete against each other. In '94, I just was bigger. I just bend is a cat. Frustrating. The Olympics would have broken. Yeah, fuck, man. Would have broken the mat, and I'm like, it was like literally, I watched when his neck broke at freestyle national, and he got hit, and I'm in the stands going, oh fuck, he's not.
Look who it is. Yeah, I may have an answer for you. Live in Penn.
Yo,
Right, because you're not a true William Montgomery fan.
I don't like William anymore.
I know you've been hot and cold with him since the beginning. I have been consistent. I inserted myself into his consciousness. He and I don't fantasize about the person, unlike you.
I'm not fantasizing about him.
A bit. Him?
Literally channeling. His I don't have it in my mind for some reason.
I think she's hot as fuck.
You know, one people are playing pickleball with. There's uh, woman there who's a mother and I was like, why? Like, oh, kids were just giggling the whole time. It's hard to concentrate. The other guy was like, yeah, I mean, he was more jokingly about it. He was like, yeah, you know, I mean, how do you think I feel? I mean, they're all like horny little brain people, but I think she's like
She's single?
a person. I don't know that, but I can ask.
Yeah, tell her I'm available.
Tell her Rabbi is in the word.
Yo, what up, Axe Raccoon? How you living? Axe, well, how old are you, big dog?
16.
All right, well, it says you have to be 18 to be in here, so that means you got to go, son.
You know, put sweet. Sayonara.
Raccoon, how'd you find out about me?
Like there was this server, and there was some guy who was like, he was talking about how you stream all of the time, and I was just like, I really wanted to ask what it was about.
Yeah, absolutely. How old are you, Raccoon?
I just turned 17.
Friend,
A couple days ago.
come back in a year.
Can I ask my question first?
Yeah, I stream 24/7. It's amazing.
I'm back in a year. Whenever we'll be here.
Banned.
What the fuck is socialized?
It's this. It's where I met Miss Aquarius. It's this server. It's one of the biggest servers on Discord. They only let in super or everybody else, and they just I've been live streaming my life in there for. It's a big Discord where people are. That's how I met Miss Aquarius, and she was in there, and she got curious, like, who the fuck is this person who always streams in here? And then eventually we became friends, and now she's the number one aside from myself.
Yeah, are you like tired or something or stressed? You sound so different.
I am not depressed. Very positive. Um, I'm. It's probably because
Just woke up at.
okay, so say everything that I would say with him here, and I've told him this so I don't feel like I'm telling tales out of school or whatever. Uh, Zoot has an issue with Tourette syndrome, and I feel it's it's severely impedes him from having success in his life. And the examples that I give of that are that at inopportune times he feels when there's any kind of silence he has to interject. He asks questions that are rude or inappropriate. It causes, and he comes in here most every day and wants to talk about mental health, which is fine. But welcome. What up? That this is a strong.
Yo, finally, you are speaking like we don't speak another server.
That's correct. How you living, pimp? How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Holiday every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me? you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's it.
That's okay. What'd you say?
Where you from?
United States.
Oh, nice.
I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a strong. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Source? More valuable than food, water, petroleum, everything, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you. This is a strong. All your friends, all your family, generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you charities and philanthropic organizations strong.
Like, have you see like you
One more time, my friend. Cultural drones, floating greenhouse, such as agriculture, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical. Pardon me.
where I come from, like where I'm from.
Honestly,
You do have
you be where.
computer, at least.
I do have a computer. I do have a computer actually. Like, there's like the work is so bad. Like, you know, work, weather, and everything is bad. You know, like I'm not real nice. See my father when he died. Like, and just work, like leave my country.
All right, where do you want to move?
If you can make USD online somehow, get paid in US dollars, you get salary, you'll at least have a lot of money over there.
I
Sorry, $1.
thanks. Like,
Okay.
I just want to leave my country. That's what make me happy. Like, this is all. Like, leave my country. Like, Europe, America, Australia, wherever it's at. I just want to leave my country. That's all.
Do you have family there and everything?
Yeah, I have a son. I have two sister, one, two brother, one of them.
And they all live in
No,
Okay.
one of it is one of one.
Yeah.
I don't have enough money for it.
Okay. Sure.
So I just
Give it enough time. I'll go viral and I'll take care of all.
The current, you know what the exchange dollars. The 10,000. Oh, good. You can buy like but I'm looking at so bad. Over here, why? I'm getting some.
All right. Well, very well. What are your hobbies? What do you
Go to school, but I can't because I'm up there. So my mom Wait, do you know what harem is?
look it up? CARROM. It's like a Middle East.
Played in Iraq. There's no country that
Type into Google.
Oh,
Type into.
where you legit.
Just have him Google it. Type into Google. A R.
Yeah, R. Is that an R?
2 R's, yeah.
Okay.
O
Oh,
M.
I know it. But like, this is not from Iraq. It is from Pakistan. I think. Yeah, it's Pakistani. It's called Kareem. Yeah, Kareem. It is not from Iraq. Like the Iraqi gangs, the Iraqi gangs, the Dominoes, you know the Dominoes.
Yeah.
From Iraq, the game, like it is so fun. You go to a coffee shop with your friend and play.
Okay. Very well. All right. So, did you find me, or from Eager World, or from?
I found you from e-girl world.
Oh, look at you. Okay, very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the most documented streamer in that Discord in its history. I'm like a level.
Like every time I join the e-girl world, I see you. I know. I don't know how much you have.
I'm a level 102.
have a hope, you know. I have this strong but I still have a hope because my father, he told me before he died, like the hope is still with us when we lost everything.
For the future, or you just need hope. I'm here for you, big dog.
Hope that is making me strong, really.
All right. Well, very well.
I can't see through. Yeah. Iraq, like, is so dangerous from Syria. You're like, have you listened about the camp of so it is so dangerous, you know. Like maybe the Islamic State will come back to Iraq. So yeah, I'm so fucking afraid. Like you know, they do what do to me what they do to my father.
Did you say father or brother? How old are you
Like how old I am when I like
when you witnessed that?
like it's still in my mind. I'm like, okay, let's hate that. Like you know, because it is my father and he was love us so much. So it's like you know,
That's very sad. We're very sorry to hear that.
okay.
Absolutely.
Scary.
Like
Yeah.
if I am like yeah, I was 16 years old. Yeah, with a hard war. Yeah, with the
It's a technology known as revivification technology. It's basically the idea. Yeah. So it's called revivification technology. It's where create an artificial clone with that, and then using technology, essentially, and um, uh, like a mental image. I shouldn't say that. Uh, a his uh, inner thoughts, but specifically his personality, his um, just one moment. Knowing where every atom is in his. Why am I struggling with word? just for a moment, is in his uh, interior system. Sister never have to work again. They can live in any country that they want. You can live in Europe and the United States. That's what I'm saying.
No.
I will give you the money. I'll write you a check. I'll give you the bars. I'll give you Bitcoin. I'll give you pennies, whatever you want.
So what do you want from me to give you all that money?
Nothing. You just told me your story. I just want to help people. So basically, you're archived on my live stream. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. And people will see this in the future and be like, hey, let's make sure that We help you like a very famous person yourself. You'll be in my Discord. You've been archived on it. Your voice is stored for future generations. You're welcome. So you should have hope.
I still have a hope from America or from Europe. Like you are the best. And I found it all my life.
I do my best to just begin to treat others the way to be treated. It's an ain't, and I do my best to live it in a modern world. I'm not perfect. Nobody is. Hunger. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $1, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most of there's terraforming of other planets, things like intergalactic travel, things like solar sails, things which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilize Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind blowing. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger. Brain and implant those thoughts into the mouse is able to do the maze exactly correctly every single time. We're going to start expanding on larger mammals and then eventually people. You're living at a very special time. Disorder for the something known as memory erasure. If you wouldn't have flashbacks, you wouldn't have nightmares. You'd be able to live your life in a more normalized way. Now, this is something that isn't that far away. It's okay, big dog. So, what are you building? You're in construction. What are you building? You building a house? You building a building? What are you building?
Like concrete.
Yes, I know concrete.
Yeah, I work with it. Yeah, concrete.
there's a new kind of concrete that is going to change construction. It's known as, well, it's essentially, you know what rebar is, right?
Rebar? Wait, okay.
So it's you type in Google R.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
this work from might work with rebars is just $500. Is that not enough?
in the future, the materials that are being used will last longer and be stronger. You're not going to have to do that. But I'm making you aware that, and you just keep being what you are, and just
So, have a question. Like, is there is a way, like, you are helping people,
uh, can you repeat that, Micah?
do you have any, like, like, let me make
What needs to be done to be able to move from a someone who is leaving because of
like there is no way
just way for my friend to be able to immigrate from Iraq to the United States. All right, so major immigration protection options for Iraqis. There's a refugee resettlement program for people who are refugees, the country, and unable or unwilling persecution, race, religion, particular social group, or political opinion. Iraqis fall into these categories. Who fall into these categories may apply via the HCR or referral. Special immigrant visa program for Iraqis. For Iraqis who work for behalf of the U.S. government as interpreters, contractors, etc. There are programs recognizing that these because of their work. Family-based immigration. If your friend has close family who are U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents, those relatives can file petitions. Asylum, that's the word for which I was looking. If at a point of entry and fears persecution if returned to Iraq. I would add, oh, did he leave? No, he's still here. I would probably, you're good. I would probably try that. I mean, you're like, hey, I can't just leave my family, so I get that. So perhaps not, but basically, you can make it to a United States. Employment-based immigration. If your friend has special skills, education.
It's not easy, but like
You know what? You know what, Chet?
you know why? Wait, I'm sorry. Like you know why I am on all my life. I'm not those bless the teacher who is teaching me. Like he's nurturing the kids. Like when I was a kid, like my teacher school anymore. Go to the work. Like you can't school anymore. Why? Because they killing the kids. They loving them. Not I'm scared to go like this.
That, and that's a reason why you could come to the United States, seek asylum. You could. So, actually, I know somebody who did this. Now about it. Okay, so they were from Tunisia, and this is a hilarious story. I mean, it's not hilarious; it's a beautiful story. So they were in Tunisia, um, like a year ago, and they come in here, and they're like, I tell them what I do, and they're like, "Wow, that's really cool." Start working a job, and you be able to make U.S. money. Remember, I'm from Tunisia. We talked about water desalination, and I took a flight to Brazil, and then from Brazil, I I flew from Panama to Mexico, and then I just walked across the border, and I came to California. I'm like, no way. And he's like, yeah. He's like, I don't want to. I know you're live streaming and stuff, but he's like, yeah, I'm a security guard now, and he's like, I make $8 an hour. So I just live my life. I got to kind of stay on the down low because I don't want to get like reported um, to the customs and border. I was like, well, why don't I just do what he said and just go to the United States border with a bunch of people from other countries? It's a really cool story. I told him your story should be a movie. Like, if I can't recall if he took a plane to Brazil or he might have taken a cargo ship. One or the other. I forget because he told me this really. Yeah. So he's like he lives like I don't know. Miles away from me. And a year ago, he was like the house beheaded my father, and they beat me, and
I don't know how to do that. Like I just want to
building their own boat just by going to ChatGPT. Do you know what ChatGPT is?
yeah, I know.
Okay, so you type into ChatGPT, how do I make it from with my mom and my sister with
Except you act right, so I'm gonna help you because I don't get her anything like 2 years ago.
didn't try very hard. You just sent like email, and that's like very easy to just ignore. No, States. Do you know any Iraqi people who live in the United States? Okay, if I were you,
If I like, if I remember, wait, just United is that's all like you know they just
work, you'll make $20 an hour minimum. So that's
bro. If you give me, if I am working on Iraq, like or 11 hours, $60. Yeah,
yeah. So you make $800. I know how to do it.
$800.
If you want to do it, and like you got to get to Mexico.
Bro, to go to Mexico. I told you.
I get
Like you mean, I save money for road.
How much is a plane ticket from Baghdad to? All right. $1,200. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Let me make sure. How much is a one-way ticket from Iraq to Mexico?
Hey, Rabbi, how you doing?
I'm well, Omniduck. How are you?
Pretty good.
Okay, so
I the first time yesterday.
okay, excellent. Then it's like $800.
Like $300 for like a house with a limited in it. Okay. $100 my sister and $100 my mother for every month. Okay. $100 like
No, you're gonna bring. How?
how old my mother? She's an old woman, like not really like.
Oh, that's not old. Can she walk?
No. Me too, actually. Well, let me show you my leg. I'm not gonna lie. Right, turn on my camera.
Max out all your credit cards.
Yes, you can see this, and you can see this. I don't have it on my other finger, and my other finger, it is not gonna be tall anymore. Like, I don't know how to tell you that in English. You can see it.
Yeah, I see
This
it.
one,
I see. I
that
see.
one.
Okay, so you
Because
got
I
some.
don't like.
There's no
Wait,
physical.
just wait. Let me show you my right hand. So this is my leg. You can see it. I'm okay. Like, it is not hurt me from getting hurt.
Okay, so you can walk. You can walk, right?
I can walk.
Okay.
I can walk. I can walk and I can jump. I can run.
Okay.
I can,
Stop.
yeah.
Can your mom walk?
No.
She's stuck in bed all day, every.
No, like I have I don't know what it's
Oh, walk.
no.
Can, can she babysit? Okay, but babysit.
Huh?
She could babysit kids while they're doing other things.
What do you mean?
Okay, so when a mom and dad, sometimes they have to do other activities. And that's when women start to learn how to babysit children for a little bit of money.
But she's probably not even like,
Dog, she can study while I'm not saying that is no, I'm not saying to babysit in the United States. I'm saying
there is really babysitter anywhere. I don't know if there is like this work here.
okay, that's for 3 months. That's $600. So that'll take care of them for 3 months. Then you save up. Now you say you make $60 a day, and I understand if you
Like if I go to Mexico, like there's a wall. Like this is Mexico and this is America. There's a wall in the middle or something.
you can walk past it. It's like got a door, and you just walk through the door. Five one in the last 5 years. In the last 5 years, like
Trump, like take the Indian and when they come from Mexico.
yeah, yeah. So there's a way. I mean, if you want to do it the legal way, you would, and I can't go back. And then what they do is they go away, and it's like 10 years in the future. And there's a law in the United States that says if you have a date, they can't kick you out. So you can live here for at least 10 years. Then what you do, construction site, they will hire you on the spot. You don't need any paperwork. You just need to be able to work hard. And you'll make $800 a week, and you can send that home to your family, and then you can start a life here. And if I were you, I would get connected with the Iraqi.
What is work?
Construction. What you're doing right now.
Job is what you're doing.
Like you can get a job site, and they will hire you, especially because you speak English. You can make in a day like $200 cash. So you just go into the government, even though they're part of the government, they don't turn people in who ask for food and things like that. So you'll get food, and then you won't get that right away, but you could get that within the first few months. You can get a driver's license as tokens for free. So they'll give you. It's not easy.
So now I know it's not easy. Like life is hard from everywhere. Like I know, but America better than Europe. Like work out to get this $800.
Well, I mean, that's up to you. You have a job right now. It pays $60 a day. Right?
$6, $16 every.
Okay. Bucks. I thought you said 60. Okay, so you make $16 a moment.
$100 a month. You get to keep in your pocket like after the expenses.
Hold on, we'll get to that. Basically, you need to work 50 days to be able to buy the plane ticket.
Why doesn't he just take out a loan from the bank and not pay it?
Dog,
When he gets my bank,
My name is Mustafa.
my real name is Zach, not Riser. Not the worse than you're coming from. No offense, but you know, you're a hardworking guy. You're already in construction. I think that there's more opportunity here, as you probably know, than where you're from, and you'd be able to help your family out more. So it is kind of risky, I guess, because there's like the uncertainty of whether. I mean, I'm not a legal expert in immigration or anything, but Stan and as Rabbi said, like if you claim refugee coming from another country, then then you can network with other Iraqi refugees, and then possibly get places to live, room. I think split it, like living with roommates, if you're comfortable with that, is just generally cheaper, depending on the thing. But you'll figure out a living situation. Dude, so whatever it is you want.
Yeah. And Texas so close and Duban Baja. Yeah. Let me see the wall.
Why don't you just fly to America? Wait, why can't you just fly there?
It's just more expensive of a flight.
Yeah, but the border crossing,
That's true.
you pay the extra the flight and just land in the US. You don't need to worry about getting, because I've seen documentaries, like every documentary is like 100% an oracle, but like there's, like, especially with like the Trump administration, say that like my
All the whole way. If
No,
you
it is.
no, trust me, it's not.
Yes, it is. Come watch my stream. You can see the wall.
My friend, I've been living in life. I'm born here. I can tell you that there is not a complete wall. But
there's some
there you go.
I can't.
Oh, I think you can just go to America, bro. You don't need to hop the border and do all that.
Right. So
Just how much?
pardon me. You could do it for like $800.
But from Mexico, it's gonna be better.
No, it's probably not because I were you, I would want to do it the legal way, and the legal way is more legal. It just apply to the United States, seek asylum, and that you just have to go to like a border cross to see probably do uh, a um, a out of your area of Europe. I mean, really, you could probably just fly.
How they gonna get visa? Like how they gonna
Yo, dog, my
find some?
yeah, kingdom. You can ask for asylum at the airport. Will then process this claim and give temporary accommodation and support while reviewing the case. You'll have to explain this route from Turkey to Europe, Europe to France, and then a small boat to the United Kingdom. The best and safest. I mean, uh, you should go to UNC refugee agency. It's UNHCR. And ask to register as refugee or asylum seeker, and then request resettlement to the United Kingdom or another safe country. I mean, they have these offices in Baghdad and Erbil if you want to seek them in person. or I think maybe Houston, someplace that has, and dog.
Is it fly there first, then you apply, or can you apply and save for the question?
Both. Out.
In America.
It happens, baby. What up, Mr. Meaty? How you living? No. Mr. Meaty, Mr. Meaty, did you install that light?
No.
Is it because you're a lazy piece of
Oh,
shit?
you're talking about the motion light. Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. Did it work?
Yeah.
All right. Did you do the gardening that you had to do? Okay. Good. That's great. What's on your agenda for this weekend, Mr. Meaty? The best thing for you to be doing? Okay, that's good. Okay, so some people that can be a okay. Excellent. Okay, good. So have you played any video games recently? Or your book?
I'm waiting for the show.
I know, but why do you need her to help hold your hand? And this woman's hand is here.
There to help me pull out. Questions like this. After all, my hostility.
You need this woman's help. You just need a large language model, and you take the outline of your life, put it in there, and then I know, and I don't. I understand that, and I don't necessarily. Or you could use her later on as a proofreader, or to ask those questions. But you basically, all you have to do is tell your life. All you basically.
That's for ChatGPT, really.
Exactly. All you have to do is just tell ChatGPT, like a story of your life, like a story, and then it'll write it like a book, and then you take that information, you copy it up until today. You like the method? What are you talking about?
The method
Yeah, so she's
the one who's related story.
with this chick.
I just talked to her. But she's 20 years older than me.
All right, that might float your boat. You never know.
But no, just not that.
Just on it.
That's a good one, I'd say.
Before you.
That's
You just need to stay away from that bad shit. What's the name of your book going to be?
I you know, that's cool.
My friend, all I hear is excuses. You just have to come up with the name of your book. It's not that deep.
Yeah, but it's actually fun. It's just
Okay, I understand that. What is an idea of a book name that you have? Be a
I
one.
don't have one that was
Okay,
prison in my head.
I think that's a great book name. I would shorten it. That works.
Appreciate that. Made it shorter.
All right. Have you ever thought of making a documentary of your life? Have you ever thought about being a live streamer?
Would you be able to make like spot account,
I could teach you how to do it on your own. The the kingdom just announced the United Kingdom.
That's cool. Imagine when AI just picks up on right phone.
Yo, Riser, what are your thoughts on introducing a digital ID soon?
So that's more like free.
Riser. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play.
What's your favorite food? What's your favorite fruit?
Did you say my favorite fruit on pizza?
Yeah, like your favorite fruit or like imagine fruit as an appetizer, and then like your favorite fruit as an appetizer. You can have any in the world, and then like your like favorite. White watermelon. Never had water. No, hello, boy.
Hey, how you living, pimp? Yeah, did you want to talk with you?
Melon. Banana and melon.
A banana and melon smoothie?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that
bro. It is so
I'm